All right. Welcome to Squid Advanced Circuit Season 10 Finals. I'm Strings. I am one of the head TOs, and we have a lot to talk about with this pre-show. A lot of interesting teams that showed up, a lot of cool storylines, and I can't wait to talk about it with everybody here, with Stormy and Cactus. So welcome you two.
Oh, absolutely, Stormy. A lot of familiar names, a lot of players that both you and I have had pleasure of going against in many scrims, tournaments, and sometimes even just the casual X-Rank solo queue. But a lot of these players have formed together to create these teams going forward into finals today.
Absolutely. There are some very interesting storylines. We've got some teams that have been around in mid-level for years now that are here in finals again. This is not their first go around in finals. And we have some recent low ink band one teams that have just shot to the top super quickly. So I am interested to talk about them, talk about what we think is going to happen. Do you all have any major teams that stick out to you all here?
Oh, it's oh goodness. I mean, I'll take over a little bit here for that. So, yeah, there are absolutely some teams, if not players, that I have seen compete in this SAC season that I've absolutely kept my eye on. Some teams that come to my mind immediately are Rule of Four Squared and Yellow Jackets. Those are two teams that have players on it that I have personally gone against and played with for the past year or so now. And I'm seeing them form together, create these two teams, and be able to get as far as they have for qualifying for these events, whether that's, insanely close sets or just 3-0 sets. They've been putting in a lot of work, and those are two that I know I'm personally definitely keeping my eye on and seeing how they're going to perform out today, as I've been seeing them perform, not only again in just the SAC quals that they performed in, but also just on the sides of scrims and just overall practice and preparation for this event.
Yeah, indeed. I can pretty much backdoor this. Yellow Jacket and the Rule of Four being players that I'm very, very familiar with and I played against quite a bit throughout my time in the cop scene. To talk more on Yellow Jackets though, I'm a bit biased because Dio is the head TO of H-Town Splashdown, and that's my local. So, gotta like I got a root for my boy, in their team. Funny enough that Yellow Jackets made it to Division 4 finals and they played against I believe it was called I can't remember the team, but they lost 5-2, and that was on Hood commentary. So I got to I got to rip into them a little bit, and I was like, oh man, a lot of interesting things happened during that set. If you do want to see that set, it's on my YouTube channel in the unlisted VOD. So like, yeah, you can see Yellow Jackets play if you want in that. But like, yeah, they are indeed a very strong team, and they made a lot of progress. They worked very hard to get to where they are. And I see they have a Kami on their roster for this. I think that's interesting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Yellow Jackets really took us by surprise. Like, they showed up, they won qualifier two, just like that, and they hadn't played a sack since. So they are definitely a mysterious team that are coming in. We don't have as much data on them as we do like the ones that have showed up every week. So I'm very curious to see what they can pull, especially against some of the other teams that have similar records. A team that I am definitely keeping an eye on for this one is Unlimited Woomy United, who also showed up, won a qualifier, and then hadn't come back. They've disbanded a while, but they always seem to come back together for like a SAC season. Like season 8 and season 9 are both cases, and this is not their first finals rodeo. They were in finals for season 8 as well. So I think Unlimited Women United is probably going to be my pick for like a team that might has the potential to win it all. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring to the table here.
Unlimited Women United is old as dust. These people, these are the same players that I've been playing against. I've been playing against since Splatoon 2. Axiom, CD Wumi, Nothing V, and Uwuzi. They've been around forever. They're as old as me. They're as old as dust. And each time they stop playing, they come back. And what do they play? They play the weirdest double roller comp ever and whoop everybody. It doesn't make sense to me. Last SEC season, when they literally made it to finals and lost in a very good set, they were playing aerial spray. Who picks aerial spray in a top mid-level tournament? Mind you, during no offense, but during that time, that SAC was stacked. That SAC was a different beast. And they made finals. It was like the most insane thing I ever witnessed. It was one of the things I ever witnessed. And it's like pretty much these same people. Axiom, Blugas, CD Woman, the Carbon, Nothing V playing whatever he wants to play, just Scorcher usually. And then Uwuzi, the annoying fleas are rolling with the missiles. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's their thing. And so, I'm not going to lie, Unlimited Women United is definitely a pick that I can rock with on winning. I have two picks that I think are winning. It's Unlimited Women United or Operation Zero. And nobody else is going to win. I'm going to put it out there right now. Nobody else has a chance. Those two are just on a whole different level, in my opinion. Actually, I might be wrong. Operation Zero might get smoked by Yellow Jackets considering their comp. Because Operation Zero likes to run double slash down for whatever reason. But they do good with it. But they do
they won the qualifier.
They did. 3-2 over free flow.
This is also going to be interesting because we have a whole new up to 30 different kits now, right? That just got recently added to the game. So honestly, we know a lot of these teams, we know a lot of these players about what they usually play, especially with how long we've had it's been since we've had an update to the game bringing new weapons and especially new kits. So what I'm really interested to see is what teams are really going to kind of try to test the waters if they dare to today with certain weapons that they feel might be more comfortable for them into their comp leading into it that are a perfect fit, a perfect replacement, because there are some weapons that are in the game now that might not be the best that you need to practice for to go get it further in. But for all we know, some of these teams might be like, you know what? I love this new dualies. I love this new shot with Kraken. I love the charger with Crab. There's so many different opportunities up to 30, technically 29 since Charger and Spot Charger have the same kit, but or Scope Charger. So I'm really interested to see the cups that have come out, but absolutely a lot of these teams, a lot of players that are familiar with. I do remember actually going against, I believe, one or two of the players of Unlimited Women United at LAN before, because they have made their LAN appearances. So it's really cool to see the comps that they have already and what we have prepped for us thanks to the staff for this event. But for all we know, things could change.
Indeed. And since I'm a believer in equal love, I got to talk about some of these other teams here, on Passione. Granted, I don't know much about them, but I do know Godev. And Godev has been in this scene for a while. She has been here for a while. And it's nice to see her make a SAC finals. I'm really happy for them. I really am happy for them. And they got some good wins, 2-1 Zephyrs. They obviously qualified 2-1 Big Fat Sea Cows. So and 3-1 Distinkt are the major ones that stand out on the results here. And being that Distinkt was a very strong Division 2 team, the Big Fat Sea Cows very strong Division 3 team, all respectfully. But to talk about Distinkt here, I don't know. Can I be honest? Distinkt's performance in the SAC has surprised me. I don't know what it is, but when Distinkt goes to Ludi, mind you in Division 2, I'm not going to, and I will pitch you to Ludi this season. I'm not going to say I expect them to do bad. I expect them to at least with 3-2 in their group. No. Not only did they go 5-0 in their group, but I don't think they even dropped more than 3 games. They whooped people in Division 2 groups. And I think they lost first round of playoffs, but it was still a good set. Did they? I can't remember. Maybe they made it past. I can't recall, but so if I'm wrong, just add me, scream at me, all the different things. So in Division 2 Ludi, they popped off. And so coming into SAC, which is Division 2 capped, but let's be honest here, most Division 2 teams don't playing this, I was thinking like, okay, they're just going to go in here and just, I'm not going to say sweep, but pretty much mount the floor everybody. But no, I'm wrong, because they lost the Big Fat Sea Cows, Yellow Jackets, and Passione. Yellow Jackets being Division 14, even though they made finals and won 3 Passione. Like I don't know. It's something about Distinkt's tournament performances that don't click well compared to when they play Ludi. It's a bit interesting to me.
Yeah, there are definitely teams that like do better in like a tournament format over like something that is long like Ludi, and there are teams that like do better in like those like short best of nines than they do in tournaments. Like I know my team is that way. Like we get tired out in like hour 3 of a tournament. So
Yeah. No, that makes sense, because like when on Persistence, Cactus was on that team at some point. He can tell you that Ludi, we were not the best in Ludi, but if you fought us in tournament, yeah, that's what will give you some. That's when we'll give you some problems.
Absolutely, it's definitely a lot of these teams do better under certain types of situations, certain types of stresses, right? I mean, the league formatting, you're prepping for that one match for however many days you might have, whether it's like immediately right into the week that starts on a Monday, or if you're waiting to the end of the week, that Saturday, Sunday time where you've had a long week ahead of you to either practice or just get through your life situations that you have to get through just so you can make it to that event. But sometimes just the tournament format, it just feels, I feel like when it comes to a tournament, a lot of teams feel a little bit more pressure, to do well, where instead of a best of 9, it feels like you're kind of cramming what would be the entire tournament to a very short best of 9 series, and you have a couple extra games to figure it out. But once that set's done, it's like that 1 hour is your tournament, quote unquote tournament, and you're done. So where in the regular tournaments, you're running up to 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5-hour mark, depending on the event you're competing in. So absolutely, teams and players will have different ways of dealing with those types of events they're competing in. And I can tell you, no short, a lot of these teams, players have I feel like most of these teams and players have competed in Ludi, if not this season, definitely last season. And obviously seen some of these teams around in tournaments repeatedly, of course, recently with what we hear today for SAC, but other these teams, like I know one notable right off the bat to me is, of course, Big Fat Sea Cows, who not only is a competitive team online for just the general community events, but also the collegiate scene, a team that has surrounded many bases and have done very well for themselves repeatedly.
So
absolutely,
I'll make a bold claim here. Is Big Fat Sea Cows the best collegiate team in history?
Are they the best in history is a very good question. Are they the most well-known in history? I feel is a definite, because I could tell you, if someone said, oh, what's the collegiate team? The first name coming to my head is Big Fat Sea Cows. Secondary, I really couldn't tell you, because I've just seen them around so much, again, in online events. They're one of the very, very few collegiate teams that actually compete in regular events and have become a regular team.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, first of all, which state did it represent? What university is it again for them?
PCU.
Like, dude, you don't ever usually. There's been a rare occurrence throughout the time I've been in comp scene where I've seen a college team step out and broaden horizon and play in actual events. The only other team that I've seen do that frequently and play to a decent level, I'm gonna be honest, is ITAP, or Inkling Technology at Purdue University. We all remember ITAP. At least I hope we do. I'm just old, but I'm sure we all do. But Big Fat Sea Cows is on a whole different level. Like these guys, for a collegiate team to take down Distinkt, Ziphia's total distribution, for a collegiate team to get invited to JJ's Gauntlet, which is catered to high level, where they took a game off of a Division 1 team, like I think it was like 3-point divers. Like I watched it live because I was commenting at an event, and when I watched partied it privately, and I was just like, Jesus, like these guys are insane. Like, and we'll talk about more about like these guys are actually like insane. Like Mindy, her pistols, great. Neptune. First of all, shout out Neptune, doing a lot of work TO wise and for the college stuff as well as keeping it up here and competitive. The shot is like crack. Toto, she's very good. Walk, I've played against Walk and seen Walk is a very good wiper, and Lux themselves also very good wiper. Like, these guys are insane, with their results being 2-1 Distinkt, 3-0 Zephyrs, Tidal Distributions, and Insomniac Central. Insomniac Central, again, Division 2 as well. Their one loss is 1-2 Passione. So if we look at Passione, it's like, dang. So that's what I like about SAC, though. Anybody can beat anybody. Because if you ask me, based off like what I think Big Fat C-Cal shouldn't lose to Passione. But Passione was like, no, we got that. We got that. So, like, there's really no telling.
Yeah, it's so neck and neck with the difference in skill level between the teams here that, like, honestly, like, I have my predictions on like who might be like top and who is going to be in the middle of the pack, but I could just be dead wrong because who knows? There's just so much opportunity for upsets or like people like having like a day where it's like they are just on top of everything. But yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, a team I wanted to think about. Granted, I'm also lowing staff as well as SAC staff. So StarZ Impact just recently, as of May, got the low ink ban. And here they are in SAC finals. Talk about like, and they have been together since their LSL days, since last year. So that is a team that is stuck together. They have climbed to the LSL ban, climbed to the low ink ban, and absolutely shot a rocket to the top. I want to know exactly how they like got so good so quickly to be in SAC finals with us here today. And it's just really nice to see like a team that sticks together for that long. And
it's rare.
So I'm definitely keeping an eye on like what the newcomers are going to be doing against these teams like Uwu and Insomniac, who have been here in this level for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of teams. I think, honestly, this is one of the more stacked SACs that we've seen in quite a while. I mean, I remember even last season of SAC, there were some players and teams that, were notable, especially in the mid-level scene, that you would, keep an eye on just to kind of see how they do. But I feel this is the first time in quite a while that for an SAC finals, there's a lot of teams and players that are going to be very neck and neck to each other. A lot of these players and teams, I mean, you see some of the matches against each other in different qualifiers. It's a lot of back and forth, if not immediate 3-0s against each other. I believe there was some teams that entered in multiple qualifiers and lost to a certain team the first time, then beat them the second time in that other qualifier. So it's not a rare occurrence for these teams to go back and forth. And I feel today, we might see a couple 3-0s, but it's going to be a very long 3-0. It's not going to be quick games unless someone has some fun Rainmaker cheats where they just run it forward or some nice zone cheats where they just hold it constantly with Reef Slider. But regardless, a lot of these matches should be very stally, very back and forth. These teams figuring out each other those first couple, 1 or 2 games, just so they can really, lock in a good offense or defense, depending on what's going to be needed. Especially also trying to remember back too, if they fight those same teams that they fought in the qualifiers, what did they do the first time or second time to either win or lose? Or what could they improve on, or what do they need to keep the same in order to get that win again this time?
Yeah, and I can pretty much backdoor that with going down to StarZ Impact and looking at their results, which unfortunately they don't have any big prominent result wins in any of their qualifiers, right? But here's the thing, it doesn't matter because they made finals. Like, the qualifiers are cool, right? The point of qualifiers is that you make it to the finals. And once you're in the finals, you can lose to whoever you have wanted to in the past. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. It matters what you do here in this one big tournament, because this is where all the marbles lie. And then we continue going down. We got Trigger Happy, formerly C4 Reality, not familiar with any of these players, but we can only assume they're good because, I mean, 1-2 Tidal Disruption, they lost that. 1-2 Unlimited Women United. You gotta be pretty good to the game of those guys. 2-0 Insomniac Central, 3-0 StarZ Impact, 1-3 Unlimited Women United. They made some grands. Okay. That must have been like a grand set or something. Unless I'm wrong.
Yeah. One thing I love about the qualifier format compared to like other tournaments is that you don't have to win in order to make finals. You can just like consistently show up in gold brackets like week after week, rack up those points, and like you have earned your spot that way. So, and it is hard to win a tournament at this caliber. So like being able to get the opportunity to win it all in finals through this means as well. Like, it rules. I love this format.
I definitely I definitely agree with that. And then, I got to show every team here love because they made it finals. Insomniac Central, Division 2 team. They're also very strong. Is it? Am I tripping, or it's like it's strings on it? No, Ancient Wings. It's Ancient
Oh, I'm not that good at the game. No, not me.
Wings on that team. Ancient Wings is the one on that team. Right. Yeah, very good ball player. She is very talented. Sam is pretty much the coach of that team. Red Stamper Nor plays the Luna Blaster and Guwapa. Oh, I got beef. I got beef with Guwapa. That's for H-Town purposes. Don't worry about the y'all. Got nothing to do with that. But it's fine. I'm gonna let him ride today. Give him a compliment. He's a very good junior player. Very strong junior player at that. Knows his stuff. And so, like, go to the results here, and they're also a team that can very much turn up and just very much win this thing if they choose to. That's the thing. If any of these teams chooses to, they'd be like, "Nah, I just win," and they can just literally just do that. Decent results being a consistent victories over Rule of 4 and StarZ Impact, and 3-0 Tidal Distribution. Their big losses being 0-3 to Big Fat Sea Cows, 1-3 to Distinkt, and 0-2 to Trigger Happy. So they do got the work cut out for them. They got to figure out how to deal with those teams, considering that all three of them are in the SAC finals.
Absolutely. And did we miss anybody in our finalists here? Because I think if we have given everybody their love, then I think we can talk, because we have the first matchups for round 1. I'd be very interested to see who's going up against who.
The only team we miss is Zephyrs. We talked about everybody else. Let's get them out the way. Zephyrs.
All right. Last but not least.
Zephyrs, yeah. They also made an appearance at Hood Commentary. Did they win? Did they lose? I'm trying to remember. I just know I tore into them. Anyways, Zephyrs also a team that attends H-Town Splashdown, that attended the last H-Town Splashdown. So we got a lot of Houston rep in here, and I'm loving it. We got a lot of Houston rep in here. Also very strong team. Their big major win being 2-1 Rule of 4. Unfortunately, goes down to 0-3 Big Fat Sea Cows, 1-2 Passione, and 0-2 to Free Flow. I'm not surprised that Free Flow is very, very strong, which is why Free Flow isn't here right now, because they're just that strong. They just got the players on that team just got so good. But Zephyrs also, yeah, Zephyrs very strong team. Look out for them, and who knows? Maybe they can pull off an upset, But like I said, they made it to the finals, and that's all that matters. Everything in the past does not matter anymore. Not at all.
Yeah, although they do have a tough road ahead of them for their very first round. They are up against Yellow Jackets, the second seed. Yeah. Although it's going to be intense, because you never know what's going to happen in the finals. Everybody has gotten wins off everybody, but yeah, going up against Yellow Jackets, that's going to be an uphill battle. So I'm excited to see how that one plays out. Which we have multiple streams for this event. We are going to try our best to stream every single set we can. So if you want to catch a specific set in particular, then you can go to either Dapple, IPL, Under Pressure, or Splatoon Tourney. All 4 are going to be streaming sets from this tournament. So yeah. But for the first round, it's actually going to be round 1. Big Fat Sea Cows versus Rule of 4 are going to be playing their set to see who goes up against the first seed, Operation Zero. So Sea Cows versus Rule of 4. Ooh, I don't. Oh, it's not final? Okay.
Okay, I was about to say, no way this is final, because there's no way that we're going to see Big Fat Sea Cows take on Operation Zero this early. I was like, oh, there's no way. That would be insane. Surely it doesn't work like that. I was like, oh boy, because I'm not gonna lie. If that's the case, I was looking for Battle Operation Zero to fight a Titan like that for their round 1. That would be, that would be,
no, especially because of the warm up, right? Again, let's just say if it sticks to how it shows, if it was Rule of 4, right, and they were to fight Operation Zero off the bat, you're fighting not only just Big Fat Sea Cows round 1, but you're fighting a somewhat warmed up Big Fat Sea Cows round 1, because they have already had their first round match.
Yeah, exactly. That's very scary. And obviously, the bracket isn't final, but just looking at it, Operation Zero is poised, granted being the 1 seed, you know how that goes, to take the whole thing. Or at least, you can show your bracket? Okay.
All right.
Word.
Excellent. right, this is very likely our final bracket, but no promises. But we can talk about some people here.
Right.
So I was wrong. Rule 4 is going to be going up against Distinkt, the number 5 seed in our first round. So let's see. And Insomniac Central versus Trigger Happy as their first round. Man, I could not tell you who would win that one. I'm going to be like keeping a running tally of how many game fives we have going into this sack, because I predict there's going to be a lot of them.
I think what I love about that.
There's going to be. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I know, right? That's what I love about that too. Like, CFS can turn up a new one, but whoever makes it past that has to deal with the stingers of Yellow Jackets. You know, like Yellow Jackets gonna be sitting there waiting for their prey to just come to them. I mean, it's assuming they warm up. You know, like that's the thing. You know, what happened in the first round bye is that you're not going to be warned, or at least not tournament warm. You know what I mean? Like you can do all the scrams, all the solo kill you want. There's nothing compared to that tournament feeling. Nothing compared to that tournament feeling. And that's what I mean by tournament worn.
Yeah, there are some teams that like are very much momentum teams. Like once they get the ball rolling, then that affects their performance, their like communication together, and like it's going to be interesting, like seeing like the team that like climbs out of losers finals into grands, like hot and ready to go, versus like a winners finals who has come from the top end of the bracket and has been waiting around for a bit. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
I was trying to take a look at some of these sets here, and I right away look at the first at the top is Insomniac Central versus Trigger Happy. They actually have gone against each other before. It was during qual number 3, and Trigger Happy actually took the one over Insomniac Central in a 2-0 fashion. So right off the bat, they're looking at a very worthy opponent, at least when it comes to that. But I mean, they've taken teams that we've seen before. Here's a Rule of 4, StarZ Impact. I mean, they have a lot of great wins over that, and also the fourth qualifier, that they fought in as well over teams like Tidal Disruption, as adding to that list that they were able to take a win over. So Insomniac Central has had their fair share around some of these teams and going to be bringing a lot of force to Trigger Happy that I'm sure that hopefully they will be anticipating, because I'm on the side of Trigger Happy, seeing Insomniac Central's run during that last qualifier. I wouldn't be so sure it's going to be an easy win or an easy sweep.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Looking here at more sets, if you're asking me which other teams that have the bye has the worst luck of the draw, I think it's Unlimited Women United. Like they either got to face Tidal Disruption or Big Fat Sea Cows for their first round of the tournament. And well, let's just say that both these teams, well, Tidal Disruption, very consistent that playing a lot of events. And Big Fat Sea Cows is Big Fat Sea Cows. Like they can do anything. But Unlimited Women United are also very strong in their own right. You know, like they're not here for no reason, and they don't come back. Like these guys, literally, like I said, they stop playing, come back, and make NC finals. Like they're just that good. That's just what they do. So we're going to have to wait and see how that goes. Passione winning on between Rule of 4 or Distinkt, which again might be an unlucky draw. I see in my future, I see Distinkt taking that handily over Rule of 4, but you know, I could always be proven wrong.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Rule of 4 kind of snuck their way in here, right? They didn't have any qualifier wins, but they did be able to punch their ticket into here based off of points alone. You know, they did win Silver Bracket twice, so they had enough points just throughout that, and maybe one of their other quals as well that really pushed them over that point barrier that was like, hey, you are the 12th seed that was able to qualify, congrats. But you know, I can only imagine they're feeling a little bit like the underdogs here, right? They didn't have a really big win. They, according to, of course, what we have is that they never made a gold bracket in any of the quals. So right off the bat, you know, they may have had a lot of really close sets, but just couldn't, unfortunately, you know, get that right win that they needed to end up on the higher side. So they're feeling probably a little bit like the underdogs going into this, especially going against a team like Distinkt, who has had a lot of great track record on and off of the comp scene for for the while, of course, but whether it's Ludi, as Story mentioned before, or of course this past season of SAC. So they're definitely going into this having a strong opponent right off the bat. And if they do somehow secure that win against Distinkt, right back to another worthy opponent, Passione is going to be right ready for them, hoping for a good match following suit.
Yeah, it's almost guaranteed to be like an even tougher match than the one before, because Passione actually like has pretty handily 3-1 over Distinkt in qualifier 4. So we're just like stepping up the heat there. So it's going to be a rough climb for winners winners side of the bracket for them. But I am interested to see what World 4 has to offer here.
They gotta dig deep. I'm gonna speak one. They gotta dig deep to make it. I feel like them winning a set is a W for them, based off what they've seen. Like they can at least take a set. They'll be like, guys, we were there, we did it. we did it as well. But I think I'm ready to cast my vote and my prediction of who's going to win this entire tournament. I think I'm ready.
Oh.
Okay.
What you got?
Who you thinking, Stormy? Who you thinking?
All right, I'm gonna analyze Stormy here, but there's only 3 teams that I think can win this whole thing. Okay, 4 teams maybe, but I'm gonna say 3. Operation Zero, Limited Women United, and Big Fat Sea Cows. I want to put Yellow Jackets up there, but I don't know. I just think that Yellow Jackets, they're very strong. I don't know. Like last time I seen them play, the coordination was just a little bit, a little bit, but they're still very strong. But out of those 3 teams, I'm gonna go with Unlimited Women United. I'm gonna just go ahead. I think it's time for them to finally take one. It's time for them to finally win, because each time they make it to the final, they don't win. I think this is like their prime opportunity to actually win, and that's what.
Yeah, like they have gotten close. Like one of them, season 8 or season 9, they had gotten 3rd place finals the whole thing, and that was with a different skill cap that we have right now. So I think this is why, like, I am on Team Unlimited Women United for them to win it all. Is that now like the scene at large has changed, but they are the same old team that they have been, and they have consistently like taken a break, shown up for a SAC qualifier, stomped everyone there. Take another break, show up to a SAC qualifier, rinse and repeat. I think it's going to be their time.
I mean, that's a really good argument there for that team, right? Unlimited Women United, besides having one of the longest running teams in the scene, I feel. I mean, they have such a unique comp as well. I mean, it's not every day you see a double roller comp to some extent, especially one that has 2 types of different playing rollers, right? You have your super aggressive Carbon from CD Wumi, and in Uzi, you're running rollers that are mainly a little bit more supportive on the side that you're able to really enhance that Carbon going forward. Now, of course, Axiom on this Glugas is going to have a little bit of extra range on that weapon overall, so they're going to have a lot more to bring to the table. So I totally see where you both are coming from with the hype for Unlimited Women United. If I had to pick for who I think is going to bring this all, though, I do, of course, got to throw it out there, Operation Zero. I mean, they have a lot of strong force with them coming forward, but one that I think I still have to really go on strong with is going to be Yellow Jackets, and I'll tell you why. Not only do they sometimes run a coolerless comp, but they're also running a very fast-paced, a very charge-forward, and almost feed-forward comp. I mean, you're running with Dio on the Wiper, Ali on the Tetradually, Storm, who will be rocking that 52 that can be aggressive and just kind of do its own thing with its wall. And you're going to have Sig available for the heavy edit, which Sega is really great on that weapon when it comes to playing aggressive and following up with their team. Because I feel like something you see a lot of teams struggle with, especially with certain backlines that play a little further back, is they struggle to find that pacing where they can go forward with their teammates to be able to hold that ground very quickly. Especially something like a pencil, right? You're usually going to see the pencil have to take a little bit of space getting there and taking their time because of any players that might be shirking around or may have to be coming from any flank routes. But when it comes to the heavy edit, you have a little bit more movability, a little bit more mobile options, but also just with their comp overall, it allows Sig to really just push on forward. Now, if they do have Kami as well, another Tetralily player, you are maybe in place of Ali, it's still you're keeping that kind of consistency, which I think is very rare for teams to have for a fifth player. Usually, sometimes it's a hard mesh or mixing it with a different type of weapon. But this is one of the very few times that I have seen a team have two players with the same kind of weapon pool that are just going to be almost interchangeable. And I think that's really going to enhance them forward. And that's why I feel so strongly that they can really push all the way up to Grand. Of course they are, the second seed, but based on their win in a qualifier. But they have been they deserve it for a reason, right? They're here for a reason. It's because what they do works.
Indeed. I can pretty much backdoor that person is like, yeah, they're here for a reason, and they even won one of the qualifiers. If I remember correctly, they did, right? They did win one of the qualifiers.
They did, yes.
Yeah, they did. So those kind of teams are just poised to just win it all. But the thing is that in the history of the SAC, it's never really a team that wins one of the qualifiers that wins the whole thing. It's usually like a team that's like probably not even supposed to be there that ends up making a deep bracket run. I don't know if we're going to see it again this time around, considering how the different variables in skill are. But we will indeed have to see. We will indeed have to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Wow.
There is just there's a lot that can happen here in this mid-level event. There is a lot that can happen here. Of course, we're going to be all watching it closely. Like, who knows? Maybe StarZ impact can like surprise us. Maybe distribution will have their time to shine. But like I said, I'm just casting my vote to Unlimited Women United. I just think they're ready. They're poised to take it.
Yeah,
Oof.
Like I have my thing. So I think that people might do well, but who knows? Like there could be one team that and we've seen this in the SAC qualifiers, but we underestimated in seeding, but then they end up popping off and getting second or third in gold. So who knows what's going to happen? It'll be interesting. I'm so glad we have so many streams to cover all the hype moments.
How's that going to look, by the way? I'm actually curious. I'm how that's going to look, because I know I'm doing a watch party with Cactus on this, and we're going to be talking and whatnot. Now I get to be a little bit more out there in that one. I'm not always going to say anything crazy, but I ain't going to be saying anything crazy. But I'm definitely going to be myself. I'm going to be Stormy Senpai when looking at these plays. And so if I see a Limited Women United lose, I'm gonna something like this. I'm gonna just be like, bro.
Yeah.
So,
so
the current plan is that the IPL channel is going to be our main channel covering the winner's side of everything. Dapple is going to be covering the winner's side, the other side of winners brackets, and dipping into losers for the last bit. And we have Splatoon Tourney and Under Pressure. Thank you so much to both of those teams for letting us borrow their channels. And they're going to be covering the loser side of things, as well as the initial winner 16. So if you're looking for a specific match and you have a team you want to keep an eye on that's in losers bracket, you're going to want to check Splatoon Tourney and Under Pressure. If it is the winner side of the bracket, you want to check the main channel, IPL, and Dapple. So that's my advice to you all.
I'm excited. I'm actually very excited to watch these finals play out and watch it with Cactus. And we can see this little setup here.
I love this chart so much. I love that so much.
Our MS Paint sign for everything. But yeah, that's not all
plays out.
Yep.
Man, that's an insane graphic. Graphic design is my passion, man. Look at that. That is amazing.
Yep.
Best graphic I've ever seen. Did you get paid for that, bro? Jesus.
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
That's incredible.
But yeah. Hey, it gets the job done. But
hey, it does the job.
Absolutely. Yeah. But that is actually not all we have for you all today for the pre-show. For teams who have participated in the qualifiers, I know you all have been getting 8 million pings about, hey, we want your data, we want your replays for the qualifiers set matches. And we are going to be doing a raffle for a Team Banner art prize for all of the submissions that we've gotten. So each replay that you've submitted counts as one ticket into this raffle. And I am so excited to show you all what we have in store, what we've done with that data. We've definitely ramped up the production value on SAC since last season. I'm so excited to finally show you all. But for now, let's spin that wheel and see who wins the art prize.
If you win the art prize, you're supposed to win the tournament. I ain't making
Even the teams, yeah, even the teams that didn't. So let's take a look.
Ooh, what's it going to land on? We're probably not winning the tournament, but hey, you get an art prize.
Hey! Congrats, rule of 4. All right, you guys want a team banner for yours truly. I will, after the tournament, I am a little busy at the moment. I will reach out to you all and get details on that. So congratulations.
Hey, shout out rule of
Hey,
4.
no-
Even if they lose round 1, they still get a prize eventually.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. Like high key, when you really think about it, they're true winners, but they got an art prize.
Yeah.
That's what an art prize. They can be like, we got an art prize. Shit, man, I ain't playing this tournament. They can like, you're like, what? An art prize, bro? Like what? They're the real winners.
Like-
you ask me.
It's like, yep, we won our thing. Everybody go home.
Quite literally. But jokes aside, oh man, we are 13 minutes out for the tournament starting. I saw in chat that I think what was it called? One of their teams are having a little bit of fourth difficulties, and we forgot about that aspect of game day. Game day. The hardest part about game day for Splatoon teams is being there to actually play the dang tournament.
Where's the flaming text GIF? Where's your 4th? We need it right now.
No responses from StarZ Impact, by the way. See, like this is what I'm saying. Like that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part.
It's just showing up. It's just showing up, checking in, being ready to play, especially when you knew it was happening. It's no matter the tournament, no matter the skill level, there is one thing you could always guarantee, and that is somebody not checking in on time.
Somebody's getting 0-3 by that check-in button.
Always 0-3 by the check-in button. GG's, watch the check-in button.
Man, this is why I have at least 3 alarms for attorney time when I am expecting to do a tournament, because I will forget otherwise.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, I trust that staff is on top of handling that situation, because I'm a little preoccupied at the moment.
Hopefully they do show up, because we would like to actually watch some games. I'm just saying, nobody want to watch no games. It's no tournament without players to the teams. You work so hard to get here. You might
exactly.
As well,
you went through the ringer, whether you qualified during one of the qualifiers or you earned enough points to. The least you want to do is be able to show up and put on a great show to show why you made it that far to get here.
Absolutely. They worked so hard to get here, so check in, please. I'm begging you.
Check in, please. No response to StarZ Impact. Another team is dealing with their fourth. So that means the other 10 teams are okay, though, right? The other 10 teams are fine, right? We have no issue. Other 10 teams, everyone else is already.
I hope so. Let me check the check-in. Yes, that is the only 2 teams that have not checked in yet. So everybody else is good to go.
Okay. Everyone else is okay. Okay. Well, y'all got 10 minutes to not disappoint us. They got 10 minutes to not disappoint us. If you disappoint me, then it's then I go on a flaming streak. I'll be like, oh, what happened? You have to walk the fish? What? Your dog started, what happened? Like, your dog started walking on two legs? Like, what happened, bro? So, like, not play. I have to walk my fish.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we're still,
Oh
my team is still low-level warriors, but that is our point of pride. We show up to scrims on time. Have not once dropped a scrim.
Oh my god. Yeah,
2 years we've been up to this and have not dropped a scrim.
Oh my
yet.
god, y'all are legends.
But
y'all are legends. Y'all are warriors. It takes. I don't know if the bracket's going to change it all based on what we've seen. I don't know if it'll be the final brackets, but the bracket does change, and of course we'll like go over that and talk about it when the tournament actually starts. And of course, unless that. Are all the sets BO5?
All winners are best of 5,
winners,
and
quarters,
the losers side of the bracket is going to be best of 3 until losers semis. So not losers semis, losers finals. So losers going to be speeding through, but winners is going to be a consistent best of 5. Another thing is that we're going to be doing counter picks throughout all of this. So that's another thing is like which maps teams think they're going to be better at than the other team for. So I am going to be very much keeping my eye on counter picks. Not the new map, because we have not had time to lab out that new map. But everything else that has been on our map list is fair game for counter picks.
Indeed. And I think this is the updated bracket in case these two teams do not check in. So this is what it will look like, assuming. And I mean, with only 8 minutes left before the tournament starts, you can only assume they're not going to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they just have a last minute saved by the bell moment. But if this is what our bracket looks like.
Please check in. I will cry if you don't.
Yeah,
we'll go over that.
You know, hearing that it's counter picks a lot of the way through, I feel like that changes a lot of what this potential outcome could be for many of these teams, especially teams that run maybe very unique comps. They're going to be able to try to pick maps that are going to be more suited towards them and just hope they could just ride that off that momentum. But I always enjoy seeing stuff like that because that means you never know what's going to be picked next, what's going to pop up on your screen, and you never know what these teams are going to do once they get into that game and have to bring it forward. So that's going to be very exciting to see from these teams.
What I like the most about counter picks is that since I'm sitting in an analyst chair and watching it, I get to judge counter picks. Man, I remember during this one commentary game that this team was whooping. I'm like, yeah, bro, like they're doing good. And then the ball points cooking, and then it was like 3 to 4 in the movie set, and then on a Clan Museum,
yeah.
Get off ballpoint.
Museum isn't that bad a ballpoint map anyway.
Like we're like not when we can play ballpoint. Like you literally were just on ballpoint. But and they make a stupid counter pick. I get to be like, bro. Look, I think I've seen it when it literally 18 that was catered around a Carbon picked like the map that was like the worst for the Carbon. I was like, bro, like what? Oh my goodness.
Yes, the maps that Carbon likes the best. Scorch Rainmaker.
Oh my goodness, Scorch Rainmaker. Like I mean, Carbon is pretty much good anywhere. Like almost anywhere, almost.
Yeah.
Keyword being almost, man. And you know what? If I really look at these teams again and look at some of these comps that I know some of them play, man, some of these comps are just so cookie cutter and disgusting. Dude,
I'm glad you brought that up because as much as I know Rule of 4 is the underdog, have you seen the comp they run?
Yes,
dude, they're running a roller with tent followed by Splash and 10.
Like,
And
I don't
it
want
is
to fight
disgusting.
that. I don't want to fight that, bro. Like,
Tell me about it. I had to scrim them. Tell me about it.
like I've been doing temperatures just fighting that, bro. Like, oh my goodness. Like I ran something similar, by the way, when I played with Jaheim back in the day, when we like did pickups and whatnot. It's nasty. It's disgusting. No, it really is. And look at Insomniac Central, bro. Luna, Range Blaster, Stamper, Junior. Like, no, Bo, no, bro, no.
It is insane.
And then compare that.
Go ahead.
And then compare that to like Ulu, who is running like 2 rollers and a Gluga. Like, if I am the other team going into finals, how do I prepare for that? Like, there is no other situation in which like I am like seriously preparing for that kind of comp.
Not for real. And also, they're disgusting too. What you mean? What you mean? You play Glugas, Flings of Carbon, and Jet Sculpture? What are we doing? And why is it low-key annoying to watch? But you win though, so who cares? Like,
exactly.
Actually insane. Meanwhile, Yellow Jacks is running the most standard comp ever. Like these guys are boring. These guys aren't special at all. Like they're like the all one out. Meanwhile, we got Operation Zero running double, triple splashdown. Like who does that? Why? Like you're also annoying. Why are you doing that? Like, bro.
I think that's the one thing I'm
everybody.
glad. Yeah, what I'm glad to see about this event is that I don't think there's a single team here running a like common theme of comps that we see in any of these like top to high level events. It's like there's something unique about all of these teams and their comps that just makes it so like they're just gonna be mad at each other throughout the entire set. I don't think there'll be a single point where they're happy fighting each other. It's like, oh, it's your 10. Oh, it's your dualies. Oh, it's your whatever. Like. But the only thing consistent will be like the cooler. It's gonna be a heavy edit or a pencil. That's the only consistency.
I don't know. I mean, we have new cooler weapons now.
That's true. If someone pulls out the Cheetah 96, it's over.
Nah, they pulled the Cheetah Dually Sculptures with the screen. That's gonna make a big difference.
Is this like the first big tournament with the new weapons? Like, wow, we could be seeing some things here.
Yeah.
That is true. That's another thing to point out, that the new weapons, we're gonna see if they put the new weapons. But oh boy, we got 3 minutes left before the tournament starts. We gotta I think it's time for us to close this out. Yep. Word is that StarZ Impact has checked in. They checked in. Now we got 11 teams. And Trigger Happy's 4th. They're winning for one person. Literally winning for one person to get the full 12 teams. Because they have one person. One person.
All right. Summoning circle for their 4th.
Summoning circle for their 4th.
All right. So it's time for us to wrap up. Time for us to get out of here. You can find me on Blue Sky, strings.inkling.social, and also at my LAN coming up in July. If you are in the DMV area, show up to Anarchy Nova. But Stormy, Cactus, where can the good people find you?
You can find me on Twitter making banger tweets recently for some reason at Stormy Spam. You can find me on YouTube at Stormy Senpai. Find my Twitch at Stormy Senpai 2, where I'm unhinged and do all the commentary and all the different things like that.
And yeah, me last. You could find me pretty much on all socials: Blue Sky, Twitter, YouTube at Glitch Cactus, Twitch at Glitch Cactus 1, where I am streaming every single day of the year. Yesterday marked day 164. Today actually will be day 165. So am I insane? Absolutely. But that's how we roll in this scene. You gotta be a little insane.
Yeah, definitely. We have a nice little trailer for you to play for you all. SACS finals soon incoming, but for that'll be it for us. We'll see y'all on the other side. Oh, and we just got word in. Everybody checked in. All of these teams are showing up. We have a tournament, folks. All right.
Go.
Thank you all for tuning into our pre-show. Peace out. See y'all on the other side.
Scattered in the sky, streaks of color begin tracing the lines to roads we're facing. I stare into reflections. With new resolve found, a battleground takes form. And at long last, countdown now. Steady brush in your hands. The shots diverge. A sudden surge of power courses through my veins. Now we'll win the fight. A flash of light shines brightly on a stage of conquer tonight.
12 teams enter the fray today as we are going into the SAC finals across 4 different streams. Hello, everybody. Welcome to SAC Season 10 Finals. I am very excited to get into this. My name is Hammy. I am joined here by Nito, who is about to be on the cam very shortly. And we have 4 streams covering every single match from the entire tournament today here on IPL Splatoon, Dapple Productions, Splatoon Tourney, and Under Pressure. So if you're like me, you're going to want to go see all of those streams, get all of that action on your monitor, because you're not going to want to miss any of these games today. Now, as Nito is getting ready, I'm going to let you all know that our first match on stream is going to be Trigger Happy versus Insomniac Central. Both of these teams, your 8th and 9th seeds, respectively, going into this game. Very close, but they have already played earlier this season. Trigger Happy has swept Insomniac Central in Qualifier 3, so they do have the advantage, but that does not mean we're going to see the same story today. Exactly, and this is a double elimination format, so whichever team here wins will go on to play the number 1 seed of the tournament, Operation Zero, which is going to be scary, but all these teams have the potential. And of course, if you lose, you're not out quite yet. You still have that loser's bracket run, but your tournament life will be on the line in those best of 3 games. So here in winner's bracket, in those best of 5s, you're going to want to do as well as you can. So both of these teams are going to be duking it out in our first map of the day, Splat Zones on Robo Ramen. Oh, so I have been informed Nito is muted, so I've been talking to myself this entire time. As you can see, I have lost my mind, but you know, helping work with SAC, I think all of us are kind of losing our minds. You know, I've done very minimal to help out with this process, and I've been already going insane. So I can't imagine how the production people are doing. But as we get Nito all settled so that we can have a nice little conversation about these 2 teams, Trigger Happy and Insomniac Central, once again, going to be very close teams going into this first game. And I honestly don't know which team is really gonna win this. Insomniac Central have a special place on my heart, a team that fought their way through the low level as of recent and have really kind of climbed up the ladder, whereas Trigger Happy, a team that is relatively new playing together, only playing since the beginning of this SAC season, playing under a different name earlier this season as Seafoam Reality, but again, making it all the way to the finals as a newly formed team, nothing to scoff at. So it really is going to be a showing of, is there value to playing with a team consistently all the way from low level to the SAC finals, or is it worth it just to grab a couple of strong players together and just brute force your way through the bracket? Now, Nito, are you here? Hello? Okay, wait, first, now, can everyone hear Nito? Give me a show of hands. Who can hear Nito? No? No? Okay, everyone said no. Perfect. I'm still right now, Nito is like the voice in my head. I can facilitate through as Nito talks through. Oh? Hello? I think we hear Nito. It's hard because I can hear Nito because I'm insane, but I'm not sure if everyone else can hear Nito. Wait, I think Nito might be alive. Nito, you might be alive. All right. Well, we still continue to get this figured out. I guess I will. I want to kind of take a look at these rosters again. Kind of go through some of these players. For any of you watching who may not be as familiar with these teams, because again, I'm a fan of some of these, one of these teams and a lot of these players,
I'm a fan of it
and
too.
so maybe you guys might not be aware of who they are. So Trigger Happy, we have Cheat, Jin, LFM, and Zune filling out this roster. Cheat running a lot of shooters, so Splash Shot and Zap. Jin running S-Blast and V-Bucket, a lot of those really strong meta high-level weapons. LFM on the Hedit and Rapid Pro being your backliner to bring the team together. And of course, Zune on the Brella and the Mini. Blaster, a lot of blasters in that weapon pool there. Red on the Stamper. The graphic even having just 2 vanilla Stampers there, that is how much Red is a menace on that Stamper. Sam, who I believe is also the team's coach, is running Splash. Tenor running the Sorella Tent Umbrella, and of course Wings on the bow, as she always is.
So, let's try this again. Can I be heard? I think so. If anyone in chat has a hand that they can use, please raise your hand.
Yes.
That's a thumbs up. I believe that means I'm back on. So far, I think my cam's working for me because I haven't started that part of the transition yet, but I've started the part of the mic transition. So hey, I'm back. I'm ready to get things going once again. Hammy, you did a wonderful job on the mic filling in for me, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to hand it back to you because I'm going to have to get myself accustomed to things again. I know it's Trigger Happy, it's Insomniac Central. We were talking about the weapons. Reef Slider, probably the best for zones. I mean, I know that is a hot commodity for anyone looking for a zones weapon.
Definitely. Reef Slider being a great utility for zones. And of course, on the side of Trigger Happy. Actually, I don't think... Yeah, on my little document, Z44 was not... This is one of those fun parts where their names are going to be different on Sendo versus on other things. So I'm trying to figure out who is who in that regard, because the names that I have are written differently down on your screen here. Actually, oh, that's why this is the wrong team on screen, I think. Yeah, that's the roster for Tidal Disruption. That's Tidal Disruption's roster on screen. So that's why I was getting confused. So yeah, I don't think either of these teams do have a slider weapon. Well, I guess Jin on Trigger Happy does play the S-Blast. So if they play the vanilla S-Blast, they will have a slider at their disposal. And honestly, vanilla S-Blast kind of slept on. A lot of people have been getting on the purple S-Blast, even with that recent nerf in the last patch, 10.0. They have been continuing to run it. So maybe we will see that slider from the vanilla S-Blast and kind of, bring that underused weapon, because I do love to see those weapons that nobody really play.
You're right. It's always fun when you see a off-meta pick, and not just off-meta. I like the niche picks. I like the nozzle noses. I like the orange S-Blast. I like these picks because of how underutilized they have, but how much potential they have to be used in any sort of competitive setting. For the S-Blast 92, especially in this exact situation, you already have the Reef Slider. We all know how well that special can do. You have the Sprinkler, which is a excellent painting sub, which for zones sounds like a good idea. You have your own, obviously you have the blaster itself, but it is a good way to kind of throw people off balance. And as a competitive player, you're probably thinking of seeing the conventional comp, which is an S-Blast, some form of Re-Slider, a cooler. S-Blast 92, throw a wrench in their plans. Let's see how they adjust.
Yeah, and what I'd like to point out there too is, you mentioned kind of throwing the other team off balance. Something important to notice is that having weapons that can paint isn't the only strategy for splat zones. How can the other team cap the zone if their entire team is wiped out and there's no one left on the field? You can play those aggressive, high-power weapons that may not paint a lot, because you can win the state of the game. You can push out the other team, make sure that they can't do anything on the map, and shut them out. And that can give you the opportunity to hold the zone. It may not be the best strategy to purely rely on it, but it's something you can incorporate into your roster.
Yeah, it's interesting that you also mentioned that, because with competitive Splatoon, I tend to think of it, and whenever I work with Green Corn, shout out to University of Nebraska, Lincoln, but whenever I work with Green Corn, I like to think of it as two ways to go around the game. You paint a lot, or you pick off a lot, so that the other team doesn't paint. Because at the end of the day, Splatoon, any mode you play in Splatoon is going to involve paint, and how much control you can get over the map. So whether that be like outpainting your opponents or outpicking your opponents so that they can't paint, it's very important to see how either team goes, which one your opposing team picks, and two, how your opposing team goes around that and how they get there.
Yeah, and that's what makes Splatoon so unique as a shooter, because it's paintball. You're painting the ground. There is constant... It's such a different game state than any other shooter I've ever seen, because sure, there are some shooters maybe you can alter the map by breaking walls, but Splatoon, the floor is lava. You are painting the ground, and you move faster or you move slower. You can swim in it. You can take damage. You are altering the map in such a unique way that allows for a lot of interesting interactions, especially with the vast number of weapons and subs and specials in the game. And talking about weapon subs and specials, now we have the correct roster on the screen for Trigger Happy listed here. Yes, and again, yes, I am seeing the Sorella Brella, not even the tent, but the normal Brella there from Zune. I love to see it. I used to main Brellas in Splatoon 2. I believe in the Brella. I believe in the Brella, so I would love to see that come out on the side of Trigger Happy. That will make me quite happy if Trigger Happy brings that out. But yes, these are the rosters for Game 1. We are still kind of waiting to get set up a little bit. Funny enough, the technical difficulties we had with Nito is actually a disguise for us letting the teams get ready to play their first match. Because as you may have saw in the pre-show with String, Stormy, and Cactus, there was some teams that checked in last second kind of getting ready, which, you know what, it is what it is when you have a big invitational event like this and you're trying to get everyone organized. Sometimes, people may be busy. It's something that happens, as always. But yes, we're getting into our match. Everyone is readying up. Here we go. Getting ready for Game 1. Will Trigger Happy once again sweep Insomniac Central like they did in Qualifier 3, or have Insomniac Central gotten enough sleep last night? They're awake and ready to play and get the revenge. Nito, let's see how this first game goes.
All right, Hammy's done filling in. Y'all are done waiting. It's time to get things started. Trigger Happy versus Insomniac Central Zones. Game 1 starting things off. It's going to be Insomniac Central in the blue, Uwapa running a junior red, running a Platana Stamper. We've got the new Rapid Blaster. That is going to be the newest addition to the Rapid Blaster lineup on the side of Trigger Happy. And 12 we see the 10th Umbrella on Insomniac Central. Splash headed 9 S-Blast 91 and the dreaded Dreadringer.
Yes, a lot of interesting picks. Surprisingly, only one new weapon from the most recent patch. Again, coming up from the side of Insomniac Central, that new Rapid Blaster that does have the soda. So they're opting to kind of use that new strategy because there has been some success with that weapon as the patch came out. But again, Trigger Happy opting to stick with all reliable, the stuff they know how to use. But Insomniac Central are already taking down 2 players, pushing back into the zone. They already have the lead, looking to maybe extend that a little bit more. 2 bubbles on the zone. Which bubble will last the test of time? Both go down at the same time, but Insomniac Central still in control.
Like you said, all reliable here. Insomniac Central proving that it isn't broke, so they're not going to fix it, but maybe Trigger Happy proving that it might be broke, so they're going to try to fix them. Insomniac Central going 2 players down. Trigger Happy keeping things up so far. They haven't taken control of the zone yet, but it's going to be Red trying to swing around the side here, get a few picks on the board. Nothing there yet. Both teams seeing 1 player go down. Still, that zone is heavily contested, but it's going to go back to Insomniac Central. Red in a little bit of trouble there. Dreadringer from Trigger Happy able to take that pick. Zone control going to go back to Trigger Happy.
Trigger Happy are once again in control of the zone, but they haven't got a substantial push yet. They need to try to lock out Insomniac Central right here. But with that soda coming in from Sam and the 10th Umbrella coming through from Tenor, they're going to be getting this zone, potentially getting 2 picks, but going down 3. Trigger Happy managed to hold on and are looking to take their first lead of the game 2 minutes in.
Back and forth, both of these teams. And you're seeing the same thing happen over and over. Both of these teams is going, it always starts with 1 player going down on either side. The only question is which of these teams capitalize on that pick fast enough for them to come out on top. Notice that with Trigger Happy, you're not seeing any of them go way too far up in the enemy territory. It's still a lot of contesting from Insomniac Central. That's why none of these teams have been able to get a solid push off the line here yet, but it might be Trigger Happy who've gotten up to a 30-point lead and even more. They do go 2 players down, though. That zone control is going to be heavily contested with 4 players strong on Insomniac Central and to get the zone.
A back-to-back-to-back chain of splats coming in from both sides does end up in the favor of Trigger Happy as they had control of the zone that entire engagement, but now Insomniac Central once again in control, looking to kind of take the reins of this game, starting to potentially get a bit of a stagger on Trigger Happy. They do manage to all survive that Booyah Bomb and get the pick. Sitting pretty good right here. They aren't too far away from that lead, less than 20 ticks. Red using the zip, trying to just distract Trigger Happy, not let them approach the zone, which is exactly how you want to run that special. And with that, Insomniac Central in the lead, but they get wiped out and will not be KOing right now. It's still a match.
You're right. It is definitely still a match. Even with Insomniac Central trying to keep their foot on the gas pedal there, it almost looks like they don't fully have control of the game so far. There's always something that Trigger Happy is able to pull out at any given second to make sure Insomniac Central stays on their toes and make sure they don't have full control of this game, whether it be through picks, whether it be through specials. And that's what that's what's keeping Trigger Happy in the game. And that's the reason they're actually contesting this lead. These penalty points are going to go down very soon if Insomniac Central can't do anything about it quick.
They're going to need something quick here for sure, but Tenor, the umbrella getting broken by the crab.
Oh, hello.
The crab and gets the pick. They don't need their umbrella shield, and the umbrella shield actually pushes them off because of the bubble. Not a good string of luck there with that shield, and Trigger Happy utilizing their luck that they had from that to cap this zone and continue to try to push down this lead that Insomniac Central built up. Less than a minute in, Trigger Happy still have time to KO this match, but there's not a lot of time left. Insomniac Central want to break back in and win game 1.
and it's Trigger Happy currently holding on in enemy territory. They've gone a few players down though, but so has Insomniac Central. It's going to be a battle to the finish here, although Trigger Happy has gotten the lead here. They're going to win this game unless Insomniac Central has anything to say, and if it's going to be anybody, it might be Tenor, who's already got 2 players down. There's a few more going. Gimmy get a delayed wipe going in for Insomniac Central. Trigger Happy has that 1 player jump out. It is going to be an overtime fight. Hammy, you got, like, you and me both, we're going to have to watch this overtime because nothing is close, nothing is certain, and there's only about a few seconds left for both of these teams.
The time is ticking down. Keep your eyes peeled for a big flank, potentially from Trigger Happy. Here comes the Crab on the side, getting picked down. Chief couldn't get the value they wanted. Only 4 more ticks until the lead slips over. And just like that, Insomniac Central take game 1 in overtime and have prevented Trigger Happy from sweeping them once again. And now they are up and in control of this best of 5 set 1-0.
You ever notice, Hammy, how there's certain moments in each game, any competitive Splatoon game, where you can kind of just point at it and say, okay, that's when this specific team wins. None of those existed in game 1. None at all. It was so hard for me to come up with anything to say for both of these teams because of, like, none of them felt like a solid win for either of them. I mean, Insomniac Central was always on their toes. Trigger Happy was always getting some sort of pushback whenever they would take back control. Incredible stuff from both teams to start off.
Yeah, again, this match, you know, a lot of good playing from both these teams. It really just, game 1 showed us how close this is. It came down to an overtime. There was no clear winner for most of the match. Trigger Happy did have a substantial lead for a while, but Insomniac Central had no problems getting through it and chipping down those points. And one thing that I immediately kind of noticed is the Tenor on that Brella was a menace that was not getting shut down by Trigger Happy. We watched all the times that the Tentabrella, the Brella shield didn't do what was expected from Tenor, you know, it getting broken by the Crab, getting bumped out of the zone by the bubble and getting knocked away, but then still getting those picks without even having the shield, just utilizing the main weapon that can do so much damage, and people don't really remember that. And just even like, yes, in these replays, seeing, you know, Jin get a double kill. Yeah, here comes Tenor with that Brella shield, getting broken, getting this pick right there.
Oh, no.
Beautiful play from Tenor. Red, again, with that zip. Just a lot of solid playing from all 8 players across the board, ultimately going in the favor of Insomniac Central.
See, and this is why Trigger Happy hasn't gotten anything solid off the board in that match. And this is what you can point to, at least for Trigger Happy, because Insomniac Central, I believe, is the only team that I've ever seen a 10 umbrella flank come from. That is something that is, I don't know. I've been playing Splatoon for quite a while now, so that is very interesting to me. Splat zones on Bluefin Depot is also another thing I haven't seen in a while, but that's not important. What is important is that Insomniac Central is they're playing fearless. I mean, it looks like for a second there, I almost mentioned it. Looked like they were playing a little conservative. They're trying to keep themselves together. But Insomniac Central, they proved me wrong. They're playing as fearless as they can with the weapons they got. They know how to work those weapons, and they know how to work it in a way that'll get them to win the match.
Now, Trigger Happy, with the aggressive comp they had in game 1, are bringing us to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, as this is a best of 5 with counter picks. They have picked the map that they think is going to bring them to an even standing in this match, and this could be an interesting one. Trigger Happy has the aggressive comp, but Insomniac Central, they have a lot of utility in their comp, which might be able to keep Trigger Happy's offense away.
Yeah, no kidding. And they're actually keeping the same comb as we saw from the previous set, which is funny because we are playing on a different map in a different mode, Rainmaker Undertow, but you have the tent. That's good enough for Rainmaker. Just go ahead and follow that tent, stay right behind it. If you're Sam, you would have wanted to stay behind it just a little bit later, but for either way, for both of these teams, it is going to be a matter of not the comp, but how they managed to play this match out.
Yeah, and that is that right there is the statement of the day, is how are they going to play this match out? Trigger Happy already in control of the Rainmaker, in control of the number situation, as LFM is running straight for this podium, breaking it in 38 seconds flat. First checkpoint for Trigger Happy.
And watch for Tenor. Tenor, I saw the other side. No, that gets picked out. Trigger Happy sees it. There you have. Already know their game. They know that that 10 was going to try and make a sneaky play there. And it's going to pay off dividends for Trigger Happy, who have moved up to 23 remaining. FLM doing lots of numbers with that Rainmaker. Insomniac Central, no response yet. In fact, Cheap D might be looking for something there, but they do get taken out very quickly. But Trigger Happy, playing Trigger Happy in this one, it's working out very well for them. They've got a huge lead with only a minute in.
Yeah, the delayed wipe will get Insomniac Central back into the map, also popping the Rainmaker, opting to let it reset and take it back to the middle of the map together as a team. Red getting picked off, unfortunately, couldn't get the zips they're looking for on that flank, got picked off by a respawn, but the rest of the team does have Soda on this other side, trying to hold space, but some unfortunate placements of some burst bombs will give Trigger Happy back this map, make it as purple as possible, and get ready for yet another push-up against Insomniac Central.
And Trigger Happy has a Zook already, so they have something to back up this Rainmaker with, but not if they lose players like that. Insomniac Central still finding the picks they need. They know that they don't need to get that Rainmaker immediately. As long as they can get 1 player, 2 players down, doesn't have to be around them. It's still going to be very detrimental to Trigger Happy, a team that knows how to play well together, something we saw in that previous set. And Trigger Happy still able to work together as a team, but maybe not as much, and maybe more so now, actually, with that 3 players down for Insomniac Central.
Insomniac Central are getting bogged down in that left zone there. They're unable to really get any substantial movement. This is the first push they had where they got points. They only got to 85. Haru coming on this flank, but the Wiper is going to try to just prevent Insomniac Central from leaving their own base. 1 player left, the Rainmaker walking forward. The trade does come out, but no one is in place to stop the Rainmaker from LFM KO. And like that, out of nowhere, Trigger Happy just dominantly took game 2.
Okay, so I mentioned earlier that Trigger Happy is playing better as a team. It's now you learn more about Insomniac Central. Insomniac Central is going to send Tenor over to the side and eventually try to make a funny flank. You know that. So what Trigger Happy has to do is just keep playing like a team. Call out that tent. Call out any player from Insomniac Central. That's what they did very well in this match, and it worked to the point where I see 3 players down a lot. I saw it happen a lot throughout that previous match. So Trigger Happy finally getting the keys to the lock of this game, unlocks it. Crazy KO to get to game 2, or to win game 2 with.
And that's exactly what Trigger Happy were looking for. This was their counter pick, Rainmaker Undertow. They opted for this map because they knew that they could take down Insomniac Central. And if they can do it in that fashion, then Insomniac Central really need a good counter pick here. They need to also have those easy maps that they know they can win. Because we saw how just dominant Trigger Happy was. Insomniac Central could not move at all, whether they had the Rainmaker, whether they were trying to take control of the map. Trigger Happy was always 1 step ahead, and when they got the opportunities to move, they were able to do it almost perfectly. They had the ability to push up, and it was such a different story from game 1. So the next map and mode is going to be very important for Insomniac Central, because they need to have a similar performance to what Trigger Happy just had.
Absolutely, and it also needs to consider their play style. So the one thing about Undertow Spillway is that flanks, and really you can say this for most of the new Splatoon 3 maps, is that they're not very conducive for flanking. I mean, it's almost always 1 straight corridor. Undertow Spillway was no different. I was actually about to suggest Museum before we switched to the maps, so not surprised at all that Museum D'Alfonzino is going to be the counterpick coming out from Insomniac Central. That is exactly what you want to see if you want to enable those flanks. Send Tenor over to the far right side, have them come into mid and start wreaking havoc. There's a lot of options for you here. I'm glad Insomniac Central is trying to play more to their play style. Undertow Spillway, of course, not the best place for it, but you're in a much better place now.
Yeah, and exactly that. We are now tied up in this set. Coming into our next game, Museum Clams is the pick from Insomniac Central. And already, let's see, a far flank from, I believe, Haru on that right side in the blue, trying to pick away at the other side, but getting pushed into a corner by red. The swords are going to be fighting out. Who will win it? No, Haru will actually back him to zone, but get picked off by Tenor. 2 players down, and Insomniac Central already are taking this map. Very different story from game 2.
Who else was it going to be but Tenor from Insomniac Central? Well, let's also talk about Haru from Trigger Happy, trying to emulate the same stuff that Insomniac Central does. Says, all right, you can do it, then so can we, but we're going to try to do it better than y'all. And it seems to have not worked out that first time. Insomniac Central able to get the best of them there. But so far, still Trigger Happy, still Insomniac Central fighting around in mid. Tenor now coming into the right side, or sorry, to the right side of this screen here, going to be their left side. Still 4 players strong, and look at this, both of them just almost all concentrated in the middle until Insomniac Central quickly collapses right there. 3 players down.
3 players down. Trigger Happy will get the first points of the game a minute in. Sheep almost getting picked off by a stray bomb thrown in by Guwapa. And speaking of Chief backing up to watch that player of Insomniac Central who dropped into mid. Barrier back up, only 40 points on the board.
Oh, look at Haru.
I say only, nothing to scoff at, but ooh, the big flank from Haru. 3 players down. It's just Sam, and they get picked off by, what was that? Was that a bomb? Bazooka? I couldn't even see. And just like that, Trigger Happy is back in.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a wipe from Trigger Happy, and that's all that matters because now they still got some more points on the board. What a way to follow up on your first push. Just send Haru to the right side. That is going to be the solution for you this game, it appears, as Insomniac Central now has the opportunity to respond. Haru already comes in yet again. That is incredible. I don't know if it was through that far right side again, but Haru is the player to beat for this set so far. Guwapa able to get the better of him this time around, but Trigger Happy, more than happy to send players down into the trenches to try to get a pick there.
Insomniac Central shut down the original flank from Haru, and I guess they didn't expect Haru to do it again and say, no, I will get it this time. And it has been working a lot. So, Nito, if you're Insomniac Central, you're down, you haven't gotten any points yet down versus the 36 that Trigger Happy have gotten down to. How do you break in here? Because this map is looking pretty blue.
I mean, apart from building a concrete wall on the right side, the one thing you gotta do is start working as a team. That worked out for Trigger Happy. You're calling out flanks. You know where everyone's going. You know where your own team's going. If you're already probably playing as a team, the only thing here is that you're not able to back out of this area just as well as Trigger Happy was able to do in a similar position. You need those specials. You see people taking these one-on-one fights. It's very dangerous for them, especially with how well and how efficiently Trigger Happy is able to switch from one fight to another, keeping 2v1s. You need to have 2v1s of your own. Insomniac Central still getting the short end of the stick here.
Yeah, and once again, this basket is going to be broken up by Trigger Happy. Insomniac Central do get the numbers, though, with those picks. Cheap is on this cut, though, looking to maybe get a cheeky pick, but unable to get any value. Trigger Happy starting to stagger a little bit, trying to get more claims in, which, I mean, at this point is worth it. When you have this big of a lead, it's, you know, I'm not sure if you can get too big to fall in this scenario unless Insomniac Central find a way to trip them and bring them down to their level and start getting some points on the board. They do have a ball. They're starting to take over mid, but they need to find a fight to win.
Oh, absolutely. They need to find a way to win the fights, and they need to find fights to win. That's what Insomniac Central needs right now, because Trigger Happy, notice how they always have at least 1 or 2 players out to always together. Right now it's going to be Jin and Haru there. Now it's FLM and Haru. They're always finding 2v1s. They always find unique ways to keep this advantage here. And whenever they have that attention strewn away, they send someone like that to try to attempt the flank. Didn't work out there, but it's working out very well overall for Trigger Happy.
Yeah, Trigger Happy are sitting pretty happy right now. 40 seconds left in this game. And honestly, at this point, they still have the aggression. They can still look to KO. Well, Insomniac Central are looking to get any semblance of points on the board to kind of get their momentum back in their favor. But constant specials being thrown. Jin walking up with this S-Blast, keeping people pinned on the right side. Ooh, getting the direct with the bubble goes up. Not getting 2 of those do go down. 3 players down for Trigger Happy with a zip from Red, trying to pick off Cheap. getting picked, unfortunately, by the drop-off. Insomniac Central, that was their one chance to break in here, but they lost the numbers. 2 seconds left. Nito, it's overtime.
It's overtime. Does Insomniac Central have a tasty counter overtime here? We're going to find out really soon here. Watch Fred there with the Stamper trying to get a pick off. Now we're already halfway past overtime. There's 2 players down for Trigger Happy. Insomniac Central now has 3 players down on their side. They have the ability to score it. It's going to be a long road to the lead here, but do they have the plans for it? Is going to be the more important question. Does Trigger Happy have the response for it? Already halfway down his clam basket timer. Not enough clams to follow up with. Everything getting shut down, but can his power clam make it? Yes, it can. 21 left. 2 more clams to make it, but nobody there to score. Can we get a savior in time for Insomniac Central to keep them asleep? No, they are going to stay awake as Trigger Happy gets the win there. Barely survives in overtime.
I'm glad you did the play-by-play for that because my mouth was agape that entire push. Going, what's that, 79 points in overtime against a team that has been shutting you out the entire game? They were 2 clams off from winning that, which has got to be devastating for the team. But that's nothing to scoff at. That is the momentum that Insomniac Central needed right now. Sure, they're now down 1-2 in the set, but they need to carry what they just did in that overtime and bring that into game 4, especially because they have the counter pick and they already picked Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. They are locked in.
Oh, wow.
They have a game plan now.
That is scary. That is scary. And it's because, like, what I was going to say, had Trigger Happy been able to hold on to that 100-point stoppage on Insomniac Central that they had, I would have said, okay, no, they're playing to win the whole time. They had that aggression, like you said. But all of a sudden, Insomniac Central gets a 3-down situation. They send everybody in. This is what I was waiting for Insomniac Central. All you need to do is move in together as a unit. They're using his Trizuka to try to send more players further past the opposing spinner and try to get people next to that clam basket. That's what I love about Insomniac Central, that the adjustments that they made there.
Now, one thing I want to quickly highlight before we get into game 4 is something that Insomniac Central were unable to do, which really helped Trigger Happy, was that there was always a player left. When Insomniac Central got 3 picks, they could not pick Cheaped. Cheaped was always alive in that last player standing, ready to continue fighting. Every time I talked about Insomniac Central pushing up, I'm like, oh, they just have to pick off Cheaped, and then Cheaped would get the pick. They were just able to prevent anything that Insomniac Central wanted to do. They were running the splatter shot in that game, and they were always that last man. They had the Zukas when they needed them. They were able to get those shots perfectly placed across their own plat, and Insomniac Central need to find a way to get a wipeout if they want to win this next game.
Absolutely. I mean, if the last, 30 or so seconds of that previous match was any indication, Insomniac Central, as soon as they get the pieces to the puzzle all put together, they have the ability to switch the game almost instantly. I mean, we were 30 seconds before overtime. We were talking about Trigger Happy being able to just secure this one, walk away. They would be up. They would be up. 2-3-0. Or sorry, no, they would be up 2-. Yeah. Either way, they would have won that match very decisively. It would have been a completely different story had it not been for what they did after that 3-down situation.
Exactly. And again, that match could have gone either way. It was similar to game 1. And actually, we're already here in game 4. The match started a little bit ago. We weren't even aware. And a team fight in mid already. It's looking like Trigger Happy does have the advantage here with a numbers advantage. 2 down onto Insomniac Central, looking for this first checkpoint. And just like that, we almost missed the first checkpoint break. That is how quick Trigger Happy have gotten back into this game and have shut down any momentum that Insomniac Central might have carried in that last overtime push.
Alright, so this is another wide match, by the way. Another counter pick for Insomniac Central, Humpback Punch Track, trying to stick to their guns here, see if we can get people towards the sides here for Insomniac Central. Trigger Happy, though, more than happy to take what's in front of them. As we see here, they've already got that first checkpoint. Like you mentioned, they now have 2 players down. That stamp would have been more dangerous, but they did go down to that Dreadringer. Can we get that Dreadringer down? Trigger Happy says, yes, 1 suction bomb will do it. Can we get a little bit more? Perhaps we can. Can we get the KO? Perhaps we can. FLM gets the KO. Oh my goodness.
I'm at a loss for words. I was about to start gassing up Insomniac Central, saying they got some good picks there, but no. Trigger Happy, just a complete dominant force in Rainmaker. Both of those Rainmaker games were very one-sided for Trigger Happy. So I'm not sure if that was the play from Insomniac Central to bring them back to Rainmaker after that second game. I was a believer. They had that momentum, but that is not how you want to see it go down. Unfortunately for Insomniac Central, Trigger Happy will take this set 3-1 just like that.
And the funny part about all of this is that I wasn't intending to go play-by-play there by any means. That is supposed to be a time where I just talk about how well Trigger Happy is pushing up on these Rainmaker games. But no, FLM decides, you know what, I'm going to add a little footwork in it. I'm going to add a little finesse. It's a lot. There's no words. There's no words from me. They just took them out of my mouth. Trigger Happy.
Yeah, and I was also about to just shout out FLM2 again, being that headed player on the side of Trigger Happy and just being that Rainmaker carrier in these 2 dominant Rainmaker performances that we saw. Just playing the Rainmaker as a weapon is an art, and being able to move up with it is something to behold. And having the support of your entire team is going to do wonders. So just a shout out to all the players on Trigger Happy for that performance we saw in this entire set. But, just a lot of star performances. And again, FLM, you don't always get the shout outs in that backline role, but just absolute dominant performance. Now, that being said, that is game 1. We are going to be seeing Trigger Happy going forward in this tournament to winners bracket round 2. Insomniac Central are not out yet. They're going to be in the losers bracket. We are going to cut to a very quick intermission as we get ready for our next game. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with SAC Season 10 finals very, very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to SAC Finals number 10. Once again, I am Hammy, joined by Nito, and we have our next match, Passione versus Distinkt, seeds 4 and 5, respectively, in this tournament in round 2 of winners bracket. Now, these teams have played against each other before. Yes, there's Nito. Hello, Nito. You've popped up on the camera. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and it's great that I have my cam back on, because that means at some point you will see my reaction. I wish you saw it in that previous match, but that's fine. We have another great matchup waiting for y'all on the other side of this little intermission here. Distinkt and Passione. Passione, one of the best matchups I think we'll see so far. Definitely a lot more to go, but so far this is going to be one of the best ones we'll have up for grabs here.
Yeah, as I said, seeds 4 and 5 in this tournament. So some of our top half teams coming into the finals. And these teams have played against each other already. Distinkt 3-0 swept Passione in qualifier number 2. But in qualifier number 4, Passione won 3-1 over Distinkt. So potential little rivalry between these two teams, as they have both taken a game off each other. So they're looking to settle the score and push themselves into winner bracket semifinals.
And it's a good thing that you mentioned that, because that last match against Distinkt was the one that got them to automatically qualify for the SAC finals. That was in the 3-1 match against Distinkt. They also beat other notable teams like Big Fat Sea Cows 2-1 in the group stage. They beat Tidal Disruption in semifinals, in the gold bracket semifinals, another team you'll see later on. That is going to be good to know for Passione, because that means there is a lot of experience behind them against teams of this level. Lots of experience as well against Distinkt, but that also means that Distinkt, one of the best teams to come out of the at-large qualifiers, one of the teams that actually got second place in every qualifier they've been in. So hopefully this is the one. This is the moment. Third time's a charm. Let's see if we can get ourselves further along into the bracket for Distinkt.
And just as we said, whichever team wins here is going to be into the semis, going to be putting himself in a great position to, try to take the cake for this whole tournament, looking to not get knocked into losers bracket, because, you don't have any more a safety net of more losses. You're only playing best of 3, so there's less opportunities to win those games. So really looking to take this set.
And Distinkt and Passione, this is another team. Looks like another match that's going to go back and forth. I mean, it's already going back and forth. Passione and Distinkt, none of these teams have gotten a solid push off the ground. None of these teams have a push that says, all right, now we're going to send people in enemy territory. We're just going to try to go all in here, get a stall, just try to see if we can stall them, try to see if we can almost spawn camp them. But no, there's nothing there for either of these teams yet, except for Distinkt, who so far, this has been the best push of both of these teams so far. We've only got a minute 30 in. A minute 30 in. That does not seem like much, but it feels like it's been a while.
Yeah, this game has already been a war, and they're only a minute and 30 in. But Distinkt all set up, trying to break in. Both teams losing a player, but Distinkt managed to get the zone back without getting the penalty. That's exactly what they were looking for. But can they continue this push, or will Passione give themselves a little bit more breathing room in this game? Luge using that jet to try to pick off players, forcing a jump out, trying to get more, but unable to get any. And as the last player alive will be picked off by a nice, clean, easy direct.
Now Passione, the SAC qualifier number 4 champions. Now it's time for them to see what they can do against Distinkt, a team that they know very well here, and see if they can bring out something new, or stick to their old ways, see if we can keep things going here. Bellyman certainly sticking to that blaster, sticking to getting those picks there. There's already 2 for Distinkt. Things are working out so well for Passione. This is the moment where they start to hold things down, but for how long is going to be the question. Still long enough, perhaps enough for them to get the lead with halfway to go. They're still finding the picks from a distance. Bellyman doing a very good job here, supporting right with that blaster.
Counting down, 17 ticks left. Passione does not want to let go of the zone. Getting a nice clean KO. There goes 1 pick though from that crab. 4 ticks. They need to cap the zone now. Distinkt are scrambling, but it's just Luge on that bow. Can they cap? Dodging all these shots, trying to just praying for a cap. Multiple jumps coming in, but here comes the cap from Passione, and they will knock out just ever so slightly before those jumps could land and spell disaster.
That was a frustrating spot to be in there for Mooj as well. I mean, having the only thing you can do there is just wait for jumps, try to paint that zone, and hope, and just hope that this Passione doesn't have anything to paint for themselves to paint with. That was a weird spot to be in, but Passione, I know I talked earlier about this being a back and forth matchup, but Passione seems like at some point, it all seemed like a blur. At some point, they got the zone, and all of a sudden, that was it for Distinkt.
Yeah, and that's all it really takes. You get that one nice holdout, and you just hunker down. And again, both teams, approach this with their own tactics. And one thing I am looking at the weapons that people are playing last game. This isn't something you'd see in stream, unfortunately, but Passione, 3 players in the team running last-ditch effort. We had the last-ditch effort from the Pencil, from the Dualies, and the Pro. So all opting to just get prepared for that point once that last-ditch effort activates, and then having an easier time with your ink management and with some of your stats in that last half. And it worked great for them because they got to the point where they got past that threshold for the activation, and that's when Passione was in control of the map. So Distinkt had an even harder time breaking in because the entirety of Passione got a buff.
Right. Yeah, no kidding. It almost seemed like that back and forth was good enough for Passione, which, by the way, I'd like to mention that out of all the teams that have qualified automatically, I'm talking Yellow Jackets, I'm talking Wimby United, teams like that, all of those teams, Passione has the lowest map win rate, but they also went against teams like that you're going to see here. Big Fat Sea Cows, Tidal Disruption, Distinkt, out right off the top of my head. Those are teams that you're going to see a lot here, so they know how to hunker down. They know how to get themselves in the trenches, and that's something I'm seeing here.
Yeah, and that's something, too, that you kind of brought up that does help with some of these teams, is that a lot of these teams that have qualified have played each other already in previous qualifiers to get to the finals. So this isn't like your normal open entry tournament, such as the actual qualifiers were.
From Distinkt here to see if they can use those burst. I certainly like the burst bombs on that weapon, but the more I play it, the more I've liked it. But the more Distinkt's liking here is the amount of picks they're getting. A good enough start here. They don't have the points to match it yet, but they should be getting those points sometime soon, unless Passione is able to get picks off like that.
I almost got deja vu from the last set we just played, seeing that Rainmaker approaching the right checkpoint immediately. getting a bit of trigger-happy flashbacks. But Afro on this Rainmaker, a demon getting multiple picks. Just even with most of the team down, here comes a huge flank, though, from behind. That's going to be, I believe, Freaky Fella on that throw, getting that pick. It's kind of hard to see when they're zoomed out because this game loves to have two big blocks of color. But Poison Cake running in with that bubble placement, trying to push away Distinkt, but that roller pick from Tiger is going to get one and buy some space for Distinkt to try to hold out in their own base.
It's interesting. From the angle I was looking at that push from, it seemed like Passione didn't have anything solid there until we saw that the dualies come in with the bubbler, the newer dualies with the bubbler coming in there, able to try to solidify something. They didn't have enough time to get that back, the checkpoint, as will Distinkt. But both of these teams just going back and forth, teeing off on picks. It seems like picks are going to be the name of the game for both of these teams here. To see Bellyman get another one.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, one of the strategies in this game is just get picks. Don't worry about the objective. As we see Bellyman get three, get the quad. Wow. A clean, nice pick in the corner. Massive shoutouts. I will say, all of the players of Passione are using nicknames. Bellyman is Khalif, so shout out to Khalif for getting that nice, clean quad there. Show your good side for the camera. And now already on their own offensive push, they have the lead by 1 point, so not really comfortable. You kind of want to extend that here, but those picks coming in that corner, Distinkt, once again showing that they do have some really good offensive power here.
Right, yeah, no, that is perfect for Preshow, rather from Distinkt. But Distinkt now trying to get another pick, trying to get another push off the line. That pick is going to be good enough for the time being. They have the lead here. A splashdown nearly threatens that push from them. Still have enough for maybe a few more points. 33 remaining now. Good push from Distinkt. This is, I mean, you put it best. It's going to be the push that wins the, picks that win the game here. It seems to be working out pretty well for Distinkt. Whereas that much closer to a KO, but have to back off.
Yeah, the Rainmaker getting popped from under and trying to Passione potentially looking to get. Oh, actually, no!
What?
Grab coming in. I'm not even sure. What was that? That was Afro on the side of Distinkt. Managed to run in and get even more points. And Passione were not ready for that, so that's going to be an even taller task. This is virtually a knockout. You have to touch the podium if you want to take a lead here. Minute and 40 seconds left, and Distinkt, we've seen how strong their defense is this game. That's been kind of their claim to fame, so having that big push to allow them to just focus on that defense is going to be massive.
Yeah, and that's the great part about this, that you can still play not just to not lose, you can still play to win because of that defense. You have a good enough defense to where if you get it to 4 remaining, you can pull off a flank like this and keep it in enemy territory, keep it in an awkward position, or you can try to still keep going for those picks, make sure Passione has no opportunity to get a solid push off the ground as they do here. Notice nobody's able to challenge Afro very well here. Passione trying everything on the board here. Afro somehow still getting these picks. I mean, my goodness, what else can he do with a Rainmaker? Could it be get the KO here? Not quite, but Distinkt playing to win with everything here.
Distinkt is just looking for this KO, just pelting bodies into Passione's defense, praying that one of them just gets that funny little knockout, but unable to snag it just quite yet, but they're still trying. This is the strategy right here. If Passione can't leave their own spawn for the next 30 seconds, you win by default.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a surprise that Afro was able to keep it there for that long, but like you said, more importantly, it's still in the opposing spawn. Passione needs to get it from the bottom of that screen to nearly about the middle of that screen. But they need to do it with 4 players against them, and they only have 10 seconds left, and they've already lost 1. So Distinkt has everything working for them. Freaky Fella having to back off here and try to get something else to work for them. And maybe this longer route will get them some more time to breathe, some breathing room. They certainly get some more players on that. One player from Distinkt. That was Rafa with the slot.
Overtime for Passione. Not a huge glimmer of light for this push as they're running out of time. Less than 20 seconds until they blow up. but 3 members down. They're the Toxic Misto. Mooj is the last one alive, trying to spam those arrows. Actually, they're getting relatively close. Oh, and there it is. The players have respawned. That's going to be Rafa from the side of Distinkt, ending that push, but very surprisingly close there. Only 8 points away from a lead. That could have been a devastating loss for Distinkt if they let that slip through, but they will be taking this game. They will be tying up this set 1-1.
Yeah, that was scary. That looked like the previous set we saw on Clan Blitz Museum. That close to losing out on what was a solid game for them. But Hammy, I believe there's somebody that both of us want to talk about. You know who I'm talking about.
Afro, you are the worst nightmare of Passione. The Rainmaker plays out the wazoo every time the camera was on Afro. They were holding the Rainmaker, they were getting multiple picks, and then that stealth play at the very end, or not the very end, but to get that push up to 4 points. What was that?
I don't know. I'm like, this is something that as a commentator, as a competitive player, you usually know what you're looking at on screen. And you usually know how to talk about it. For this one, it was all Afro, and it's all me speechless, because there is nothing that I can think about that would allow Afro to keep the Rainmaker for that long in that one spot and still be able to fend off essentially an entire team. I mean, we can talk all day about it, but in the end, we know who won. We know who kept it in there for that long. That's all we need. An incredible performance there.
That being said, that is one game. This is still a best of 5. So Distinkt still need to take 2 more games to win this. And Passione took game 1. So we're at an even playing field for both of these teams. Now, it is going to be Passione's counter pick. So they have the power here. They have the option to bring Distinkt to a map and mode that they know that they can win on. And right now, we really need to see that level of showing we saw from Distinkt in this last game, that defensive prowess. The defense was huge, and that's something I'd like to highlight there. So here we are on Tower Control Ship Cargo Co. So we need to see that defense from Distinkt come back and then also generate those opportunities for the offense.
It's a good thing you choose Ship Shape, because the one thing that got Passione that close to getting the game back at the end was a large numbers advantage. And with Ship Shape, there's less flank routes than you might see from Humpback. So there's less opportunities for Distinkt to pull off some cheese that might work. If you get that triple, you get that quad situation, now there's more opportunities for you to shut things down. Maps like these are more conducive to lockouts. So I think that this is a much better place for Distinkt to be in. Especially for Passione to be in, especially after that loss where they just nearly took it back.
And again, that's exactly what Passione want. They want to find that map mode combo that's going to give them an inherent advantage. That is the point of counter picks. You pick the one that you're good at and that your opponent is not. So Distinkt, they need to break up the potential pattern, because in an ideal world where every team wins on their counter pick, Passione wins game 5 because they took the first game. So Distinkt really looking to take a second game in a row, be up in the set, putting them on a set point ready to go to the semifinals of this tournament. And as we are getting into this match, we're going to see exactly how both these teams are going to kind of go about that and see who will get the advantage here.
And we head into game 3. No major changes, I believe, from either time. We actually see the Forge Pro coming out for the first time in this stream. So an interesting pick here from Distinkt. Passione mostly sticking to their guns. I want to see how they get to these situations where they're able to take a huge advantage off, because that's going to be what sets this game apart from the previous one.
I do like seeing this. With first of all, the wipeout from Distinkt, that's what I like to see right there. But I like to see the Forge Pro versus the new Forge. It's the Barazushi Pro, so the B Pro. Having the brand new one versus the tried and true one that a lot of people have run in the past. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to use both these weapons. But Distinkt already getting a push to 37 points like It's nothing in 45 seconds. Taking a commanding lead of this first game on Passione's counterpick.
And there's still 4 minutes to go. Distinkt, if they can hold on to this. In fact, look where they are right now. We have one player from Distinkt all the way up. No, sorry, that's 2 players now, all the way up in the opposing, nearly at the opposing team's spawn for Distinkt. If you can just hold people there, perhaps the points don't matter. You can shut down Passione because you're already at Passione's territory. So much they can do there if they hold on to it. Now, that being said, they are losing players now. They're going to be forced to back up at some point, especially since they keep losing players. So that's going to be enough of that. But Distinkt, showing what they can do, given enough map control.
Yeah, and that's what you need right now is map control. Sure, the tower can move to the ink, no problem, but you need a way for your teammates to get up there and into the fight and try to lock Distinkt out, because you've got a lot to push through here. Sure, there's only 2 checkpoints on this map, but it's a very inconvenient shape to try to get these pushes generated. And we've seen the defense from Distinkt. I've talked about this last game. That is kind of the one trump card they have over Passione in the set. But Afro getting 3.
Wow.
I guess I don't think Distinkt need the defense anymore. They've unlocked something after that first game. Game 2 was the start of just a run through, and Afro has been kind of leading the charge.
It is Afro's world. We are all just living in it. You and me, Hammy, we're just casting in it. And Distinkt has been running the show so far. No points from Passione. In fact, they go 2 players down. Could be a delayed triple here. Yes, it is. They've gone past checkpoint 2. There goes the Booyah Bomb. Is it a GG Booyah Bomb? Not quite yet. Passione still holding on here. But is it enough to hold on to for them? Not quite. They got to lose 2 players there. Tiger trying to get it up. 1 remaining separates him. Can they get somebody on the tower? Distinkt. Maybe long enough to get themselves to a KO, but they do not find it. That is a wipeout.
3 players in Distinkt on the tower, and they can't get that last point because Passione also able to get on. That is like, you don't know how that's going to go when you're playing online in a tournament like this, because you don't know if the game's going to register one player touching before the other. So huge defense from Passione to keep them in the set, now getting their first points on the board. But my God, that play, Tiger from Distinkt laying in wait in that top part, getting a triple kill and just shutting down, almost getting the KO and shutting down Passione's defense. Huge play right there. And first checkpoint now for Passione on a push of their own. 3 players down in Distinkt. And Nito, let's see if Passione can KO and take this game back into their own hands.
Passione, this is the moment. This is what set you apart in that previous set. You didn't quite get it at the beginning. You didn't quite get it at the end there. Can you get it now that you got that advantage? You do lose 1 player, so maybe that's not going to work out too well for you. Actually, you lose 2 players there. That's going to be dangerous for Distinkt. It's Afro on the tower. Who else? Actually, they go down to a pair of dualies there. But still, both of these teams trading picks. Distinkt ultimately able to stretch themselves out of that one spot and start reaching over the mid, finally getting themselves out of that pickle they were in. It's still looking very great here for Distinkt, but know how quick Passione can switch things around in this set.
Yeah, it's totally possible. That's both of the checkpoints down. So will they have to KO? It's very much doable. We've already seen some crazy things happen in these first 2 sets of the tournament, so it is totally possible. Tiger on the tower, trying to move forward, opting to go back and try to get some picks, but unfortunately losing the numbers advantage. They have to respect it. Right now, you have to be careful. If you're Passione, you can't get knocked out because you need to get this overtime push. But if you're Distinkt, you can't flub the defense. You need to make sure that you're alive and ready to prevent the overtime. So both teams are playing very carefully right now. That curling bomb getting a kill for the last second by Tiger. That's going to give a numbers advantage to Distinkt in overtime.
Oh my goodness, it's always the little things like this instead of the part for Distinkt. There's the GG Booyah. The one to seal the deal for Distinkt and what has been a chaotic matchup for both of these teams. But Distinkt, I mean, my goodness, just pulls. If it's not a immediate sign that they have all the map control in the world, it is something that they're going to pull out of a magician's hat. This is the rabbit out of that magician's hat because there's always something they found. And that moment, it was the curling bomb.
Yeah, that curling bomb was nuts. I wish that was like, we saw like a glimpse of it in the camera. I wish we got to see it in all of its glory. But I play a lot of curling bombs weapons, so I love to see those picks. But Tiger doing a lot of work on the side of Distinkt, especially in that offense, but even on the defense, getting a lot of critical picks that game in different scenarios. So huge work. And also talking about Tiger, what I want to kind of bring up here is both of these teams kind of have their one player who's kind of expected to go up and kind of be that initiator, especially both of them running a bubble. I am talking specifically about Tiger and Goldeb, who is nicknamed as
Yes.
Poison Cake, the Doolies player, which also shout out to Goldeb. I played with them a long time ago in Launch Point Draft Cup, if anyone remembers that, and we won the very last one. So Goldeb is my goat. She's awesome. But yeah, Tiger and Goldeb, kind of the initiators on both of these teams. The bubble user who is also an aggressive weapon, kind of being the one to lead their team into the fray. Now, it's a lot of what we are looking for is to see, which of these players is going to be the one to set up properly. In that game, we saw Tiger being the one to kind of get those really good setups. Also, yeah, Tiger is also Sal on the screen, if you're wondering. And we need to see more of that from Goldeb. We need to see some of those aggressive positions with those bubbles. We've seen semblances of it in this set. They have been good, but we need to see it that extra little step more if we want to see Passione take this set to a game 5.
By the way, Goldeb coming up as Poison Cake in this set, so another thing to look out for. But my goodness, I mean, Passione, it's not like they don't. It's not like they're being completely shut out in this set, and especially the last 2 games. They're not being shut out. They do have what it takes to get the objective all the way to enemy territory, but there's just not much for them to get it past where it needs to be.
Yeah, there's always that little bit extra to get there. And speaking of getting there, we have game number 4 for you, Tower Control on Ink Blot Art Academy.
And there's the weapons choices you'll see coming out from both of these teams. Not many major changes coming out. But we do see the custom blaster actually coming out from the side of Passione. Look at Bellyman there with the custom blaster. Not much of a difference though when all the other weapons. And actually we see Tiger going up right into the enemy opposing territory. Look at how much they're able to do with these curling balls, with the roller. Tiger is the one person we can credit with that curling bomb pick. Let's see what else they can do here as we head into the first moments of this set.
Passione, though. We see Goldeb, though, the alternative to Tiger on that flank, unable to get as much value as he wanted, but with a bubble is going to let the rest of the team walk in, take that map nice and blue, just the way you want it. But Mooj with this Inkjet will get 1. Can they get 2? They do! And they will go safely land back down. Get some nice pats on the back from their teammates as 3 down on Passione. Distinkt in control of the tower.
And Distinkt has been in control of these last few games so far. Notice how much they've been able to do with their pushes alone. It seems like once they get something going, they just don't stop until Passione is able to come up with something very quickly there. And it looks like this might be the same case here. We already see one player going down. That is a funny push there with the Inkzuka from Afro. We all see what Afro can do. Wouldn't be surprised that went any further, but for now, it's still Distinkt trying to get this past checkpoint 2. Can he get it past checkpoint 2? The pencil getting blocked out by the middle of this tower there. Incredible stuff here from the Forge Pro Distinkt. They do get past checkpoint 2.
Alpha doing some nice manipulation of the hitboxes to not get picked off by that the pencil, as you said. Tiger here down in the corner with one of their teammates trying to just not get picked off, because right now Distinkt have the advantage. They just need to not lose their footing. They need to make sure that they can lock Passione out and continue just this push. See, Mooj on that wall, just getting set up in the opposing team's base as a backliner is a terrifying thing. Mooj has been doing so much this game, and we're not even halfway through.
Right, Mooj is Mooj is a player that's almost been flying under the radar when it comes to everyone we've talked about in this set. You obviously have your highlights here, but Mooj just able to do so much with their own weapons, so much that they can do with that with that tri-stringer. So lots to look out for there as Passione has Poison Cake going all the way up in the back. There's another player. Now it's Bellyman going up in the flats. Let's see what they can do with this splashdown. Not much is going to be the answer as Distinkt still trying to get Passione off of this tower. Looks for the time being it's going to be one of the funnier names I've seen so far, but ultimately that tower does eventually go off before they get the lead here. 3 players going down. Distinkt holding on here for the time being.
Passione so close to getting that checkpoint, but not just quite. Coming in on the side flank, looking to try to find some value, but Distinkt, they know how to defend. They know how to just play safe and not let this tower get past that critical checkpoint that could give Passione the lead. Though we see Goldem here on the side losing the fight because Mooj once again on this Inkjet just saving the day. That Inkjet has been an absolute nightmare for the side of Passione into this game on tower control Inkblot. So we are just looking for a way for Passione to continue to push and get past this checkpoint.
I see that their Passione is trying to have something similar to what Distinkt has with Tiger and with Afro. They're trying to have somebody just be the enforcer, as you may call it in hockey. Someone who's willing to just take all the fights they need to take. That is what they're trying to do with Bellyman. It's not working out too well for them, right now at least. But Distinkt, it's currently their story. Watch that flank spot there on the right of your screen. Want to see what they're able to do with that. They're going to try to extend their lead. They're certainly going to extend their lead for the time being. They go 2 players down though. 27 remaining is a new mark for Passione to beat. He was much closer for them earlier, but now Passione needs a lot more to get themselves back into this game. 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, and look at the positions of Distinkt. They're not letting Passione move. They're kind of catering to where Passione wants to stand and preventing it, but they do get a couple picks, so Distinkt now losing the numbers. Mooj dropping in, not expecting the splashdown from Bellyman, in a little bit of a stagger starting for Distinkt, so they have to get back and ready because the clock's ticking down. 20 seconds, and Passione are looking to take this checkpoint and push for a nice lead.
Can they get it past the second checkpoint? That is going to be the question of the day for Passione. But Distinkt holding on very well here. Bellyman able to get a direct there. Can they get somebody on the tower though? That's going to be the next question. Yes, they do. We're going to go into overtime. How long will we be going to overtime? We're going to find out very soon. We got to see Roller go down on the side of Distinkt. Passione currently holding on, but we didn't see it. Somebody on the tower went down for Passione. Distinkt able to take this set and win 3-1. Completing the 3-game set for Passione and Distinkt.
Yeah, and we talked this earlier. Distinkt, they were looking to find a little bit more momentum after losing that first game, and they definitely found it. We saw playmaker after playmaker happening from the side of Distinkt. Again, Afro in that first game, Tiger in that second game, and the third game, Mooj really stepping up and getting so many picks. So massive performance from Distinkt to take back that set into their own hands, winning 3-1 over Passione.
Right, and I kind of see what Passione was trying to do there with their players. I know they were trying to get at least Bellyman to try to be their enforcer, take all the fights, but when Bellyman goes down, not much that they can do there, unfortunately. It doesn't seem like it, because in that last push, Bellyman went down. All of a sudden, it was much more difficult for Passione to find a way back in. But Distinkt, all the players in the world, all the highlights from them, but I know we mentioned them being underrated and not talked about as much. Hammy, there's a lot you want to say about this one player.
Yeah, I want to talk about Mooj. Those Inkjets, direct after direct, and just even like seeing from other players' POVs, putting players of Distinkt in bad situations, and then boom, you're gone. You know why? Inkjet from Mooj. It was always there. Like, Mooj was playing very well through the set. We saw a lot of good plays, especially I remember a couple from Humpback Pump Track. But that last game, they must have heard us talking about Tiger and talking about Afro. It's like, no. It's my turn. It's my turn. The backliner is going to shine right now. And they did just that to seal the deal on that set. You love to see it.
No, absolutely. There's the rules that the anchors take in these games sometimes don't get talked about as much, but when you have a player like Mooj who just hits more directs than I've ever seen from Nintendo in the last 10 or so years that they've been making directs. That is incredible stuff for that jet. And I mean, the specials, look at how many specials they're able to put out per game, 4.3. I mean, it's almost like, with the amount of presence you had for that Inkjet, it's almost like that number should be much higher. It feels like the number should be higher, anyway.
Well, and that's the fun part, is that this, you know, the weapons are brand new. This new Tri-Stringer just came out. So Mooj is just kind of, you know, getting settled into this Inkjet Tri-Stringer. So probably opting to paint a little bit more for a couple more specials now that it has so much more presence versus, you know, the Killer Whale or the Super Chumps on the other two Tri-Stringers. It's a much more critical special to gain in some of those fights.
No, absolutely. This is a great moment for Moj. Great moment for Distinkt as well. Incredible stuff from their players. Of course, this is not over for Passione either. They are going to be going to the losers bracket where they will be facing off against Insomniac Central later on. That might be something, will be something you see on one of our incredible 4 streams. But as for us, that is going to be it for today. Amy, it's a great time as usual on ASAC Cast. But we're going to hand it off to 2 excellent streamers you'll see on the other side of this. First off, we got to do the obligatory sign-offs. Where can the lovely people of our stream find you?
You can find me most actively on Blue Sky right down here, hitw.inc. You can also go directly to that URL and it'll bring you right there. You can also find me other places on Twitch, YouTube, everywhere else at Hammy in the Wall. I've recently started making some more content talking about some of the issues in the scene and how we can collectively grow as a community and start to improve this esport we all know and love. Nito, where can the lovely viewers find you?
NitoandUse.bluesky.social, Nito and Use the Twitch, if on the rare occasion that I do eventually stream. And you could probably find me at your local Pride Parade. Happy Pride Month, everybody. But overall, it's going to be it for us today. You got 2 great commentators heading your way. It's going to be Rocket and Skep up next for y'all. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be more SAC action right after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SAC number 10, season finale here. We have the best of the best joining us here, but before I get too ahead of myself, my name is Rocket, and joining me is the wonderful Skep here. As a little reminder to you all, we are streaming pretty much every single one of these matches on a bunch of different other Twitch channels here of course on IPL, but over at Under Pressure, Splatoon, Tourney, and Dapple Productions here. But to give you a little bit more focus on what we're going to be looking at, we're going to be looking at Big Fat Sea Cows versus StarZ Impact.
Yeah, both of these sets, pretty significant upsets from the last round. StarZ Impact going 3-2 over Yellow Jackets, hence our delay getting back on live for y'all. And then Big Fat Sea Cows also going 3-2 over Unlimited Woomy United. Both of these teams defeating the 2 and 3 seed on their side of the bracket respectively. So very, very significant upsets this morning, Rocket.
For sure, and all games have been very, very tight, Skep. I mean, you were just talking about those upsets. Those were both 3-2 victories, just narrow victories, at least in the case of Big Fat Sea Cows versus Unlimited Woomy there. I believe it was a come-from-behind victory. They were down 1-2 in the set beforehand, so these are some resilient teams we're going to be taking a look at. And speaking of taking a look at things, I want to highlight two players in particular. A little bit of bias here from myself being a shot player in particular. Maybe let's take a look at Neptune versus Torias here with our handy dandy new, very cool, very nice head-to-head here.
This
taking
is
a look
sick.
at both weapons. I know it is very sick, Skep. Taking a look at some stats here, you see Neptune there, of course, on the right. It's running that signature B shot, and on the right, Torias running that Gal.
Yeah, and something worth noting is just the difference between the specials and the KDR. So you are seeing Neptune, take one out with them and then +1, right? That's how you're getting to that even 2 for their kill-death ratio. But Astorius on the other side, trending a little bit higher, getting 2 typically per life, maybe a third. But Neptune's specials significantly outperforming Astorius, as well as the paint. So that's going to allow a team like Big Fat Sea Cows to run some of those more off-meta options that we do see from them, such as their Wiper, which maybe we'll even see the new kit, right?
For sure. And that's going to be something very fun for us to commentate, just kind of scrambling to figure out what weapons that is, and just kind of seeing the new look and kind of seeing how they kind of fit in, because I believe this is one of the first major tournaments that actually goes with the 10.0 patch, so we might see some new weapons kind of pushing themselves, kind of people pushing their agendas, so to speak here. And kind of going back to that head-to-head, I mean, I feel like it is also a part of the nature of the weapons. Obviously, shot and gal play a little bit differently, obviously very different weapons in the shot category, at least in particular. So we will be seeing just kind of how quickly they can kind of get their specials. I mean, Neptune is going to probably get their Zuka a lot faster than the Whale, but I mean, it plays very differently in that aspect here. But shifting away from the players in particular, let's go to the map. And what map do we have to start off with? We have Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Diamond. We're just going to jump right into it, Skep.
Yeah, I do want to point out StarZ Impact on quite a tear this morning. Haven't really done so hot in the season so far, but the games that they've taken this morning, their first wins of the season against other members of the top 12. So looking to show what they can do here against Big Fat Sea Cows, who has been showing their growth compared to last season so far this season. Here in semifinals, Rocket, let's take it away.
Let's take it away for sure. First in the zone is StarZ Impact, already a very strong control. No players have been taken out from either side, however, so just battle won just by paint control here, and still very contested in that aspect. Big Fat Sea Cows have 3 specials to use here. That Zuka, really nice shot onto that crab. We were talking about Neptune earlier about how deadly they could be there, and we see it right there. You see Lux now moving in with the hammer, trying to see if they can get 1. They get 2 in total there. Really nicely done by Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of use their specials to retake here, as the rest of StarZ Impacts are kind of forced back and into an awkward spot.
the sheer quantity of Big Fat Sea Cow's paint is going to be a hurdle for StarZ to push back in, right? Especially running with that Gal, that blaster. Those things might not necessarily be paint negative, but do need teammates to put some paint down on the ground. And with a pencil and a junior and a shot, even though you have this Booyah coming out, you have that cooler, you have to paint yourself in as you go. So Big Fat Sea Cow's taking a significant chunk of the lead here with that Zuka, ready to follow up on whatever StarZ might bring to that zone. That is going to be Big Fat Sea Cow's maintaining control with that Zuka again. StarZ up against a significant wall of paint here.
For sure, for sure. Now Lux managing to get in from behind will be forced out here, but Big Fat Sea Cows a very, very respectable lead to kind of start off things, but doesn't look like they're kind of keen on trying to give up that zone anytime soon. StarZ Impact just trying to see if they can find any opening here. Neptune does go down early, so now 4v3 will be had now 3v3, a 3v2, as now Big Fat Sea Cows still holding on strong here, just left to that Gal. Artorias in the background, plus Nightmare here on that Crab here. Very awkward fight here, actually on the opponent's plat with that Crab, just trying to see if they can get anything going, but Big Fat Sea Cows are just making it so difficult.
StarZ pops that Booyah, trying to get the members of Big Fat Sea Cows that are grouped up into this corner. We do see that it's just Neptune there going to jump out, maintaining control of that Zuka. Remember that Zuka buff recently, the DPS on Crab Tag. Given that you are running that on the side of StarZ, you do expect to see some value coming out of Neptune there. And this is going to be Big Fat Sea Cows taking control back of their own snipe. They do lose one in the process, but that's going to be a zone flip in their favor. Very controlled retake there, leading with that Zuka, followed by that bubble in the zone. And now they have this cooler in order to clean up the remaining members of StarZ, who are still rather grouped and clumped around that snipe.
Yes, and Big Fat Sea Cow still holding firm, holding strong. Mini on this right side, on this pen, just trying to see if they can take that fight on that right lane. But they are being crunched on by the members of StarZ Impact here. A really, really quick retake will lead to StarZ Impact finally getting a little bit of space here on that platform here. Just trying to see if they can build up their specials. The Crab going out there is going to be a huge struggle. Never mind, not if Neptune yet again finds their mark on that Zuka. Have been just finding that shot so perfectly, and right on cue, Lux going with that hammer is unfortunately taken out here, but StarZ Impact are really close at snatching this lead.
It's specifically that Gal on that bottom right side. They need to be able to address that. They do manage to cap, but the Gal's still going to be able to provide jumps as they back towards that snipe. Neptune does go in and trade. Significant trade given how much pressure that particular player was providing on that bottom right side of the map. A Nightmare going to be taken down by Neptune, still maintaining that Zuka. Gets one, doesn't get the second, gets the third! That's a 3-3 shot per kill ratio coming out of Neptune with that one Zuka.
Neptune has awoken. We were talking about in the player highlights how they didn't have the same amount of KDA as Artorias, but I mean, that must have jumped up right there. Now down to the 5 tick mark. Big Fat Sea Cows look like they're able to almost take this one here. The Booyah Bomb will stall out the push slightly, but unfortunately for StarZ Impact, Big Fat Sea Cows hold on and take game 1. What an awakening that was for Neptune and the rest of Big Fat Sea Cows.
Yeah, and it was the consistent, I'm going to hit my shots with the Zuka coming out from Neptune. 3 for 3 is kind of a little sheesh, I'm not going to lie, Rocket. Usually, you know, you'll see at least one for a player popping Zuka with intention, right? They know what they want to be shooting at. 3? That's kind of crazy. Clip it and ship it. I want to see that on social later.
I mean, yeah, really nicely done there on Mark on Dime. Really nice, just space and pace. Really just unable to really get in. StarZ Impact really made it really difficult for the rest of StarZ Impact to kind of make their move. I mean, you just saw the quick back and forth, the quick paint control, the quick retakes, and just how fast they were able to just kind of snowball their specials out of control. It was awesome here. And I mean, we both harped on it and we all saw it before our eyes. Neptune just kind of shut the door right there for Big Fat Sea Cows. They're just being able to kind of keep control there. And yes, that does say a 1.77 KDR, but I mean, we saw it when it mattered most there at the very end, Skep.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about the amount of splats that you get, it's about when you get those relative to objective, right? If you get that triple right before your opponent pulls lead and you guys manage to cap and apply penalty, that's huge! You can go negative the rest of the game if you get that triple right when it matters. That being said, I'm a little surprised that we didn't see any of the new kits, especially running into Neptune Zuka with that crab coming up for the dualies. That makes me question whether or not we will see perhaps the new bubble dueling next time around.
I could definitely see that, Skip. I mean, at least for that game, I can understand sticking with that regular splat dualies because, I mean, Barnacle and Dime Crab kind of go hand in hand like peanut butter and chocolate right there. Just being able to kind of weld well with each other here. But definitely for game 2, which will be a counter pick, the counter pick coming right in really fast. TC Shipshape Cargo could definitely draw some benefit from that because another great combination is Bubble and Tower Control.
I'm gonna have to ponder this one for a moment, Rocket. Neither team had a very significant range advantage other than that crab. So a crab on Shipshape as well, I think has value. Whether or not you are going to be popping that, depending on when Neptune has Zuka or not, is the question, right? I'm not too sure.
Yes. I mean, the crab, I believe, there that was ran by StarZ Impact was, I think, just trying to see if they could pressure off Mini on that pencil for Big Fat Sea Cows. They just try to see if they can chip away at that as, unlike Big Fat Sea Cows, StarZ Impact was running an edit for their cooler for that back line here, so we could definitely see that range struggle, at least in the sense of the back lines. But I do believe we are getting word that StarZ Impact is getting a sub. I believe Illimux, if that's the right pronunciation, is going to be subbing in. Unknown who they're going to be subbing in for, but kind of taking a look at their weapons. I do believe that they might be subbing in just to give them another backline. So maybe they will be subbing in to give them a pen.
Yeah, I do see Illimix plays the edit and the pencil. And it does look like we are going to be seeing them there on that that edit for that cooler, like you mentioned. And then, Nightmare on the new dually with the bubble. So I think I still got it a little bit, Rocket.
Ask and you shall receive right there. You see the Twinkle's dualies right in action here. A weapon that we've seen pretty commonly as of late just because of its fizzy bubble. Such great paint, pressure, and utility here. Let's see if Nightmare can find it some use here. Neptune already popping that Zuka to see if they can get any value here. Almost finds one. The S-Blast goes down early for StarZ Impact here, so they will be pushing in a 3v4 disadvantage. Let's see if they can hold on to this push. As we see, StarZ Impact are losing a lot more players, however.
Yeah, and something I wanted to point out is we have these two different bubble options, right? Junior being the traditional option, and then this new Twinkle dualies. We do see that they do have Big Fat Sea Cows has this bubble ready to go for the first checkpoint, opting to pop it, given that no members of StarZ are there to defend that first checkpoint, which does fall. Lux shutting down that top left side. We've got a 1-1 split here between the two high grounds on the side of StarZ, as the Junior Toto on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows has this bubble online for the second checkpoint. I don't think they'll break it here yet, Rocket, but what an impressive push.
What an impressive push for sure here. That second checkpoint is always so brutal to get through here, but just being able to at least stay alive in that aspect, StarZ Impact at least have given themselves some fresh life here. Lux manages to find Nightmare on that push. 2 players in total will fall for StarZ Impact here, as Big Fat Sea Cows are not keen on falling back just yet, still trying to keep up that pressure. If they're able to get this checkpoint, it will be huge. Mini with one, managing to get Cooler down as well, and just applying pressure on that top left side. So important to do so here, as Toto just moving forward on that tower.
And here goes that bubble for that second checkpoint. That bubble does very quickly get shredded thanks to the edit on the top left side, who is finally able to get their little feet on that tower. Big Fat Sea Cows, though, still, we see Mini on that top left giving jumps. They still have control and presence in mid, and more importantly, Neptune Zuka, as this Booyah does come out online. Another cooler tells us that StarZ is going to start working their way towards that left, but not before they lose those dualies.
Not before they do, and we're almost halfway through this match here, and although the score looks massively in favor of Big Fat Sea Cows, anything can happen in these moments here. Neptune does find one onto Torres here. They do see that Neptune is trying to see if they can pull up a little bit of a flank. Will be forced out as StarZ Impact just slowly but surely get in, but unfortunately they do go 3 players down. Just left to Nightmare to try to see if they can get anything going. They only find one on that push, but yet again, Big Fat Sea Cows in control of the tower and yet again pushing.
Yeah, they're opting to just float it there for a passive special charge and let StarZ work their way towards that left side and see where they can get those stray picks. Toto does have this bubble to brute force this hold on that top left. They know that the Blaster's there, and they know that the other members of StarZ are all grouped up on that top left. Very, very grouped up, might I add. So once that one goes down, you know the others are chipped, and it's time to start pushing the rest of them. Big Fat Sea Cows, all that paint still in court. This is looking like they'll at least make their way towards second, but at this point, do they really need to break it?
Yes, and you see Lux on this wiper, and I don't think either of us have mentioned it, Skip. That is the new wiper. That is the Curling Bomb Zuka wiper. So you saw it earlier with Neptune. Lux and Neptune have just been able to both pop Zuka kind of at the same time and just leave StarZ Impact running for the hills. No space to work with here. Big Fat Sea Cows are looking very dangerous here. They're able to get past this very difficult checkpoint too without even needing to use that bubble. Toto still has it for this next hold here. They will be forced out, but that is a push you'll take any day of the week if you're Big Fat Sea Cows, now making the situation a little bit more dire for StarZ Impact.
It looked like Toto was able to just ride the tower while the members of StarZ fought the remaining members of Big Fat Sea Cows, and thus just went completely unobstructed to break that second checkpoint. By the time this wipe occurs, Big Fat Sea Cows, the tower hasn't even returned back to mid, so they're able to just work their way back up onto that top right, get back on that tower, start collecting again that passive special charge. They don't really need to push because StarZ has yet to even get that tower up on that top left. That may be changing here with this bubble and this whale coming out online. That Booyah going to split the members of Big Fat Sea Cows from that first checkpoint. But when we're making our way over towards this left side with no specials to show for it, up and up for cooler, I question how long this push can be sustained.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb is almost had, but will there be enough time to really use it? That is the question. That Zuka shot finds 2, a really nice arcing shot. Being able to kind of just deny any presence on the tower. I couldn't really tell if it was Lux or Neptune, but it doesn't matter. The Zuka arrives the same, taking out 2 members of StarZ Impact and vaulting Big Fat Sea Cows up now 2-0 in this best of 5.
There is no economy left on the side of StarZ once they manage to make it towards the top left, right? And this happens. You need specials on retake, like surprise to everyone, I know. But the thing is when you use those specials on retake, sometimes you don't have them for your actual push, right? And spreading enough time between when you're using those on retake to when you're actually trying to get some points on the board, and making sure that the time between those two events are not too close together is a very important and difficult skill to manage for any player, let alone 4 players at the same time in a team setting. And I think if StarZ had still had Bubble or a Whale, perhaps, to move the Zuka on that top left, that situation could have ended up different. Once those 3 specials were out, I knew Big Fat Sea Cows was walking away with it.
Yep, the Zuka impact has been phenomenal for Big Fat Sea Cows. I mean, just ending it off right there with a nice double, really perfectly aimed shot as well. You rarely see that, kind of using it similarly like a trip strike almost. I mean, just came up from above and denied any space onto that tower, so really nicely done. Yet again, back to the drawing board is StarZ Impact, and they will choose yet again tower control, but not on ship shape this time. We're going to Mako Mart. I question, just a little bit. I do think that the Blaster on the side of StarZ will get a really good chance to shine on this map that they might have not necessarily had the chance to do so on ship shape because of the scale of the map, right? That map is so big, there are so many open spaces, the height changes are more drastic. On Mako Mart, everything's a lot more
claustrophobic. You've got those little jumps, and something like an S-Blast can really take advantage of that. So I want to see that particular player on the side of StarZ really, really shine here, and that would be JoJo. Keep an eye on them this game.
For sure. Blasters, buckets. This is your kind of safe haven. This is the map that is kind of made for you with all those angles, with all those ledges and corners to kind of take advantage from. So now maybe you can kind of figure out the enigma that Big Fat Sea Cows has been putting on you, which is kind of that double aggressive with kind of Neptune and Lux just kind of going hand in hand with each other, just being able to kind of push in together and take these advantageous fights and open things up for Big Fat Sea Cows here. But game 3, do or die time for StarZ Impact here. Let's see if there's any major changes coming out from them. We do see JoJo going over to a Blaster on the other side. No big changes for Big Fat Sea Cows.
Yeah, this is, we do see Lux switching back to the Vanilla Wiper. That is an expected change. I anticipate that the Double Zuka was a answer to the range problem that Big Fat Sea Cows has on ship shape specifically. And now that we're back in a more short-range shooter-esque favored map, we're going to see Big Fat Sea Cows switching to that as well. So that's going to give them an opportunity to better fight JoJo here on, again, that short-range blaster with that point sensor to help keep track of some of those more ratty players on that side of Big Fat Sea Cows. We see JoJo with that splashdown trying to position it, and perhaps it looks like, but 3 down for Big Fat Sea Cows, just Lux. And that's that. That's a delayed wipe at StarZ, walking away with checkpoint 1.
Yeah, we're seeing a big difference here for StarZ Impact here, really being able to kind of fight a little bit more with the safety of knowing that that blaster can kind of poke at these ledges. You see JoJo already on that left side just doing just that. Lux, though, with this hammer going back to the Vanilla Wiper, unfortunately is taken out here. This edit just left to run for the hills. Smart jump out from them, and 4 minutes and just 1 minute into this match here. StarZ Impact has already kind of made their mark, being able to get through that first checkpoint, but now Big Fat Sea Cows with the counter here.
Yeah, and we do see the bubble on that right stack doing some great work in helping them survive Neptune. Neptune does get one with the bomb. Very cheeky. JoJo followed up, gets a double, and that's going to mean that they could possibly take tower, but no, not before Mini clutches up and gets that tower moving in favor of Big Fat Sea Cows. And this is their opening push.
Yes, you see here Mini on this tower being able to just kind of keep the rest of StarZ Impact at bay on this left side. Both sides now being able to get through that first checkpoint, but can Big Fat Sea Cows do what StarZ Impact could not? Managing to take out JoJo is that pen. Neptune on the Zuka trying to snuff out these players here. Bubble will be placed on the tower here. Neptune jumps right on it. It takes out StarZ Impact's bubble here, but unfortunately just too much thrown at them will lead to their downfall. StarZ Impact still maintain a very, very narrow lead here, Skep, but yet another minute down here, and nearing that halfway point, things are going to heat up soon.
Yeah, I think that this is possibly a good chance for StarZ to put. Never mind, I take it all back. Nightmares on the tower. It would have been a good chance for them to push, but now we see that Neptune cheekily getting that pick inside the bubble and taking that special out with them. Also has the Zuka online, and remember, that's just been so oppressive so far this game. I don't want to see Neptune feed that. Thankfully, they do back and get that cooler. We see Toto's on that tower with that bubble, but there's no one in front of the tower. That does give me pause for the success of this push. But they managed to get the edit, right? That's a backline not there to defend that second checkpoint as both teams diving that tower. It's just Astorius on the 52, and they go down. And that's Big Fat Sea Cows all grouped up around this second checkpoint. If Mini can step on here, they might be able to break it.
Wow.
No. That's it. It's just Lux forced to back, and that's going to leave StarZ in control of mid and able to potentially set up here for that second checkpoint. The gap between those 2 second checks is so narrow. After a wipe, you do expect to see swings in major swings with the position of this tower.
You saw Mini jumping on that tower very last second here. Keeley gets that checkpoint for Big Fat Sea Cows, so makes that a little bit less difficult if they are able to get in another push. But first, they need to stop this push that is coming out from StarZ Impact. Bazooka will find one. You see JoJo in such a great position to take it out, though. So that problem is dealt with for Big Fat Sea Cows, as now the crunch on the rest of StarZ Impact here with a delayed wipeout. Big Fat Sea Cows right back in business. They do have the lead. They have the checkpoint advantage as well. And with a minute left, StarZ Impact have a lot on their plate here. Down 0-2 in the set. They need to force the retake and be able to get a push going here, but it needs to happen soon as they're all kind of clumped up on this left side.
It needs to happen soon, and then they need to get Mini and the shot player Neptune off the board because they're getting Zuka so fast after a wipe, and that's how they're able to stall out those pushes that should be successful out from StarZ. We do see Neptune burning that Zuka up on that left stack as StarZ tries to defend their own checkpoint, but things need to start shifting into their favor. Interesting jump here out from the Blaster trying to assist their teammate on this left stack. A lot of repositioning from both of these teams, but it's StarZ that has a limited amount of time. They do manage to get this pick as well, but the splashdown not able to secure enough kills for their teammates who are forced to jump out, abdicating the rest of mid in favor of Big Fat Sea Cows, where it's looking pretty dicey here, Rocket.
Yes, 10 seconds left. 2 players down on StarZ Impact here. Big Fat Sea Cows in major advantage here. Really just left to the Twinkle Doolies here. Nightmare just trying to see if they can get something going. Pops that bubble, but unfortunately, too many players still alive here. Big Fat Sea Cows, a resounding 3-0 victory, sending StarZ Impact to the losers.
Unbelievable, frankly, dominance and control from Big Fat Sea Cows, who have been having one heck of a run so far this season. And let alone this morning, you got to remember that Big Fat Sea Cows going 3-1, which was an upset over Tidal Disruption, 3-2 over a long-time legacy favorite in Unlimited Woomy United, and then now 3-0 over StarZ Impact, working their way to winners bracket finals, where they'll either face Distinkt or Trigger Happy. I'm on the edge of my seat, Rocket. I think perhaps our next game could be our most explosive one yet.
For sure. But speaking of explosive, we saw a lot of Big Fat Sea Cow members just kind of rise up to the occasion. We harped on Neptune here, but I want to take a second to highlight Lux as well. You saw on that wiper, I believe the vanilla wiper from Game 1 and Game 3. And for Game 2, we saw the Barazushi Splatana wiper get a little bit of light as well. Kind of the yin to the yang of Neptune, kind of so to speak, kind of being always in a position to, if Neptune was kind of taken out or traded out, Lux was right there with a hammer, with a very timely hammer. Just left StarZ Impact really no space to kind of run with. Their special usage was awesome, and I saw a lot of it, and just wanted to give a little shout out to that.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the adaptability, and this is something that I was only able to realize in hindsight for Shipshape. We did gloss over. I noticed that it was the Zuka one, but I glossed over because it didn't feel important. It didn't feel impactful at the time yet. But in hindsight, keeping in mind that Big Fat Sea Cows comp is a lot more short range. You literally have a junior and a shot, and it just happen to have a pencil, right? But that Zuka really allowing them to close that range gap against opponents who might be running something like an edit or a pencil or a slosher, something that might give those short range shooters more significant trouble.
For sure. But we'll only have to wait and see who you were talking about. Big Fat Sea Cows will be facing off in winners bracket finals. Distinkt, like you mentioned, is up 2-1 over Trigger Happy, but we'll just have to wait and see. But for us, we'll take a very short break for SAC, as we'll be right back here shortly.
Hello and welcome back to SAC Season 10 Finals. My name is Skepidalians and I'm here with Rocket for a very exciting and near and dear to my heart match between Distinkt and Big Fat Sea Cows, both teams who have been around for a long time and earned themselves a little bit of a cult following.
So it's going to be kind of fan base versus fan base here. We saw on stream right here how Big Fat Sea Cows made it to this point, and on the other side for Distinkt, same story. We saw a little bit kind of their run early. I believe it was winner's bracket round 2 where they got a 3-1 over Passione there, but yes, we're going to be looking at a powerhouse versus powerhouse. So we know a little bit of Big Fat Sea Cows, but Skep, want to enlighten us a little bit on Distinkt?
Yeah, Distinkt is they've been around for something like 3 years. Mainly the core roster between Sal, Afro, and Mooj. Rafa's been on the team for about a year, and Tame was on the team for the year prior to that. So even though we are seeing Tame come in as a sub, this is still a player that the team has a lot of experience working with, subs with frequently, and has been around for a long time. Distinkt, a team that plays off meta and coolerless, and a lot of their weapons got very good kits in the most recent patch, and I bet they're riding off of that good energy here this morning. What about Big Fat Sea Cows, Rocket?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a bit of how Big Fat Sea Cows loves to run there. But again, I want to just kind of reiterate the yin and yang that is Neptune and Lux just always fighting hand in hand. And I'm just going to say it again, for my shot heart, just two players after my heart here, 4 shots. Definitely get something to highlight here. Afro King and Neptune here, gonna be the matchup of all matchups here. Both players here have just been popping off. We saw Neptune get a nice triple on Barnacle and Dime against StarZ Impact, and kind of similar story for Distinkt Inc. in Afro King there. You see the KDR there. Yes, it is a bigger difference than we saw at least previously, but kind of just seeing how Afro King loves to play, despite not really getting that much specials out, just still being able to just kind of put that main weapon to work, and will be something I'll be taking a look at for sure. And you did talk about how Distinkt loves to kind of run kind of off meta comps, and that is definitely kind of highlighted by, I believe, Rouge as well there. Bow player there. I believe that new kit, I forget the name of it, but I know it has point sensor and inkjet, so definitely another thing to kind of keep an eye on.
Yeah, I know Mooj was letting me know yesterday, coincidentally, that they anticipate running at least 2 of each new weapon per comp, and I'm betting that a large portion of those are coming directly from Mooj. Mooj, a player who has been playing bow and popped off with it for a very long time. You might have seen them at the UK champs the past year, or Breeze, one of the British lands, playing with Distinkt and Tame. So players that have played at lands together as well around this off-meta chip-based comp. Now, something that chip-based comps tend to suffer into are comps that are able to take out one player at a time. That's something that they are going to find themselves with a little bit of a comp situation against with Big Fat Sea Cows, because they are running that short range shooter comp that really just wants to play for a straight pick here, a straight pick there, and then a safe jump back into mini on pen, right? So I'm curious whose strategy is going to win out here, a run and gun, or we're chipping and eating hot chip.
For sure. And to start things off, we're going to Spot Zone's Mahi Mahi here, and kind of taking another look over at both teams' comps here. Another player, again, I'm just going to keep picking and choosing players here, is Sal on Distinkt there with, I believe they normally do play rollers here, so we could be seeing a Splat roller kind of come out to play. You kind of see rollers being able to kind of chip in the similar way under the ledges, such as the same for blasters and sloshers. But definitely something that Big Fat Sea Cows didn't see in the previous game was that shorter range weapon that can kind of just insta-kill you, something you have to worry about, and something that could contest Toto's Jr. in the sense of kind of being able to get into their bubble and kind of just making it shark-infested waters.
Let's take a moment to draw attention to the object damage that Distinkt is bringing to the table as well. You're running that bubble with Toto, or perhaps you're bringing that bubble out somewhere else. Maybe Lux switches the decav for a game or 2. Mooj, bring out the tri-stringer. That bubble's gone in 3 shots? And that's going to allow the remaining members, like your more shorter range, your sharks, like Afro on shot or Sal on that roller, to work their way into areas where Big Fat Sea Cows might not necessarily want them to be.
For sure. And now jumping straight into things. Hold on. That is something we were not expecting. That is a dread here, and it's the new dread. And oh my goodness, I'm caught off so guard here that I don't even know what that thing has here.
I think it has crab and beacon. I might be wrong on the beacon. I know it has crab. Yeah, so we do see 2 of those embers coming out on the side of Distinkt, keeping true to their word of we're running 2 new weapons per comp, right? We do see that Big Fat Sea Cow's going 3 down in the zone. It's just the pen very quickly going to be run down by Afro, and we see Rafa here up with this crab. Very dangerously close. That's no doubt going to be fired straight onto Big Fat Sea Cow's off of those respawns, but not before Neptune Zuka taking that crab right out of the sky. Beautiful play there, but Distinkt still in control of the zone as Afro takes this fight on this right side as the zone flips into neutral. The roller painting the zone to hold this here. We're going to see a very quick skirmish.
I have no idea what Neptune has against Mr. Krabs, but every time I see a crab, Neptune is there with a Zuka here. You see Lux taking this right-hand fight against Booj. Unfortunately, is taken out here, but with looking at Distinkt's comp a little bit, they do go 3 players down, yes, but it is heavily favored in terms of just trying to paint in and kind of letting Sal do their own thing. You saw that Dread does actually have hurling bomb crab, so really a lot of paint and a lot of initiation to kind of allow Sal to kind of get in here, but they need to first worry about this retake here. Big Fat Sea Cows kind of just position themselves well. Junior almost has that bubble here. You do see Rafa on this crab here on this left side is just taken a little bit by surprise by that hammer, but you do see Distinkt eventually kind of making their way into that zone.
Yeah, Distinkt has that bubble. They have that inkjet coming in from Mooj on that top left, and they do manage to flip that zone and apply penalty, but there's 2 members of Big Fat Sea Cows making their own way back to plat. Afro does get the pen. That's no cooler, and that is huge as Big Fat Sea Cows working their way out of spawn. That cooler on that bottom left side, it does look like Toto was able to grab that before dropping, but Lux not going to get any value off of that hammer. And just look how far forward Distinkt is and how ratty Afro was playing underneath that right drop, just completely saying you shall not pass, you're not dropping here, and we're clearing our penalty. But let's see what Neptune no doubt can do with this Zuka.
Yes, Neptune has been deadly with this. 2 players down already. The bubble is still had though by Sal. Never mind, the bubble unable to come out in time as I believe a bomb takes them out here, and Big Fat Sea Cows, by the skin of their teeth, still managed to kind of stay alive with that. They do have a lot of specials to work with here. That hammer, that Zuka still alive from Neptune here, helps get that kill onto Afro here. You do have a hammer as well, just waiting and daring Rafa to throw out that crab. Really nicely done there by Lux. Yet again, denying any crab usage here. Now out of their penalty points, Big Fat Sea Cows kind of look for that very, very strong bulge. However, you do have to worry about Mooj here, who is quickly taken care of.
Yeah, but we see that's a wipe on Distinkt. They went in for Mini, and Mini simply diffs them. Toto has this bubble on that left side. Distinkt has nothing to show for it. They have to go for the zone. They have 10 ticks before Big Fat Sea Cows pulls lead. This is simply about winning their ones before Big Fat Sea Cows can clear, can get their picks, right? The bubble's out, the Zuka's out, there's paint on the zone. Distinkt somehow manages to flip as Neptune and the Viper player are forced to back up. Beautiful play from Distinkt. I was sure they were goners.
And that's just been the nature. Oh, nice Zuka from Neptune here. They're just distracting the trade I thought I was having. But I was about to say that Distinkt is just only able to do this just because of the comp they are running here. Very paint heavy, but now the pressure falls on Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of respond in kind here. Lux manages to take out Afro here in a 1-for-1 trade, but really intense fighting in the mid here. Toto, they're just trying to paint over that Dread. You do see Distinkt able to hold on without dropping any penalty points. The specials are going out left, right, and center. The crab and bubble in the middle holds firm as Distinkt. A very, very, very good retake and a very clutch hold coming out there from Rafa. And I believe Sal on that Dread and Roller respectively keep that going, and Distinkt with a game 1 victory.
Yeah, all of Big Fat Sea Cow's paint coming out of that one corner, right, where we saw the where we saw their teammates jumping into that junior and trying to desperately put some paint down on that zone, but the bubble out from Sal shutting down any paint that might have been just a little bit out of their own reach to any members that might have been spawning in. Beautiful play there, and great paint placement there from Distinkt as well, right here, exactly where the members of Big Fat Sea Cows are going to be painting out of that choke point, and in order to deny any neutralization of the zone. Beautiful play. Frankly, I'm stunned. That to be honest, when Big Fat Sea Cows broke in before they pulled lead there, or what looked like they were going to pull lead, it felt like just like Distinkt like evaporated, like a series of mistakes, right? It didn't feel like that retake was because Big Fat Sea Cows had some massive play that got just the right pick and they dropped at the right time. It felt like Distinkt just messed up, and at the end there, for them to pull lead in such a particular and nail-biting fashion, I'm stunned.
Yes, I am as well, Skep. And at the very end there, one of those players I want to give a quick shout out to, Rafa there, the Dread Ringer I didn't know the name of, but I know now it is the Horns Dread Ringer there with that curling bomb and that crab there. We saw one a few times there, just unfortunately their crab is being denied by the power of Neptune and Lux, but I mean, they put their main weapon to work there. Keely on that retake as well, being able to kind of hide and just pairing with Sal, getting in that bubble and being able to get in clutch paint in that mid there, being able to create so much space for Distinkt to kind of really work with. And of course, at the very end, yet again, hand in hand with Sal there, being able to hold on to a valiant counterattack, last-ditch effort coming out from Big Fat Sea Cows there. Just wanted to give a quick shout out there, and can definitely show now the power of Crab Dread.
Yeah, another thing I want to point out is Rafa wanted to crab on that snipe every single time. I don't think I saw a crab, to use a Valorant term for the post plant, I guess you would call it post cap. I never saw a crab for the post cap setup anywhere other than Big Fat Sea Cow snipe. And simply put, that was just something that Neptune started to read. Knew that was where the crab was going to come out, got Zuka out of spawn, and then before Rafa could even pop the crab, they were gone. And so I want to see Rafa in particular change up where they are placing those crabs.
For sure here. And moving on to the counter pick of Big Fat Sea Cows, we're seeing Rainmaker Museum here. Now, the big question will be for Distinkt, do they kind of hold firm with their weapons here? It isn't splat zones anymore, so paint isn't the necessary objective here. So will Rafa stay on this Dread Ringer? We'll just have to wait and see. They will be staying on that Crab Dread here. On the other side, similar comp kind of from what we've been expecting from Big Fat Sea Cows. So like you kind of mentioned, Skip, let's see if Rafa can kind of adjust their crabs if necessary, because the second that crab hops online, Distinkt and Neptune and Lux are keeping a keen eye on it.
Right, exactly. Something I also want to point out here is that Distinkt would say in their own words that zones is their worst mode. So here we are heading on the Rainmaker, which is a mode where they can play a lot more skirmishy. We could see Afro go in on the craziest flanks. But it's Minnie here who's going to get that pick on Mooj before taking that Rainmaker very quickly for a swift check break. And you got to remember, they have that bubble right behind the Rainmaker. That's going to be a quick jump back in.
For sure. And now winning that kind of Rainmaker shield, at least so temporarily here, will delay the response coming out from Distinkt. I think that Big Fat Sea Cows is trying to see if they can move in. Bazooka and Crab will be popped by Distinkt just to see if they can try to move in. Mooj will find one there. 2 players in total for Big Fat Sea Cows fall here. Mooj, that Rainmaker carrier, just trying to see if they can work their way up that right side. Toto is still there, just kind of putting on pressure here, but eventually Distinkt will kind of dislodge them. But slowly but surely kind of making their way up this right side, up that ramp here. Let's see if Big Fat Sea Cows can hold on, with Minnie already getting that opening pick onto Afro.
And they have those 3 specials online. They have that bubble in order to be able to stall out this checkpoint. We do see the bubble coming right out on that check as Neptune lets go of that Zuka, but somehow does not find any picks with it. And we do see, because of that, Moosh here able to break that first checkpoint, and it's actually Distinkt in control here with all 4 members left standing. Afro has the Zuka firing that as revenge right onto both Neptune and Lux, and with that we are going to see Distinkt pulling a cheeky little lead of 29 remaining, but they haven't quite given up that plat yet. I take it back. That's a wipe in favor of Big Fat Sea Cows.
Yes, the curling bomb finds one on the way out, but it will be 3 members of Big Fat Sea Cows moving up. Now 2 actually, as you see Rafa moving up with great aggression, already just denying so much space, so much control for Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of move in. Afro here on a big flank could take out Mini, does manage to find that pick and somehow remains alive here. Really nicely done here, just showing the movement aspect of shot, and almost with another Zuka ready as well. As 3 specials online for both sides here. Afro will be the first one to use theirs, unfortunately not really finding much, but now this is going to be a nuclear war in mid here.
Yeah, we do see that they're looking towards that right side, but managing to get the pick on Rafa there with that Rainmaker. But look where the Rainmaker is. That's the worst spot in the world for the Rainmaker to be, because they have to squid search in order to be able to get that. So Big Fat Sea Cows going for that pop, but now here comes the hard part. How do they grab that Rainmaker without losing players in the process?
Yeah, they still have a lot of time to kind of work with here, Skip, so they might elect to just let it reset, which it does look like it's going to do. Rainmaker now reset back in mid. Unfortunately, Sal going down here on that left side will give Big Fat Sea Cows a little bit more presence. A nice hammer being thrown there by Lux will make it a 3-down situation for Distinkt, as Big Fat Sea Cows will continue to kind of move forward here. They need some of this fortune to go their way. Toto does have their bubble available, a great position to use it in as well. Kind of a little bit of a shield. On the other side, Rafa and Afro have their specials as well. That Zuka being used now to see if they can poke away at Mini here, but so far a little bit of a standstill is ensuing.
I'm a little shocked, frankly. The bubble was in a perfect position for Big Fat Sea Cows in order to pull lead, but not being able to capitalize off of that. Rafa going in for the dive on Neptune, not able to clear them. That means that Neptune is still here to continue this push. That's a beautiful Zuka pick, and Big Fat Sea Cows in control of the... No! Sal grabbed it! They're making a run for it! They're on the plot!
Oh,
there's a DC on the side of Distinkt! What is going on?
Oh my goodness. Final minute here, DC. Permanent 1-down situation for Distinkt here. Big Fat Sea Cows have a great opportunity to kind of take advantage of the very unfortunate there, but the game will continue. We are well in our way through this match here, but Distinkt is not out of it yet. Yes, a player down situation here, but a great holding spot for them here. Wooch is trying to chip away. Rafa also up here with them as well on this perch. You see Neptune on this right side, potentially seeing if they can get some flank going. Zuka is almost had. The Rainmaker is taken out here, Skep. Final 25 seconds will determine everything.
But they have that stamp, and that stamp, it doesn't look like they're going for the pop. They want to use that to get the members of Distinkt. But finally, Distinkt, look how spread out they are. They were really worrying me with how grouped up they were. Beautiful pick there from Mooj as the members of Big Fat Sea Cows are clumped. This is exactly what Distinkt needs. They're clumped all behind that spinner, behind that Rainmaker. Mini grabs the Rainmaker and is running for it. They're going to be able to chase lead.
Oh my goodness, in the Cinderella 12th hour of things, Big Fat Sea Cows steals that lead, and now it is going to be a monumentous effort for Distinkt to try to take this one back. Now only 2 players able to protect that Rainmaker here. Mooch just holding forward, see if they can do anything here. Not a lot of paints to be had, as Afro was the one to DC here, so it all rests on Rafa to see if they can get any control here. That stamp being thrown out to kind of deny that crab. Not really any space to kind of work with here, as Rafa just tries to take this fight with Neptune, does unfortunately lose it here, as Mooch knows the time is ticking down, and that Zuka will remain firm here, as tying things up in an unfortunate circumstance, but one that happened nonetheless. A 1-for-1 scoreboard is what we're looking at.
The worst possible time to DC, right? I'm not sure if, frankly, everything happened so quickly. I presumed that it was Big Fat Sea Cows in control of the Rainmaker after that, near wipe. But it was Sal dropping towards that right side. But afterwards, when we saw them all coming out of spawn, it looked like Distinkt was really grouped up. And when you're fighting a player like Neptune and you're already at a squid disadvantage, being grouped up on defense, it can spell disaster. But in the end, it wasn't even that got him. It was cheese. with the Rainmaker up on those grates. A beautiful play from Mini there in order to say, I'm still going to go for it because I know that you have one less player to shoot at me. What a shocking twist of events.
Yes, and I don't want to highlight the DC too much, but because even then you were talking about it, Distinkt still had an opportunity to win that. They just were unfortunately not in a position to contest that Rainmaker with not any real players able to kind of deal with that. I mean, Mooj was the only one looking at it, and they just and it was really hard for them to just try to stop that, because you basically had to hit a very, very difficult shot in a position that you never really see the Rainmaker in there. So I can't really take away too much from that, but still great effort from Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of being able to play with the hand that they were dealt and take that one. Now the counter pick for Distinkt will come in, and it's Rainmaker Undertow.
Yeah, Distinkt showing that they know their Rainmaker, right? This is a mode that they feel very comfortable on. They're running weapons with high DPS. They're running, Sal with that curling bomb, which gives them a lot of movement opportunities, especially on Rainmaker. And so the move from Rainmaker Museum, where frankly they had it, right? To Rainmaker Undertow, I think this could be very good for Distinkt. But Big Fat Sea Cows, right? They know how to take advantage of the right opportunities when they present themselves, and that's something that you really need with Rainmaker as a mode in particular.
For sure. Let's see if hopefully we can hope that Afro will remain alive with us, just being able to kind of give that aggression that Distinkt was missing in those final 30 seconds there, just kind of showing the importance of it, not only from the sense of obviously you're fighting down one player, but kind of showing the impacts that Afro brings. Rafa will be taking out that Dread and instead going with that V-Slosher for trip strikes.
And frankly, I'm not too surprised. It looks like their Crab was really having some challenges running into Big Fat Sea Cows comp. And, with, again, just to bring it back to the Zookas, you would expect to see some difficulty there. But it's Distinkt there who is able to get the opening 3 picks. I thought for sure Afro was going to be taken out there, but the Rainmaker moving very quickly towards this left side, and that is an opening check break, perhaps, for Distinkt.
The podium a little bit slippery there, but I mean, Mooj got it there in the end. Now, coming back with a vengeance is Distinkt. Afro managing to take out Toto before getting traded out. That bubble won't provide much protection for Big Fat Sea Cows as Lux just tries to see if they can chip away. Unfortunately, taken out here. You do see now Sal moving up with that bubble. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker is taken out from behind, so a little bit more time for Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of recollect themselves here. Unfortunately, not really able to get much else as that with that time, Luxus and the rest of Big Fat Sea Cows are able to kind of take and seize the opportunity to get that Rainmaker taken out now on this retake.
Big Fat Sea Cows has something to prove, that it wasn't luck, that it wasn't anything malicious that caused Afro to DC, that this is their own fair fight. Now in control of that Rainmaker, but look at all these specials that Distinkt has on the line. Mooj using their main weapon to get 1 pick, followed by this Whale, and the other 2 members of Big Fat Sea Cows on that top right side called out. We could see them being swarmed by Afro and Rafa. Lux taken out of the picture, but Afro being taken up by Neptune all the way back from spawn with that Zuka. Beautiful play there, but Distinkt has that Rainmaker already looking again to make another push, and we have Sal with that bubble going to get 1, maybe 2, does get 2 as Toto has that bubble out and ready to go. My eyes are on Sal right now here for this next exchange.
For sure, and now the trip chase going and giving them so much opportunities to kind of move in here. Sal just moving forward here, almost able to take out Lux. Manages to find Lux there, really nicely done. Gives a little bit of an opening for Rafa to take that Rainmaker forward. Now down to 12 here. We are almost halfway through this match, Skep, and Big Fat Sea Cows have not been able to score anything here. Distinkt coming back with a vengeance, something to prove, a chip on their shoulder. Afro is snuffed out there. An unfortunate pick will lead to Big Fat Sea Cows now potentially gaining some space.
they've made some hardware upgrades or something in the time it took for that DC. Distinkt has that bubble out, or excuse me, it looked like it was the Big Fat Sea Cows that bubble out and very quickly shredded the Junior Toto taken out of the picture. 2 members of Big Fat Sea Cows, we do see Lux and Mini working their way towards that left side, but not before the Zuka gets one, possibly gets the Rainmaker. No, but it doesn't need to because they're able to be collapsed on by the remaining members of Distinkt. This is now a 2-2 stagger that Big Fat Sea Cows has found themselves in, so they need to try and keep their players alive, which it does look like they're going to manage to do so. Perhaps to set up some sort of defense, but not before Afro gets Toto. Oh my gosh, they're Distinkt just not letting up on the picks.
Not at all, Scab. The minute 45 remains with us. Rafa here on this left side, seeing if they find something. It will be forced out here. Almost a trip strikes. Very smart jump out here. Lux just trying to see if they can find anything on this hammer, forcing most of this things on that left side. Sal taken out by them, leading the way to that pedestal here with 2 players down for Distinkt. A very tough spot. The strikes are almost able to take out Mini, but eventually the follow-through comes in from Rafa. Picks going left and right. Specials being traded out, but eventually Big Fat Sea Cows again in control of the rain. Afro on this flank here, yet again finding 2 and able to move Distinkt Inc. back into a better spot.
There we see the difference between the quantity of Zukas versus running at them with your main weapon there from Afro, who's on that right side in this 2v1 versus Neptune and Toto, both trying to look towards Afro as Sal sat back, let the Rainmaker reset, and there's a lot more sporadic paint scatters throughout the map in favor of Distinkt. Lux tries to push in and does throw that stamp, but not able to get any picks as Distinkt now only has 1 player left to look at before finally getting that pick. The Rainmaker moving towards that left side, and they don't even need to push. They realistically just need to survive in this bottom left corner for as long as squidly possible.
Yeah, Afro taking out Neptune there, basically kind of denying that Zuka being able to apply pressure and eventually get that pick. Mooj somehow lives that bomb, 2-player down situation for Big Fat Sea Cows here, just keeping it in this safe position. You know what the win condition is here for Distinkt. They just have to sit and chill. Tiger does have a bubble if they so choose to use it here to kind of protect, give that body shield here. Tiger, Sal just being that bodyguard for Mooj there as Distinkt, now up 2-1 against Big Fat Sea Cows.
Beautiful use of the bubble there in order to be able to hold that space for your Rainmaker carrier to deny Big Fat Sea Cows overtime. Your opponents can't make an overtime push that takes the game right out from underneath you if they can't get that pick on the Rainmaker. So smart decision to sit back and wait for that bubble. Big Fat Sea Cows up against the wall here as we move towards their counter pick. I would avoid going back to Rainmaker, frankly.
I mean, yes, you saw how Distinkt has been kind of dominant on Rainmaker. Obviously, that second game was had because of some unfortunate circumstances, but I mean, Distinkt here kind of dominated a little bit for this. I mean, unable to get that first checkpoint was Big Fat Sea Cows, and a part of that was, I mean, the piece that they were missing all along there, which was Afro at the end of that. We saw time and time again, me and you both, Skep, were pointing it out, Afro using that main weapon instead of the Zuka, kind of contrasting kind of how Neptune loves to play, just being able to kind of get the flanks, just always behind, always have to keep an eye on them, and always making the Rainmaker uncomfortable. Now, they didn't always get the direct value in the sense of getting the picks first, say, but just having that pressure behind you makes the Rainmaker just in a tough spot.
You expect it to be coming from the roller, right? In that comp with Distinkt. But your roller, in order to be as powerful as Sal is, and Sal and Afro have been playing together for years, you need somebody to provide some sort of alternative stimulus for the roller to be able to go in and do what they do. If your opponent is constantly looking for the roller, what are they going to find? The roller. So you need to keep them looking for the shot as well, which Afro is able to do. Go in, get 1, get 2, but it keep them paranoid and looking behind to give Sal another opportunity to work their way in. Quite the dynamic duo you have there.
Yeah, and just to kind of harp on that a little bit, I mean, Sal was able to kind of be the vanguard, and I use that word very, very specifically, the vanguard of the team, kind of just being the bodyguard of the Rainmaker. We saw it on that initial push already, allowing Distinkt to get it down to 12, and then at the end they're being able to protect Mooch at the very end, just kind of being that bodyguard and just being able to kind of play around their team is a very wonderful asset in Sal for Distinkt here. But the counter pick is in. We are seeing our first Clam Blitz, at least of our block here, Skip, I believe. We are seeing Clam Blitz, Crab Leg, Capital.
I think it's in thanks to Clam Blitz in chat. No, I love Clam Blitz Crab Leg. I saw a group of players talking about this map being in a couple of map pools going up, and flaming it, but then immediately all turning around and being like, yo, actually, I kind of like this map. Well, why don't we all just admit that we all have a little bit of love in our heart for Clam's Crab Leg here, and this could be it. This could be the winner semis match that determines who goes on to finals and who ends up moving down onto losers bracket, Rocket.
For sure, and we're seeing quite interesting changes from both sides. Big Fat Sea Cows moving for that T-Tech and that, I believe that is Bazooka Wiper as well, going back to that. A nice double there from Neptune. 3 in total found from Neptune, I believe. Open things up. On the other side, you do see that Distinkt with Rafa going going back to that red, I believe, as well, just being able to kind of keep that crab presence. But I do want to question that choice, at least here, just because of how well Big Fat Sea Cows has kind of been able to deny that.
But they only have that one Zuka online, and this map can be fairly open. Afro with this Zuka does look like they're trying to get one, not able to do so. As Distinkt still realistically backed onto their own plat, and that's going to be something that their comp struggles with here, right? They have a curling bomb, they have a Dreadringer, and they have a bow. Realistically, the only thing that could bomb themselves into their own fights is Afro. And those fights do not seem to be turning into so much for their favor until just now, and that's if they can cleanly secure the kill against Neptune.
Yes, now with paint control in mid here for Distinkt, maybe a little bit of an opportunity to kind of move in. You do see Rafa maybe trying to see if they can get that crab online to go on that grades. You see Sal already ready with that bubble here. This is going to be so vital for Distinkt to move in. If you can get that bubble under that basket, you have an easy way in. Unfortunately, Big Fat Sea Cows have other plans here, investing their trip strikes to put Rafa in such a horrendous position here, and just able to kind of get out just because of Afro, but unfortunately is taken out there, as Big Fat Sea Cows have been able to kind of use their specials to zone Distinkt, forcing them to go the way they want to here. Mooj also in a very awkward position now, being forced to move up here, as Lux does manage to kind of live that and back out, but still, neither side has been able to get a score on the board.
Yeah, it's exactly. I was just going to point that out. We're 2.5 minutes into the game. We have 3 power clams on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows, and we're still looking at 100 to 100. As Mooj comes out with this Inkjet, it knows exactly where to shoot because everybody on the other team is holding a power clam. That's 1, mayhaps 2. It doesn't look like it, but again, Distinkt back into the game, and that's the thing with this map mode, right? The longer you take time to push, the more likely your opponent is going to be able to move you. Yes, true for any clams map, but particularly here, because of how often you see members on this high ground where they're particularly visible and in these wide open spaces where they don't have room to hide against specials like this Zuka.
Yes, and another part about it is, yes, Big Fat Sea Cows have not been able to get in quite yet, but the longer they've had control of mid, the more ammunition they're building here, not only in the paint, but also in the clams department, as you mentioned. Just holding this amount of space, just being able to get all these clams, if they're able to find some breakthrough, it's going to hurt for Distinkt there. And you do see Rafa already going down. Neptune with that Zuka, I believe, find one as well. And now a great opportunity to potentially move in. You do see 24 clams on the board. Neptune finds another in Afro here, just trying to see if they can find any space. 2 balls in total will make their way into that barrier. And like I mentioned there, all it takes is 1 opportunity. And now Distinkt have themselves in a little bit of a difficult situation with 1:10 left.
I disagree. I think that was so much smoke and absolutely 0 fire We got both of those clams in, but we wiped out of it, right? Now we have Mooj back with an Inkjet. We have a Crab on Graves, and Afro has again DC'd. So I take it back. Distinkt, they've got one last really good shot to go at this, but after that, between Squid Power and Specials, their backs are against the wall.
Yes, and when I said put in a difficult situation, I did not mean in the sense that I knew Afro was going to disconnect there, but now it is very, very much difficult here. You do see on this left side, Neptune with that Zuka, 30 seconds left. You have a roll, you have Sal's bubble available to maybe make something happen, but somebody from Distinkt is going to have to make an incredible play here in order for this to progress. Rafa is unfortunately taking out that ball. Will fall down. Unfortunately, no more will be had. Neptune finds another in Mooch. That is a wipeout here. 10 seconds left. Neptune smartly just waits here. Just waiting for an opportunity to kind of push in. Don't want to end it now. Don't want to give Distinkt any opportunity to kind of move forward there. Popping that Zuka ends things there. And in another unfortunate match, Big Fat Seacals takes that game. And we are going to game 5, Skip.
We are indeed going to game 5, but I'm gonna need anybody who is toggling a lag switch right now. I'm gonna need them to stop. That is a joke. I'm making fun. But yeah, unfortunate. And you know, your Big Fat Seacals too. You want to win because it's a fair fight. You don't want to win because your opponent DC'd twice. That's just not how anybody wants to go out, right?
Right. And it's just unfortunate just because of the matter of, like, when Distinkt are all there and all punching and all fighting, they are able to kind of just hold they're able to really give Big Fat Seacals the business. But unfortunately, with those 2 DCs, that is 2 losses just because they weren't able to have another player. And we will we won't be able to see how they're able to retake there, because I believe we didn't really see during that was a little bit of a slower paced match in the sense of just like it wasn't a back and forward in the sense, but in the matter of like, all right, I got my push going, now it is Distinkt's turn to kind of move in, but we just were never able to see it just because of those unfortunate circumstances here. So hopefully in game 5 we'll be able to see all that. We did see, I do know in chat, Afro King's TV unfortunately turned off there, so whoever is the TV provider, please get Afro King back on, but hopefully they are okay now. We'll be seeing a fair 4v4 happening, but I mean, with that loss, the silver lining is at least Distinkt gets that final counter pick, and the counter pick is in. It's going to be TC Hagglefish.
Something I want to point out, particularly against Distinkt, is they're running that chip-based comp, right? And chip functions better the more players that you have alive to play off of each other's chip. Now that's true for, gosh darn, just about any comp, any team. You want to be able to push up and, you know, shoot the opponent with your teammates. But particularly for a comp that is designed to function entirely around chip, like we do see Distinkt running, that those DCs where you're losing, you know, one of your greatest kill confirmed weapons with your shot, it's particularly punishing. And so I want to see them win or lose. Oh my god.
That is not a good sign at all. Afro, please stay with us. We do not want this game 5. Obviously, no one wants this game 5 to be determined by that. But moving away from that entirely, with Afro trying to fight their internet provider, we saw Rafa on the Forge Splattershot Pro, and that's not something I was expecting at all. I was honestly expecting them to kind of go back to, I believe it was game 3, if I want to recall, that slosher that we saw, that V slosher, if I'm not mistaken, that I did like a lot from them, obviously because of the trip strikes, but I mean, GG strikes work similarly here for Hagglefish, but I mean, the Forge still gives you that Booyah Bomb kind of to use there, so, I mean, I don't hate that choice at all.
I think why they would want to switch to Pro, Suction Bomb for Tower, right? And we were talking about on Crab Leg, right? How difficult it was for them to re-enter without an additional lethal. When you consider the fact that Afro was the only player running a lethal bomb, so likely switching to that because of tower. And then also, again, you mentioned you're not losing the utility of either a GG Booyah or a GG Strike because you still have that Booyah Bomb. Pro does not paint as badly as people seem to think it does. And so that also will give you paint to support your roller, maybe at a little bit of a greater range than you would typically see coming out of a slosher.
For sure, yeah, that range is definitely an underrated factor of the weapon here. We do see it return here. Hopefully, everyone is up and line. Toto is still staying with that T-Tech there instead of the Junior here. So instead of a bubble, we will be having Trip Strikes. So Trip Strikes here could be kind of vital in kind of just disrupting what Distinkt is putting down here. But unfortunately, already off rip, Afro managing to take out 2 here. This is why we need to see Afro stay alive here, because they have been the X factor for Distinkt.
Bro gets a power up whenever he DCs. It's been on purpose for the plot. Trust. We do see Afro, like mentioned, on this bottom right, trying to play off of Mooj's jetpack. excuse me? You mean to tell me that was not a splat? Okay.
Yeah,
Distinkt might break first shot.
Little bit of game-breaking stuff here, but I mean, Neptune manages to find Mooj on that Zuka there. Neptune kind of trying to move forward here, trying to kind of mirror what Afro's been doing here. Now the shot-to-shot battle we'll be having near that tower here, but both shots actually now trying to chase down Afro. They are taken out here, and a lot of paint control in the side of Big Fat Sea Cows will kind of allow them to kind of surge forward. Lux there on that bottom left of your screen, managing to take out one, being able to kind of shut down Sal's bubble there, as now Big Fat Sea Cows have kind of positioned themselves wonderfully to kind of get this check when Cooler being out as well and Specials being wonderfully cycled.
And it's Big Fat Sea Cows at this first checkpoint. They do have that Zuka, but they lose 2 thanks to a beautiful Zuka out from that top right. Big Fat Sea Cows not able to maintain their push for that checkpoint because Distinkt has 2 specials online. They're rocking forward here with this Inkjet. We know that it's just Neptune on that bottom right side, but do they know about Mini behind the hut? They do now. But Neptune, it does look like they backed, perhaps trying to get another Zuka, maybe set up for this first check, because Sal, on that first checkpoint with this bubble, and with all of these AoE specials ready to go to clear that top right, this could be a good push for Distinkt. Are you kidding me?
Alright, hold on. Not only did Afro DC, we're seeing a DC on the other side, and yep, okay. For the sanity of all of us, I
apologize.
Please let the internet stay Nintendo. Please let us have this winners bracket game 5.
I apologize.
Yeah. Yikes.
I have heard of some things with, for some odd reason, Dapple's noticing it more. With, I think because they're EU and maybe they have more NA players mixing into the bunch, but disconnects where someone in the lobby has a Switch too. I have seen that word going around, and Tame mentioned Afro has a Switch too, and you know, maybe that's it. Or yes. Somebody needs to get Afro a LAN cable.
Whatever it may be, we do appreciate your patience for this. I mean, there's a lot of moving factors and variables, obviously, with Switch 2 being released, there being, obviously, like you mentioned, the region differences. There's a lot that can possibly go wrong here, and once again, we appreciate you, just kind of your patience and your time here, but yeah, just unfortunate. Now, both sides do lose a player there. So now back to the drawing board and just kind of hopes and prayers that we can maybe play this game out with no bumps, hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be the March incident from Low Ink, right? Is that what they call it? The March incident?
So, yeah. The
March
tragedy.
Madness?
The tragedy that was that aspect, but yes, the craziness of it indeed. But I mean, just hopefully we can see things in a very, very fair manner. But I mean, we saw a lot from at least those 2 minutes that we did see, a lot of kind of the strengths and kind of the identity of what Distinkt loves to play. I mean, just yet again, kind of similarly what we saw on Game 3, Afro managing to kind of open things up by themselves, kind of being that Slayer role, being able to find 2 off opening, and kind of playing around that the rest of the Distinkt and Mooch just also as well being able to kind of support fights where needed. That's kind of been what Distinkt has been great at. On the other side of Big Fat Sea Cows, same old of what we've been seeing of what makes them great, kind of just being able to push together, kind of being able to repeatedly just use their specials one in tow after another. I know I harp on that a lot, but it's such an important thing to do, just being able to constantly apply that pressure. Particularly
with the strength of their comp, right? They're running those short range shooters. They've got 2 shots, a junior and a pen. It's, let's be honest, who would consider running that in 2025, right? You pull up to the pickup running double shot junior pen, and everyone thinks you're crazy. But they do it, and they do it well. Lux switched to, am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Everything is normal. We're fine. We're here. It's a normal day of Splatoon.
Everything is here. Everything is fine. There is no Warren Bossing say. This is winners finals, game 5. There was no other previous matches before this. What are you talking about?
My
Cows.
Yeah, I mean, Afro not going in for the opening flank this time, right? We got a little bit of the replay effect going on. So we're not going to be seeing that opening double coming out from Distinkt, but we do see that they have those 3 specials online. We're going to be leading with that Inkjet. We got the bubble in front of the tower to give it a little bit of some wiggle room to move, but not before the stamp flanking out from Lux, going to shut down what might have been a push from Distinkt. Neptune going in for the flank right behind the members of Distinkt, gets 1, doesn't get Rafa from somehow with that Zuka. So again, just another scrap for scrap with a skirmish here in mid. It is playing somewhat similarly to what we saw last game.
For sure here now, Rafa just keeping that left side presence here with a nice pick from Afro on this left side as well, coming in from the assist as well, managing to find 2 in total. Lux left in a difficult position, just left to Big Fat Sea Cow's edit here to hold Afro with another timely Zuka. This is the pressure that I've been talking about from Distinkt here. Unfortunately, Afro is taken out there early, so now a little bit of space will be had by Big Fat Sea Cows, especially with that trip strike stalling and buying some time for that retake as well. Distinkt will get that first checkpoint though from a nice bubble from Sal.
And this is different compared to the last game, right? And we see that bubble being used to transition between that first and second checkpoint. Rafa has that Booyah Bomb, knows that there's at least 1 member of Big Fat Sea Cows up on that flat, does manage to get the pick on Lux. That's the Wiper. The Wipers that's been doing that flanks and breaking up Distinkt's pushes all by themselves, right? They get that pick, huge pick as Distinkt at that 3rd checkpoint, with just Moosh left up in that Inkjet. That's going to be a push ender there. Big Fat Sea Cows able to start working that tower back towards mid after a little bit of a scrap for a cleanup.
Yeah, and that single push, Skip, lasted half the match. That took half of the match to get going, and that is going to be very crucial now for Big Fat Sea Cows to get a similar effect going, because now time is not on their side. Certainly the points are definitely not on their side here, but they do have a little bit of an opportunity as you see Lux take out Sal there. They have to work a checkpoint at a time. Booyah Bomb is available for Rafa here, but both sides losing monumentous players, 3 in total for Big Fat Sea Cows. Just left the Lux here to just try to see if they can stall, live to fight another day. They are forced out, but not before Rafa is able to take them out. That is huge.
Yeah, and now able to take out Mini as well, and then they still have that Booyah Bomb being built. That's a delayed 2 down on the side of Big Fat Sea Cows. We have Distinkt with that bubble. They know that they're being flanked by Neptune, a player that I certainly don't want to be flanking me as I'm pushing the tower, right? And we do see Sal paying the price for that as we see the strikes push that tower and take advantage of that distraction. Afro alone on this bottom right side, drawing a lot of stimulus, and that makes me wonder potentially if we're going to be seeing a flank coming around on that left side from Distinkt, but Rafa taking Afro's flanks on that bottom right side. There's a lot happening, Rocket, and not a lot of movement in terms of objective.
Yeah, and that's of course gonna benefit Distinkt. They don't really have to do anything here, but just as we say that, 3 go down. Big Fat Sea Cows, and I believe Neptune was the one to kind of lead the way. Both sides kind of relying on their shot to kind of make some offense going here, but now with a minute left, a lot of things need to happen here for Big Fat Sea Cows to kind of move forward here. If you're on the side of Distinkt, you need to make sure that these specials are used very, very intently here. You do see 50 seconds left on the board. Sal just trying to contest, managing to find out Toto there. That is going to be a huge kill, as no more trip strikes will be able to be had, at least on that push here. Afro, again, taking this left side flank, unfortunately, is snuffed out here, but time is ticking down for Big Fat Sea Cows.
A swing of blind faith there out from Sal, allowing them to take a moment to breathe and reset, and we see Rafa has that GG Booyah with that pro, right? If you're the side of Big Fat Sea Cows, you want that pro player out of the picture as quickly as possible, but we see Rafa playing a little bit cheekily, a little bit aggressively, so perhaps getting that pick might be easier than Big Fat Sea Cows is expecting, but Rafa, it looks like they jumped out, they're resetting, they're behind Moosh to that top right, as Sal works their way into court and tries to hold as much space as possible. That is a strength of their comp. They want to be holding that space as Big Fat Sea Cows hits that tower near where that first checkpoint was. Moosh above the tower with that ninja as that Booyah hits it. Mini jump dives back on the tower.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, they're about to get to second. It's just Sal. Can Sal clutch this up? I don't know. There's 30 ticks remaining as the tower heads towards that third checkpoint. The strike's coming out on the top left, but it looks like, can you believe it? Afro surviving a 5-minute game long enough to dive the tower and take a game 5 for Distinkt after an uphill climb against their own Wi-Fi.
I mean, okay, Skip, I know me and you both just had, like, our hearts just skipped a beat for a second. It almost looks like disaster for Distinkt. All the position, everything was in place there. The Booyah bomb from Rafa was ready. It was armed, and it was just a matter of getting on the tower there. But in a matter of moments, things flipped on its head, and it almost looked like Big Fat Sea Cows had just found their golden opportunity at the end there. You see here only just Afro and Sal left to try to contest things, but Afro, the opportunity presented itself to seal the deal there, and my heart is beating, Skep, because
I'm gonna be so real. I think if Afro whiffed that, did not get on the tower, you swam into a strike on accident, took a little bit too much damage, you sneezed in the wrong direction, I think they lose that. Frankly. So I'm shocked, I'm stunned, I'm aghast, agape, breathless, bewildered. Throw the synonyms at me.
Yeah, just a matter of moments there, being able to get that one. Distinkt punches their ticket into grand finals in quite a bizarre manner. Big Fat Sea Cows are not done yet. They still have an opportunity in losers bracket finals here with Passione and Tidal Disruption still alive as well. They're going to duel it out in losers bracket semis, but we're going to quickly flow into that next match. Before we go though, Skep, where can the people find you?
You can find me over at Sendo running help desk over the course of this new season. You can find me hopefully playing in Super Jump, but more importantly, enjoying finals here for SAC Season 10 right here. I'll be in chat. What about you, Rocket?
Yes, I'll also be in chat, just waiting to see how this one turns out. But you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky there. I'm just going to be posting some stuff about what I'm doing, so if you're wondering about that, that's where you'll find me. But we're going to quickly fast flow into the finale and the rest of SAC Season 10 with 9 whole grains and Lily rounding things out for the rest of this. So stay tuned. We'll be right back for the conclusion of SAC Season 10.
Stay fresh.
Yeah, I think maybe we've done one cast together since Splatoon 3 came out, but definitely not a lot. I think we tend to pass like ships in the night. Yeah.
Losers bracket, and they've just made the run saying we didn't need the winners bracket at all to get this far.
I mean, absolutely not. And you love a hero story like that, because in order to get knocked out immediately, you take that immediate ego hit, and then you run all the way through losers bracket to make it to essentially finals. Man, I mean, the determination and the mental fortitude it takes to make it there is absolutely crazy, and I love to see it.
Well, and the other interesting thing to note is that these two teams only lost to the teams that just played in winners finals too. For those of you following along with this bracket, which it's not too difficult, there were only 12 teams, you will note that these two teams have certainly only lost to the best. But we can stop stalling here. Robo, Rom, and Lily starting it off with splat zones as they all have. And holy cow, we have a whole bunch of new weapons that are fresh off Sheldon shelves.
I mean, the only one I'm super concerned about and also very excited to see is that brand new Splattershot Senior with the Splat Bomb missiles coming in. That's a weapon I want to try myself, so I'm so excited to see it in the works here.
Yep, the Splattershot Pro Frozen, for those of you who like to go by the book. But take a look already, it looks like Passione has done a great job of forcing people out there. The Dapple Doolies got some real work done earlier today in Area Cup for those of you who follow Japanese Splatoon. Right now, though, being thrust aside very quickly. Freaky Fella, a great name here, should have these missiles charged up at a certain point. They would love to time that with everybody else making the dive. You can see the members of Passione backing up there, but the bubble well put will at least keep some zone control for now. And actually, Lily, they're still scoring points.
They absolutely are. Not even, I mean, capping the zone, just interrupted now. Still a full cap on Tidal Disruption, despite having to back up for those missiles. And two players down the side of Passione is going to put Tidal Disruption in a great position to just 0 to 100 this.
Yeah, I look at this already. 3/4 of your timer is gone away. Nightmare sitting back there. Z34, who's been an absolute menace thus far, is going to jump out and survive. That is the way the game is played in 2025, and it will finally be a flip. Passione now in a great position to put some points on the board. They're falling off there. They should have time to rotate around, or they're just going to jump back in there. And now Bellyman putting a couple hits on some folks there. If they get any follow-up, and do, now suddenly the script has flips. They're in great position there. They have their pencil exactly where you want them, and Lily, now more points being scored. It's been swing after swing.
Passione's doing a great job here. They're all so far forward, two already completely touching pretty much what we would have called the spawn barrier, and doing a fantastic job of it. Two having to back up into zone as their teammates go down, and some specials coming out, maybe burning a little unnecessarily, considering how far back Passione had even ceded territory there. But we do get the great cap. We do apply a penalty there, and Tidal Disruption is back in this game.
Yeah, now that we've got, I won't call it a close game necessarily, 17 points and a whole lot of penalty, this is where you can really see, I don't want to say the ease of Tidal Disruption's comp, because that makes it sound like it's, easy to play necessarily, but the game plan you can do over and over and over again. You say, hey, we've got a decav here who can run in and attack. We have a 52 gal. Get your drinks and go. Like, we're not waiting or making any plans here. Go forward, fight, and we'll worry about what happens later. And you can really get that set up out of almost any sort of back-footed situation, and certainly in a neutral situation, and they are reaping the benefits thus far.
And I do love seeing Z34 play here. A really good decav is absolutely terrifying and a joy to watch play. They remind me of watching really good blasters or buckets for the same reason. They just go in, massive hits, massive damage, and so much pressure applied. But I mean, going down there, two players down for Tidal Disruption. If Passione's getting back in the game, it has to be now.
Great. Was that the person who got taken out there just sloshing high enough to collect? I guess we need to move past it there. That was a sick play there that, was going to lose out to just a pure numbers advantage. But nice stuff there. I love that Passione very quickly takes back the zone whenever they get that short advantage here. Of course, the tough thing with cooler loops is you move forward just a little too slow. The opponent respawns and they punish you as you come out of your own spot. And they took it quick enough there that even though they've gotten wiped out, they at least have some sort of footing. Well, I say that now. Of course, they're going to get crashed upon. There is just no hesitation whatsoever from Tidal Disruption's comp here, and again, they've used that Reef Slider to great effect there on the takebacks. But again, when all you're doing is getting that takeback, it doesn't matter, and they need to find it in a hurry.
And we're seeing the players a little scattered there. The Splattershot Pro, unfortunately, going down a little out of sync with the rest of the team, and it just doesn't look like Passione's going to be able to cap that.
Yeah, that was an odd ending there. You saw that the Reef Slider was on deck. I guess the Dapples really wanted to take out that one player, flip back around, throw it at that zone, and I think they'd also timed that with their Booyah Bomb. So, again, you kind of understand what they were looking for there, trying to take players out, get a full wipe or something close to it, and then really start the score. But, I mean, in that point, you maybe just throw caution to the wind to try to extend it out, but we kind of talked about it earlier here. This decaf from Z34, you have a bucket on top of that and a 52 gal that is so difficult to get rid of once it gets in your spawn. All those hopped up on an ice cold tacticooler, Lily. You can understand how Tidal Disruption made the run this far.
You absolutely can. But I have a question for you, Nine. What flavor is your tacticooler?
Jolly Rancher Blue Raspberry.
Oh, I kind of like that. I can take it. All right.
500 milligrams of caffeine, a little taurine, little creatinine. Just, you know, you want to feel your heartbeat in your fingertips. That's how you know that your tacticooler is working properly.
Absolutely not. Mine right now is going to have to be raspberry lemonade ginger ale. It's my drink of the summer.
Sounds like a kombucha flavor.
Oh, yeah. Surprisingly, it's just plain old Canada Dry.
Huh.
I know.
Well,
they have brand new limited edition flavor, and it's very tasty.
Well, there's your drink discussion for the day, folks. Here, we'll probably talk about it a little bit. Okay, never mind. For this moment here, this game, we may fit a little bit more in as the day goes on here. But Tidal Disruption, Lily, 3 great frontliners. Juice them up, get them on in. What's your answer for the pencil? Seems to be that this is the game that we've been playing for the better part of the last couple of years, I would say. What do you do to counterpick it? Well, apparently you go to Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, which has seen a ton of play today. Been, I would say, a little bit interesting. A lot of the new kits, especially given that seemingly every one of them has Inksuka, you would think would come out to play on something like this, where we used to see the Stingrays rule the roost. But I don't know that we'll see a ton of swaps from either of these teams. They've sort of ridden the same comps all day.
I mean, and if you come this far into a Splatoon circuit, I mean, you're gonna stick to what you know, right? Surely this isn't the time to experiment. But that said, I mean, if you're gonna experiment, there's a lot of really good weapons to do it with right now. And if you're worried about, say, some very big, heavy weapons that don't like to move and a pencil, maybe you should also bring out a missile Splattershot Pro.
All right, here we go.
Ooh.
Okay, so we do have a Zuka come out on one side, and on the other side, we have one of the big new kits that I've been excited to talk about from those dualies here. Those are the Twinkles Splat dualies, and yes, it does end with a Z. Twinkles, not dualies, although that should probably also end with a Z for fun here. That's a weapon that once it gets in can make your life very difficult, but you can't really get in if you're respawning all the time, and it appears that is the case already, as Tidal Disruption wants nothing to do with any of these new kits, Lily.
23 seconds into the match, and they're just like, let's just run it, because if we just knock it out, we don't have to worry about that new dualies that Nine is really excited for. And they're just squid hopping there to get to a respectable 30, and definitely not game ending, but respectable.
Oh no, and that was a huge takeout right there from that Trizuka there, because that Trizuka was in the perfect spot to fire and take everybody out. So great work there by Bellyman on the Carbon to do that here. They might have a chance to actually equalize here at some point, and they do. They trade somebody down for it at the very end, but now Poison Cake, oh my gosh, are you going to jump out? No. One
okay.
against the world, at least put the bubble down. No, okay. We have assistance. Now the bubble's down. Now we go in. Now we make Nine look like a genius. Please get one more. No, we'll take it here. A nice counter punch here from Passione, having some fun.
I will say one danger to opening a game that fast with that much aggression is that we counter it with a lot more aggression. I feel like this match is going to continue to be this fast-paced until the very end. Z34 pulling up there, pulling out the sharking dualies, and I mean, I don't know. It feels like we're slowing down here a little bit in the middle because I said that we were moving too quickly.
Well, I'm glad they're at least listening to the cast here as they're playing the game here and then acquiescing to our desires. But we do see this a lot in Rainmaker, right? Both teams kind of get that early push where the special back and forth in the set play hasn't really taken in yet. At the start of the game, you have no idea how much special everybody has, so those points are easy to come by. Now you're always a little worried that if you don't have the same number of specials or something close that you'll get pushed back. And I mean, you can see right there, the 10 missiles they had pushed maybe a little bit too early. Now they've swung around the corner here. If they get them in split spawn, they might have a chance here to push it, but Bellyman running through, taking one out. That was the protector of the president and is almost able to take out Anon. And I think that everyone else was so far back and we're stuck in split spawn. Another one's going to go down. Lily, they're maybe playing just a little bit too nervous. That's a third.
That is a third and a run all the way to 19. Now that is a game-ending push if needed. This map is super hard to push back past that 20-point mark. So to get a 19, I kind of like it. We are moving very fast through mid. Passione here not taking a whole lot of time to paint up their flanks, which is going to make me a little bit nervous if they get back into their defensive position later.
Yeah, kind of taking a look at the top of the screen here. What specials are we almost on? The missiles will fire there, but their carbon going out very close to having that special as well. Now, I guess bombs are starting to trickle in. Hold on a minute. That's two down. One Anon way out of position there down at the bottom of the screen. That's the third. Are they going to be able to jump back? Can they hit it? No, they won't hit the shots. And a counter push to steal it for Passione.
Okay.
What a show. What patience. And hey, the Splattershot Pro Frozen. The Splattershot Senior, as you called it earlier. Hey, y'all, 10 missiles still pretty strong, as it turns out.
Well, I mean, they always have been strong, and on top of that, it's been a while since anyone's really played them, honestly. So I feel like we're in a position now where people have forgotten, if they ever knew, how to properly combat missiles.
Yeah, well, in the past, I feel like a lot of times in Splatoon 2, the answer to how do you combat your missiles is, just wait for the opponent to fire their missiles and then fire your missiles here. But now you're creating a real imbalance where if you choose to bring in a tentamissile weapon, a shooter that has a good bomb and is at minimum a serviceable main weapon, and if you're Chocopero, it's a 5k strong weapon. So, I mean, yeah, well, you know, dude might not have gotten a 5k yet, but he will one day, I believe. But point is here, these new kits have given teams a chance to create an advantage for themselves on the weapon select screen. Maybe it's not enough to totally get a win, of course, you still need to execute, but it's worth noting that now there are a lot of options to get certain combinations of specials that really weren't available before without totally...
Nine your mic.
Yeah, and I mean, they're in a great position now. The missiles coming back in are incredibly powerful, and you can see the pressure that they're putting on just in a single game. The amount of times that players had to move up or move back or push themselves into positions they didn't want to get to or got picked off by opponent or, I guess, friendly fire with those missiles is something that we haven't had to really think about in quite some time.
Waiting here on the counter pick. Yeah, am I back, Lily? I hear that I keep hopping in and out. Okay, well, I'm trying to keep you on your toes. That's part of the reason why
I just jiggled your mic cable. I blame Toast.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair here. Except it's not. Never blame that adorable cat for anything here. But it is good to see that we've got a nice 1-1 here as we see Passione and Tidal Disruptions. Very lengthy names there on the Tidal Disruption side here in case you needed to know the numbers at the end of it here. But it is good to see both of these teams bringing their full rosters this far. Clan Blitz, Lily, on Barnacle and Dine. This a commonly played one, and I know you have many things to say, or at least have in the past, about this type of mode.
Clan Blitz, my beloved. This map, honestly, it has grown on me, especially since we've made some little layout changes to the map. I think it's improved tenfold, and it's definitely one of the stronger clans maps we have in the game. We are seeing them roll out pretty quickly in the mid, a lot of aggression coming up from Tidal of Disruption, which is not uncommon for now, but it's kind of disappointing me so far how few clams have been picked up. And we are going to be opening the basket, though, pretty quickly into this.
Yeah, nice job in the way that they've moved here. You'll note here that there has been a sub in. Juno now has come in with the custom range blaster there and hitting a nice shot on some dualies. Not easy to do by any means. But I will say that they've, traded out some fire for even heavier artillery, which will mean that, once they get the opponents pushed back, and we know that range blaster can play at some great angles on this map, they'll be in great position, but it's going to be hard, I think, to hold on the defensive side unless they do have Kraken. So we'll see if that comes into play. Of course, the opening of Clan Blitz can sort of be a crapshoot here. It will be Tidal Disruption coming out on front thus far as we settle in a little bit, and Poison Cake once again bringing these new dualies to the party.
I was just about to mention that. Poison Cake bringing those in. Just wanted to show off a little bit more for 9, I think. Juno running around with this Kraken. Not quite sure where they're going, but I guess back to spawn is as good an answer as any. Passione has full control of mid here and a massive clam control, which we love to see, but 2 players going down is going to stunt their push a little bit.
Yeah, and almost getting taken out there. One more shot, and that would have been the end of Z34. Instead, moves back a little bit, goes ahead and builds a little bit of room here in the middle. Now waiting. Where is the dive going to come in from? They're waiting to get juiced up, and there it is. I think all 3 of the members around there got it pretty quickly. So now they'll dive in and take it out very quickly. Nice job by that pencil. Grip Lord 88, which I'm not going to try to say that name again. That's just such a silly name to say out loud. But hey, what's your answer for the pencil? Still is the name of the game, at least today, with so many teams still running it here. You do have to find a way to move a backliner. It's been fundamental since the game began.
We are seeing a lot of Kraken pressure coming out from Juno, and I'm kind of liking it. They aren't getting a lot of picks off of that Kraken, but just the pressure itself and moving and displacing players from where they want to be is powerful enough. And really, isn't that just like what missiles do? You're just complimenting missiles a bunch, so it's fine. But I mean, a singular football isn't going to get us too far in this game. I'm not seeing a ton of the clam control and economy that I'd like to see from players of this caliber.
Well, I think the other difficult thing, I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier with Tidal Disruption's comp, is that, it's maybe not the most mobile in some senses. I guess it is really mobile when it comes to fighting, but I think sometimes it can get separated there, where one member maybe dives in to try to open things up, and the others aren't right there immediately to get the follow-up. I think that's one of the big reasons you don't see the big sustained pushes that we're used to seeing at this point. Is big, whoa, okay,
hey.
2 going down right there. The S-Blast getting the job done. Now Poison Cake has a chance to dive, also has that big bubbler here, and this is where this weapon can be an absolute menace there. Identifies a couple more, and thank goodness Juno has this Kraken to try to maybe equalize, force a couple of people back. Make no mistake, this is done out of desperation here to try to keep this door from getting opened too far. They are at a big disadvantage. Poison Cake is still down there, but Juno, I think, assists with 1, and it's just long enough for the other members of Tidal Disruption to get up. But Bellyman, once again, it's blaster on blaster crime. Great work, and they'll continue to move forward, fight this out. And I've been very impressed with how Passione has found their footing in these awkward positions.
Honestly, these comps fighting together and against each other really are just trading big guns and waiting to see who has the man advantage after they're done. And Passione is doing a great job of backing up when they're in disadvantage, but not giving up too much ground. We see Freaky Fella here in mid and didn't give up too much space, waiting and providing jumps for people to come back in and maintain a lot of that paint control that Passione was boasting for most of this game.
Well, here we go. 2 specials being fired from... Wait, Juno almost takes a swim. Instead, will get away, but they use that in conjunction with a Killer Whale 5.1. They were just trying to force some players back from Passione, or at least see if they could single one out. One will get singled out, but it's Bellyman, of course, the blaster. Maybe waiting here the whole time. How long are you going to wait there? 1 shot fired, and all they're going to take out is 2 sprinklers, Lily, for all that waiting.
Hey, I mean, don't diss the sprinklers. Those are some very powerful weapons. That said, that is lead for Tidal Disruption in the last 20 seconds of the game, and a massive explosion taking out 2 more players along with Z34. Some clams trickling in and able to trickle that down to 44. Maybe a sneak in from Nightmare to get a last one. It looks like Basket will close safely, but there's not a lot of time to get across that map. We are stuck in the mid area. No paint to move, as some massive guns coming out to prevent them from moving, and I would say right about now, that's done. There's just no time.
They're going to dive and try to make the play, but too little, too late. It's worth noting that both of those power claims going in would have been enough. It was within 40 points, so you always bite your lip a little bit when you get into situations like that at the end, but I agree, just too much ground to cover there. And Z34 at the end, when it was, maybe 2 versus 4 at the end, they were coming out of respawn, and Z34 popped up, took out 2 of those members. You got the sense that once that play happened, there wasn't really an opportunity for the miracle play here, and they certainly didn't have the specials online to try to make it happen in that sense. But Tidal Disruption, I'll say, proving me wrong here. I thought that comp was going to have a really difficult time formulating big attacks. We knew once they got in, they would be able to get a lot out of it, but all it took was the one opening there, a fairly low-scoring game as far as Clan Blitz games go.
I mean, as someone who played with a player named Krim, I can tell you that when you have a lot of big guns in a comp like this, all you really need to do is rely on your teammates to get some good splats. And it looks like everyone was up for the challenge. Not a problem there. They were like, yeah, you want some big splats? We got you.
We got you. Whew. Okay. Well, I mean, that one went pretty quick. I almost forgot that, and I did forget that we were at best of 3 here. I thought I was getting ready to launch in
Me too.
to a whole diatribe here, but instead I will slink back over here to talking about our next set, folks. This is our losers finals, the Big Fat Sea Cows versus Tidal Disruption. And Lily, this is a chance for revenge. Can you guess who knocked Tidal Disruption into losers?
I'm gonna go with Trigger Happy. Oh, hang on, let me try again. Was it Big Fat Sea Cows?
It was!
Well, we love to see it, and I mean, I'm kind of... Hang on, I'm looking at these weapons here. Are we gonna see 2 swords on the same team? We're not, but can we? Can we? Can we?
I would be surprised here. Lux has been playing so well. We know Lux is going to be in for... I would be stunned if Lux was ever subbed out at any point, but the Big Fat Sea Cows have run the same general comp the entire day. There's been maybe 1 or 2 switches between the different styles of Wiper, but it's been Mini, it's been Neptune, it's been Totostar, and it has been Lux the entire time. They've played just a good old-fashioned brand of, yo, we have so much map control, what are you gonna do about it? And, you know, you look at how that plays into really aggressive teams. Well, I'll tell you how it played the first time they played. It played into 3-1 in favor of the Big Fat Sea Cows, and the age-old debate of, you know, the guns blazing, go fight versus build up lots of turf and force the opponent to move forward slowly. Going to be another chapter of that book written right now.
It's also worth noting, as we're getting ready and getting into this game, that Big Fat Sea Cows across the qualifiers only lost to Passione, and they're no longer a concern.
So you're telling me that Big Fat Sea Cows watching that were really happy, the best possible outcome for them? Not only do they knock out the team that you lost to, but you've already beaten this team today. You couldn't ask for anything better, right? Right?
Right. And I mean, they have beat Tidal Disruption twice, at least now, because we saw them beat them today, and we've seen them beat them in one of the qualifiers as well. So Tidal Disruption is a team that they're familiar with, and they know they can take.
And again, kind of leaning into this discussion of lots of turf control versus, again, this idea of having 3 really strong frontliners that you go gas up and then they go and attack here. The really important part, I think, is the timing of specials, which I know, great Revolution 9 here. Using your specials at the right time is so important, but especially on these maps where it's not splat zones, where you have maybe 1 or 2 avenues that you're naturally going to go up and attack. The timing of things like bombs, the timing of a single Trizuka shot, really breaking up pushes before they even started. You know that the opponent's going to be running at you very, very quickly, and there's this sort of trying to defend those spots with as little risk as possible. To quote the immaculate Bursty in an interview I did with him years ago, bombs are really good, and I don't think that people know how good bombs really are. And that was back in the days that FT Win would run no backline and 4 bombs to slow people down. We've seen a lot of that as well from the Big Fat Sea Cows, seeing if they can channel some of that same sort of success. They've been waiting a little bit, but there's no change to their comp, tried and true from both sides, it appears.
Yeah, but I only care about Big Fat Sea Cows now because we've got Toto in the game, so no one else matters to me right now. We have a junior on the map.
Well, go ahead and talk to me about the role that Junior plays these days, because I'm sure it's very different from the role that Junior has always played in the world of Splatoon.
Very true. Yeah. I mean, honestly, nowadays, especially with the big bubble and how much that has changed the game, especially lately, we are seeing a lot more aggressive Junior players than we have ever seen before. A lot of people are realizing the true aggressive power of a weapon that can swim, shoot fast, paint quick, throw a bomb, pop a bubble. And if we can see that come into play here, the only real concern is the decav. Again, Z34 coming into highlight here because, whoa, thank you, Toto. Z34 coming into highlight because it's just such a difficult weapon for someone like a Junior to face.
My hands were in my head. That's how bad that bomb was there. And
Yeah,
it messed up my sentence too. Yeah, no, I cannot tell you how many times I've died at that exact scenario there. And now the Trizuka's come out to play here. Neptune, who got taken out by that last Trizuka, has really been the chief of that today, seemingly getting won almost every single shot there. The Trizuka, I don't want to say it's ever been a loser. Of course, that's always been such a strong option. But with so many of the different weapons being brought in, especially on the newer side, with that, it sort of reminded everybody how frustrating that weapon can be to play against here. I think it's made Crab Tank a lot less appealing of a choice. We're going to now zoom in on Lux, who dives all the way in, as Wipers are wont to do. But this is where Big Fat Sea Cows has been great. I was going to say waiting for opponents to come back at them and then punishing them for getting too overzealous, but when you're pushing back out with a Trizuka, and looks like triple Ink Strike as well, makes it all the easier. Can they take it though? Hold on a minute. Toto was there the whole time. Lily, your Junior holds the zone single-handedly against everybody, and I really shouldn't be acting surprised about it.
It really is worth noting that last-ditch effort on Toto's build. I mean, we're in the point now where that Junior is going to shine. She's going to do a fantastic job. And she is. She's holding that space, using that bubble at the right times, and I'm loving to see it. And, I mean, if you look at Tidal Disruption's comp, how do you outpaint the comp from Big Fat Sea Cows?
By taking them all back to spawn is the only answer, and when you can't do that for the better part of 2 minutes, you got no hope. Big Fat Sea Cows continuing the story that they started writing in Winners Bracket 1.8. Round 1 of Winners Bracket, these two met, and it appears all the same so far for the Big Fat Sea Cows. Just so consistent. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that they are so strong on splat zones here. Certainly these wider zone maps where one big bubbler put can really negate a lot of the long range sort of specials that are had. And again, Neptune very disciplined on painting on that side. Toto holding the other side too. You love it when a plan comes together.
Love it when a good plan comes together. All according to Keikaku, really.
What does Keikaku mean?
Oh, according to my translator note, it means plan.
Very good. I know that it may be a little bit too late now, but at some point I do want to take a look at Toto's stats from the part of the year. Because again, the production team has done such a fantastic job of compiling all of these things, some incredible graphics. But, you know, sometimes I like looking at the numbers that support players put up and just kind of shaking my head vigorously at just how much it can come up here. What, 1289? I would have actually guessed higher than that, but 4.2 specials on 1289 paint and a 1.64 KDR. Lily, I'm guessing you look at these numbers and you're just smiling here. 1.64 KDR. You know, that might be even a little high for you now that I think about it.
Rude. I usually run like 2 at least.
Really? I
Maybe
still
like
remember
6.9.
I still remember a game that you won at Shine 2022 where you said 9, I got 0 kills. And you won that. You were so proud at that point, so I won't let you walk away from that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, sure. Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, which I guess is just the most picked map mode combination of the day. You know,
them.
No, listen, everybody loves a good game of Rainmaker, which is, you know, such a funny thing to say. Like, I will tell you many lies on this cast, and perhaps none of them more blatant than that one.
No one loves playing a game of Rainmaker. Everyone loves watching a game of Rainmaker.
Sure. I think that's a reasonable way to put it here, but again, Total Disruption, the last time they played here, you saw what their game plan was. It's break that first checkpoint early, sneak somebody into a couple of those little positions that you can't maybe chip away at, and then dive on top of it. On the other side, this would be a great time, if they were going to, for the Big Fat Sea Cows to bring out their double wiper composition. And that will be, hold up, I'm looking at it, the Splatana Wiper Rusty with the Curling Bomb and the Trizuka if they opt to go that direction. We saw them go that double Zuka comp a little earlier. Of course, the hammer, I think, can be very strong on Rainmaker. We know how quickly it can pop and how much chaos it can create.
But also
they've got
Bomb.
options. Well, yes, that too. But, I mean, the options, Lily. We've got options now. That's the best thing about 10.0.
Do we have options, though, or is it the illusion of options?
I think it's actually options this time.
Okay.
Whether they
we'll
pick
take
it
We'll take it.
is irrelevant. Here we go, everybody. Rainmaker starting it off now. What is it? Well, hold on a minute. Whoa, this is a big... Okay, hold on a minute. What a swap around here. We have a slosher on the field, a tri-slosher, and we've got a weapon I just don't see a whole lot of these days. The ballpoint Splatling. I said earlier, Inkjet played a lot in this tournament. It hasn't been this weapon.
No, it has not been, but I love it. Inkjet on this map in particular is absolutely powerful. You pop that Inkjet in mid, or you pick up Rainmaker, but you pop that Inkjet in mid as a support weapon to come up over the wall and push enemies out of this corner area. But, I mean, who even needs it? Big Fat Sea Cows just says, we got this. Got a couple Zukas, we're gonna fire it in fish barrels, and, I mean, who cares?
I mean, Neptune does not have the same view we do. If only Neptune knew how close that was to being a triple.
Yes.
Had to have been so much damage there. That could have ended the game on that spot. Here we're going to see everybody throw bombs around the Rainmaker, just waiting. And Tidal Disruption very crudely forcing their way back out and fighting their way through. Takes a couple out there, but maybe overextends slightly. Yes, Nightmare is going to get taken down. That's a wipeout. Well, if they grab now, there are points to be had.
There absolutely are. Rushing into this area, but the pencil in position is just going to make sure that stops right away. Anon says no, not yet, but the hammer, a beautiful shield for that Rainmaker, taking out 2 players and a third with the throw. That is essentially a full wipe on Tidal Disruption. Oh boy, Big Fat Sea Cows down to 11 scares me.
Nerf it again, and there's still somebody up on top. I think it's Neptune there. Being a menace up on the side, 3 people will collapse on top of Neptune, but that means that Lux is going to be able to come around on the side.
Oh my
what
God.
play will
Lux, no.
we make? Well, getting very much called out at that point, but hey, you've got pressure up at the top, pressure down below. It means that at a certain point, you're a little worried. They do snuff out Lux there. Neptune goes over to this side, running into everybody here, and I think the Big Fat Sea Cows have maybe gotten a little bit lackadaisical with their defense, pushed out, and one jumped out there. Do they have enough time to build up any of their specials here? Because all the members of Tidal Disruption are ready to contribute to this attack.
Well, we now have a hammer online and an Inkjet. Not gonna be a problem. Just let them take checkpoint. Not a huge issue. And let's throw some stuff in. That Inkjet. Oh my God, Minis Inkjets. I'm kind of sad they were playing any other weapon before this because those Inkjets are murderous.
I mean, I think all 3 of the teams that we have seen move really, really far today have been playing some form of Inkjet here, and it's been beautiful to see. I love that special, all the things that it brings to the table. The Trizuka, what? Wait,
From
Nightmare,
behind?
okay. This is not your spawn. This is not your spawn, and I'm actually surprised that Nightmare jumped down on that side there. I thought there was a real opportunity to stay up there and be an even longer term nuisance there, but they want to close it out, make this a clean runway, and I think they have time to get back up on that side. We've got one person protecting the Rainmaker here. Tidal Disruption not done yet.
We do see Lux on that, or Nightmare on that far left-hand side trying to come in on that flank. Is going to manage to pick off a couple who are trying to defend that basket. Nightmare coming with the Zuka as well. This might be lead and game for Tidal Disruption. Oh boy, an absolutely lucky pick. And a beautiful hammer throw coming in at the end there. Just in time to save that lead. But, I mean, we're not done yet. Anon sneaking in from the left-hand side. Some players, I think, still sharking in on the right-hand side. This is not a safe position for that Rainmaker. Thank you, Mini, for dropping it.
Yeah, now where are they going to try to put it here? 90 seconds left on the clock, or 90-ish seconds here. You start to think about milking some time away at this point. Sit on this side, make the opponents come to you here, go through a couple of specials, and then use this little drop down to put it in a much more favorable position for your defense. But they waited a little too long. Nightmare snuck all the way around. Lily, they are pushed far ahead. They have their special, and that Rainmaker is in a great position for them to score some points, but they've got to do it now, and that's why you see Nightmare spamming this way.
That is the dangerous part there. If they stalled it too long, this left-hand side is fast points and hard to defend. But, I mean, the specialist coming out, kind of equalizing. Some trip strikes going to come in on top of this. Might just give that Rainmaker a smooth runway.
Maybe,
Or
but,
not?
What? Wait, no, they have the bubbler. Is the bubbler gonna be enough? It is.
My heart, it hurts. I'm in pain. So this puts us in a really weird position here. Big Fat Sea Cow is now going to have to drop this and push it to 8. And we've only seen them manage to mount a decent push 1.5 times so far this game. I'm not liking their chances of having to break through all these big heavy-hitting weapons in 20 seconds, essentially. With 2 players down, we're stalling again on this right-hand side. Makes me nervous, where we already saw Nightmare coming in behind. Everyone knows how to work around this right-hand side, and we're going to see them come back and do it again, I'm sure.
Yeah, previously it was a good. Yeah, look at it. There's Nightmare coming in. Does get taken out, but that's fine because the triple ink strikes will do the job. Just a few seconds, almost a formality at this point. Toto's going to run over and try to get something done on it, but that is going to be a big purple ball that they will not get open in time. And Tidal Disruption, it took them the better part of the game to get their first push, but they hung tight. And Lily, you look back at that moment, just a slight misplay of the Rainmaker there, waiting a little too long to try to drop it onto their opponent's side. Nightmare seizing the moment, does the perfect play at that point. They hang on, and then it's just pandemonium around the Rainmaker. Anything can happen at that point, and we have a 1-1.
Sometimes I forget people don't have the same weird audio cues in their heads that I do. Anytime I spend time in a place like that, I just hear the Jaws theme music. And I feel like other people don't have, or like, you know, like there's monsters nearby, you cannot rest. And just like that, just in my mind consistently in positions like that. And I just forget, so not everyone has that weird quirk. They didn't get that upgrade to their implants, you know?
Implants? Cyberpunk?
Yeah, the neuro
What are we doing
implants? Yeah.
Well, okay, I haven't gotten that either yet, apparently,
Oh,
here.
well,
you know,
it's a Canadian exclusive, I guess.
Oh,
so,
well, okay. Well, good on. As you see the scrum here at the very end of the game. Like I said, just a mess right there. That big bubbler blocking so many shots. A great showing there. Again, 3-1 last time these two played, so it's not like the Big Fat Sea Cows haven't dropped a game to Tidal Disruption yet, but that's gotta sting ever so slightly. Losing a game that by all accounts you were controlling the pace of over and over. Our counter pick is in. It's Scorch Gorge right now, but I want to talk a little bit more about Nightmare here. Of course, we talked a lot about the objective play on that side, but Lily, would you believe me if I told you that the splatter shot is a good weapon?
No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. You can't come into my house and tell me that one of the mainstays and biggest advertised weapons of the game is powerful. It's just not possible.
Well, you know, you may call me, you may be a non-believer, and that's fine. That's fine. History will show that it is very strong. As you see Nightmare's Inkling right up there. Ironically enough, of course, not actually holding on to the splatter shot there, but you can see a nice number of paint, but 3.1 specials. I want to note, like, how impactful those specials can be. Again, we've talked so much about the Trizuka over the course of today, but the key factor, I think, now is everyone sort of settles into this new meta here, is this idea that you have to have an answer for the pencil on the opponent's side. That's always been the question for any comp that's being tried to play or trying to be played at the top level of Splatoon. And Lily, typically that answer is, well, we're just going to play pencil too. And that's our answer to the pencil. I don't know that that will necessarily be the case now, that there are so many weapons that can find ways to pressure the opposing pencil. And of course, the splatter shot should be one of those leading the charge.
It absolutely will be. And one of the benefits of giving a dually player a splatter shot is that you get them into positions where they're flanking easily and quickly, and in ways that a splatter shot might not necessarily do, you know? Like, splatter shots, once upon a time, splatter shots were heavy flanking weapons. And then at some point, they kind of transitioned into frontline fighters. I'm going to take you a little bit more honestly from the front, because they're just so strong. But you give a dually player a splatter shot, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to take it from the side and make sure no one sees me coming. And you're like, okay, well, now I'm scared.
You know, fear is the name of the game, and I think that's part of the reason, you know, maybe not fear necessarily, but
nightmares.
Nightmare, well, you know, that's the name Nightmare in Splatoon has all sorts of fun connotations, different players, different teams, but let's talk about this map specifically, because if there was any map that I could almost guarantee the Big Fat Sea Cows were going to go to, it's this one in particular. Scorch Gorge, if you feel like you can out-turf your opponent to a significant degree, why not go right here? And in response, Nightmare is going to switch back over to the 52 gal here and say, hey, all your great turfing weapons are nice here. I'm the weapon that might be the best at taking 1v1s in this entire game here. Do something about me.
And let me pop a whale in front of your basket too, so that no one can take a good defensive position. Not a problem. Throw some clams in that basket. We are gonna have to go back to mid to get more, but a hammer coming in here is probably gonna... Oh, no, okay, never mind, spoke too soon. Not gonna stall things out at all.
No, a couple other specials will get the job done, but all the while, Nightmare simply living right underneath their drop. And again, how do you go and approach this 52 cal? Everyone's still up here defending on that side. They are lucky they took out Z34 before they got juiced up here. That's going to at least slow some of this down, and finally Nightmare will go out. I think that should be the end of any pressure and push on that side. They'll jump in, almost get taken down on the drop, but a nice counter push here. No, wait, never mind. I thought it was a nice counter push, but it's a wipeout the other way. It was Nightmare! It was Nightmare the whole time!
Oh my god! Nightmare coming back in, doing some horrifying crimes. Beautiful amount of clams raining in on top of the member Tidal Disruption. Absolutely love to see it. Now the question is, how do you stop a push like this once it gets going? And the answer is gonna have to be 3 splat bombs. I would put approximately 3 splat bombs on top of it, and that'll probably help a little bit. The hammer also coming in clutch, gonna clear that mid area pretty quickly. Lux, they're doing a fantastic job here in mid.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I think that they've had solid footing at this. What, we're 2 minutes into the game right now. Big Fat Sea Cows finally has a chance to choose how they will attack. They're maybe throwing some bombs around. You always hope that maybe you can get one with this, but really you're trying to move the opponents around, ward them off ever so slightly, push them back, and try to make something happen. But all the while, Lily, when none of that finds anything, and you're holding clams, the opponent's just going to build up special meter that whole time. And again, you have to execute so quickly in these games. The windows are so small when you get to this level.
I'm honestly, okay, so the Tidal Disruption we saw in the very first game here is very different than Tidal Disruption we're seeing now. We're seeing a whole new level of confidence where they're just like, okay, you're gonna paint the ground so we can't move. What if we just splat you first? Not a problem. And it seems to be working out pretty well for them. An incredible amount of splats coming out in cooperation from Z34 and Nightmare is just overwhelming Big Fat Sea Cows. So what do they do, Nine? What do they do to get back in this game?
I mean, they've done at least a decent job of trying to get something around the middle here, and 2 now going down, need to close out Nightmare before anything. Okay, nobody went down in that scrum. They should be able to move forward here. They have 7 that are being held right now. Please? Okay, thankfully, we finally get it down here. That might have taken too much. I don't want to, like, aggrandize how big of a mistake that was, but look now, Z34 is all back. They already got taken out. Oh my gosh, tripping over themselves on that one here. This jump should probably get punished at a certain point. That's going to be Lux going down. Lily, just little mistakes here being magnified by how well Tidal Disruption's playing in these scrums.
And they really need to handle that left-hand drop from Nightmare. Nightmare is consistently dropping out left side of their plat and just into mid and taking out the people from behind, and that is a problem for Big Fat Sea Cows. They cannot seem to control Nightmare's flow, and as a result aren't getting the, I guess, movement that they need, the momentum. They just can't get anything going and keep it going.
Well, I will say the one thing that's really difficult when you're playing Splattershot and Splattershot Junior as 2 of your frontliners is, you know, what do you do if you're fighting on even ground with a 52 gal, with a decab, with a bucket? Those are classically matchups that don't necessarily favor you super well. And I think maybe working against the Big Fat Sea Cows in this game, you went with a nice wide map because you could control it, but now a nice wide map means there are more opportunities for just odd little 1v1s in fights and these drops that you were talking about, Lily. I think Tidal Disruption is just picking and choosing and saying, hey, there's one, I'm gonna go get him, deal with it. And if you do that over and over, you know you have the better weapons for those fights. I think you just kind of keep rinsing and repeating that formula and force the opponents to do something about it. And I will note, they are close enough here, and this isn't a huge lead. Right now, Mini can maybe dunk this in. They're waiting for the perfect moment. Are they waiting too long? No, they take one out. Mini's gonna open the basket. Do they have enough here? Neptune, no, gets swatted away. Lux, oh, you've got to fight through all 4, and they're not gonna be able to do it unless there's some silly shenanigans. That's gonna close it out. And Tidal Disruption, what a show. Big Fat Sea Cows made it a little interesting at the end, but it really felt like Tidal Disruption was in control of that whole game, Lily.
It really did. It felt like near the end, Lux was like, okay, I'm just gonna have to go get them all down so that we can get moving forward. But, and they managed to do it. It's just not enough. One player against 3 players is never going to work out in your favor unless you're named Kyo. So really, I think they did as well as they could. Their adjustment just wasn't quite fast enough in there, and the movement of clams and the amount that they had at any given time just wasn't as much as they had needed to make up for how late that adjustment was. So, I mean, I feel like they've learned something in this game. I think, I mean, I think we're going to go to a game 5. If you're going to counter pick again, I hope you're going to go for a map that you have a little bit more control of flanks on, I guess, is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good way. I mean, listen, there's a lot of maps in this game, you know, for better or for worse, that you can force people into one specific route and coming in. The problem with that idea is that you can force people into really, really strong players in fights. And Z34, we saw a couple highlights there. On the decav here, listen, this decav, I don't know when and why more, like, this thing was the talk of the town for a while, and then it went away, and it never really should have gone away, of course. The people who are really good at this, if you fought against a really good decav, you know what it's like. The fact that this weapon can get 3.3 specials, and its main job is to dive in and not necessarily have it special, it's just ludicrous to me. And also, it's worth noting that Big Bubbler is what won them the Rainmaker game. So
Absolutely.
Z34 has been getting the highlight reel shots, but also doing the dirty work. So a salute to you, my friend. Also, why can that weapon get nearly 1200 paint? That is... brush your teeth, friends.
What if I told you it can do more than that?
I don't want to listen to it, and I won't have to because we're going to Rainmaker here on Museum at Dalfoncino. Hey, this could be it. Earlier we talked about this is the perfect scenario for Big Fat Sea Cows running against the team that you beat earlier in the tournament here. Well, they have something to say about it. They are on a tournament point for them. Yeah, I mean, this would be it. If they lose, that's it. They're done. They got to find an answer now.
They really do. And I mean, honestly, they could find it. Back on that junior, I mean, some bubbles to play in around spinner, and some bombs to roll around corners, which are going to force the decav and the gal into some more close corners fights, which I kind of appreciate. Neptune, hello. That said, I mean, we're going to have to see. They do have a bucket player. Not if Neptune has anything to say about it, I suppose, but the spinner is really going to be the challenge for them, I think.
Yeah, and I think getting that early pop and maybe even an early break would have been so nice for them there. But that's just the way Rainmaker goes, is you've taken 2 members out here and you know a third one's weak, but then the 4th one grabs the Rainmaker. It suddenly slows it down, and Neptune dropping on this. I don't think this was intentional here. Dropping into the midst of enemy fire, holding on to it. Yeah, push it forward. What else are you going to do? Just kill me so that I can get my kit back, please. And we'll do with what we can at that point. But here's Z34 again, making pain happen here. Toto holding on to that, but they've created a ton of space here. I think Big Fat Sea Cows had the better opening. Now Tidal Disruption with that quick multi-kill should be in a better position here. Is Anon going to try for the jump? No, surely not. Mini watching over that, ensuring that it can't happen here. And we've got standard Rainmaker shenanigans all over.
We do. A little bit of a stall in mid. Neptune coming in from the side is spotted out and is going to pick off that Rainmaker before they get the full cross. So a pretty good pick from them. One last player in behind lurking. Neptune going to have to try to take care of that. And I'm loving Neptune taking the initiative here. They said, Lux, you're doing a great job. Let me help you.
You know, a helping hand is always necessary whenever you're trying to beat a team that has really kind of had your number in the last few parts of this game. And this is sort of the situation that I'm a little worried when they try to get something going long term there. They put Neptune out in front to try to use a special to break it open. But on a map like this, again, Z34 has been able to wait over this whole side. You sort of know that they're going to be on the flanks, so you're a little slow in checking those flanks. But you've already set yourself up in the middle. You got to move forward at some point. In all that while, again, when you're holding the Rainmaker, the opponent's just going to sit back, trade turf, build free special, and you've got to close that door very, very quickly. They've taken the lead. 82, will they get a break on the checkpoint? Z34 is there, but Lux again being the hero, closing it down here. It scrums around the Rainmaker. Lily, I don't think I've seen a game go this long without a break of that first checkpoint. Can somebody please do it? And they do. Play through the game.
Yeah, usually that breaks in the first, 20 seconds? So to see it last that long was a little impressive, honestly. Neptune here gonna get pinched in their own spinner by 2 aggressive players. 1 player left, just the pencil. Unfortunately, is not really gonna be able to stop that Rainmaker before it breaks that 40-point mark, which, not game-winning. Nightmare? Don't. Nightmare. Boy, not gonna do it. But I mean, just run that Rainmaker into mid, right? That's all you can really do. You have players in your plat, drop that Rainmaker in mid.
Yeah, no choice here. Nightmare just made the right call at that point. The same call that they've been making the entire set, by the way. Here, it wasn't exactly, no, nothing new here. But again, what are you gonna do about a 52 gal when they're fired up like that? Nightmare now fighting up at the top of the screen here, does get taken down, so that's 2 taken down, and I don't think that they were coolered up either. That's 3 players who were not coolered taken down. They certainly should be able to move forward at this point. Go ahead and get that break. That's the start of it here. Mini's in a great spot there. Would love to get them. They've warded members away here. Look at the positioning that they've taken here. It's going to be the hammer going through. 36, it's just enough, Lily.
Just enough to break that, and now a minute left on the map. We have seen both of these teams manage to stall this game out for ridiculous amounts of time. Neptune, you just got pinged. But what we're going to have to see, a lot of paint control and big fat sea cows, we're going to have to see them stall this out a little bit longer. We're going to need some survivability, we're going to need a lot of paint, we're going to need some specials up fast, because there's only a minute left on this clock, and that 36-point lead is not foolproof.
No, not at all here. Nice positioning there. Was that net? Yeah, of course it was. Who else? Neptune takes out 2, playing the Nightmare role right here. Nightmare and Neptune. What 2 great names of 2 great shooter players moving forward and picking great angles for these fights. That certainly ends that push. And a little not disrespect, but it always feels disrespectful when a wayward bomb ruins your day. Nightmare here is up in a decent position here, needs to take out Lux quickly there, is able to, but they had to give up a little bit of positioning here, which means the other members of Big Fat Sea Cows should be able to hold on to the center. Who's going to grab here at the pop here? It appears that they're trying to wait and shuffle it about. They want to get one more cooler out. They know that this is the last opportunity, and here we go, Lily, no room for error.
Neptune diving in, unfortunately going to go down, but not without taking somebody else out. It looks like Neptune, though, snuck in behind, managed to get a trade with the Rainmaker, and just in time to pull the game so we can go to a game 5.
Oh my gosh, Neptune was the last member who dove in at that point there, and here we go, everybody. Losers finals. Best of 5, game 5, and this one didn't even need any DCs to get there. We got here the honest way.
I do love, though, when the camera switches and you're like, oh, everyone's dead, what happened? Here's 2 dead, and there's 2 dead players. Let me just Sherlock this moment out a little bit. Judging by what Neptune's been doing so far this game, we can take a quick guess that they dove in, traded with Rainmaker, and everyone freaked out.
Yep, that's the difficult thing, and why all this map control and why this map in particular is just so frustrating to get these sustained pushes when you have no room for error. Is they could be anywhere. They could be anywhere. You know, you have absolutely no mobility and no way to defend yourself. You have to push far enough forward so the opponent can't get up on the high ground and build up their specials that can take you out from all over the place. And again, everything has to swing your way. Of course it didn't, but some credit to the Big Fat Sea Cows, Lily. They were, 2 minutes, 90 seconds away from leaving there. Stay calm, build your turf, build your specials. We'll get an opportunity. And you asked earlier, how do you deal with a team that has all these frontliners who've been pushing well together? Well, you find the moment when they aren't tacticalered, apparently, because there was one time where they weren't tacticalered. They took out all 3 frontliners. Mini had to back all the way up. They used that momentum to build up their specials, and all it took was just Lux leading the way with the hammer. Hey, all eyes on me, follow me, please. This is our only chance, and it worked out.
The answer is and always has been patience, which is not something that I think people in this community thrive at, me included. So you get some patience in there, you steel yourself, and you just wait for that opportune moment. And especially in a mode like Rainmaker, things are a little bit different if you're playing squad zones. You're playing Rainmaker, though, you just need that one good push.
Yeah, Lily taking haymakers at everybody there. I don't think that was necessary. I am hurt for what it's worth here, of course. Wow. All right.
I'm here to keep you humble.
Well, the folks are lucky that there will be a break after this so that we can all catch our breath and you can all watch a trailer after this is done, because Lily and I are going to exchange some words off mic here. And, it may get a little ugly. We may have a different commentator
they
here for the
won't.
final part.
As a
but-
Canadian, my main punctuation is the word sorry, so I figure, and you as a Midwestern, I'll just say sorry once, and you'll be like, oh, it's okay. That's fine.
Say, oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, but enough about our geopolitical relations here. It is Game 5, the Big Fat Sea Cows and Tidal Disruption here. Of course, for those of you just joining us, this is Losers Finals here. Distinkt waiting in the wings here. They have beaten the Big Fat Sea Cows to get here. Early on in this tournament, Tidal Disruption sent into losers by the Big Fat Sea Cows. They've made the run all the way back in, are one game away from the sweetest form of revenge. But they're going to have to do it on tower control here on Ship Shape. And we have seen some insane games here. Let's hope this is another one.
I mean, I'm a little nervous seeing it on this map. This is the kind of map with the kind of weapons on Tidal Disruption that I would be instantly afraid of. Big Fat Sea Cows, very consistent, very level-headed, and this map is a little more volatile than that. So I'm definitely leading Tidal Disruption for this one, and I'm a little scared. A lot scared.
I mean, that would be why it is their counter pick. Listen, if your counter pick scares your opponents, I would say it's the perfect counter pick here. It is worth noting that Big Fat Sea Cows have switched to their double Trizuka composition here. So if you were ever going to bring it out, they feel that now's the time that the big guns need to become the bigger guns, and they'll use that from a distance to maybe take one player out and stop pushes before they start. I don't know if it was the big bubbler there or maybe a little assistance, but it might have been enough there. I thought they were in real danger. Instead, they've stabilized once again. They can take a breath, and we move back into a neutral position with Tidal Disruption pushing.
Yeah, we saw another beautiful play from Kodo there, that patience, pulling up Big Bubbler, allowing some jumps to come in, and we're seeing it again here. Some more players coming in from a below. 3 going down from Tidal Disruption, with the last player having to jump out, putting Neptune into a beautiful position on this left-hand side, as long as they don't go down to Nightmare. So we'll have to... Okay, never mind. Z34 said, okay, we need some backup. I got this. Diving right in, but I'm honestly a little surprised that no one's broken that first checkpoint yet. We're a minute and a half into this game, 9.
Well, Mini going down there means there's going to be no backline, no anchor whatsoever, and this time Toto gets snuffed out in a hurry. Any jumps, no funny business. No Mini over on the other side to ward us away with that pencil. All right, this is going to be a break of the checkpoint. We are coolered up. We've got our specials. Let's score some points, everybody. Fire away.
Fire away indeed. Mini going down to that Inkzuka, and Nightmare getting another pick on Neptune. That's 2 very dangerous players down very early, already heading to that second checkpoint, and it looks like it's going to be a break. Mini's the last player up, and they're just in the ink rail top right. How do they approach it safely?
I think Anon got them there too. That was a great angle there on the shot. 3, 2, 1, and that's it. Revenge completed in emphatic fashion. Tidal Disruption 3-2 over the Big Fat Sea Cows, who knocked them into losers. And Lily, I don't think I've ever seen this before. From losers round 1 to grand finals.
It's been a long time, honestly, since something like this has happened, and to see them come back and defeat the team that knocked them down there in the first place, absolutely incredible play. I was right to be scared of that, and I am sorry. I'm sorry for anyone who had to look at that and feel the fear I did, because something you could see coming a mile away. Too many big guns on a tower path that's so volatile. I was not liking the looks of it, and I was right.
I think the other thing, too, to kind of note here is, I talked a little bit about that Splatoon wiper Rusty, and, okay, you've got now a double Trizuka composition, it's nice, but does that mean that the wipers may be playing a little too passive? And that's been a question that we've sort of asked ever since the wiper Deco came out, where it had the Tenta missiles, and a lot of people were like, yeah, that weapon's really good, and it's getting a really good special here, but sometimes just that slight shift can open up the door for an aggressive team to move forward, and if you don't have the wiper, that's how it can work. But we got to give our kudos and our flowers out here. Let's bring up 2 ace shooters for both of these teams here, because again, we've compiled all these wonderful statistics for you all and these incredible graphics. A big thank you to the production as well. Neptune, and then Alex, who is Nightmare. Look at that, Lily, both of them at over 4 KDR. But take a look at the specials there from Nightmare, almost double, certainly 1 higher, and on less paint too. That's efficiency.
That's absolute efficiency, and it just shows how much Neptune favors the main gun of the kit they have as opposed to anything else, and just diving in, cleaning things up, and then using the specials maybe for pressure, as opposed to Alex, who maybe has mastered using those specials for getting the splats that they need to motivate the game. Absolutely incredible work from these two. And 9, we are getting ready for grand finals. It is going to be big. It is going to be exciting. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you back here at the edge of our seats.
Pow, pow, pow.
Scattered in the sky, streaks of color begin tracing the lines to roads we're facing. I stare into reflections. With new resolve found, a battleground takes form. At long last, countdown now. Steady brush in your hands. The shots diverge. A sudden surge of power courses through my veins. Now we'll win the fight. A flash of light shines brightly on a stage I'll conquer tonight.
Folks, we are here to answer 2 questions. One was answered by that wonderful piece of production imaging. That question was, what if SAC was an anime? And now you have that answer. Our second question is, who will be the winner here? Folks, we are at Grand Finals. Distinkt, Tidal Disruption, 2 run-and-gun squads that fight first and ask questions later. My name is Ninehole Grains, joined again by Lily. We already made the jokes about how we haven't casted together in quite some time, and we've had an absolute treat of a tournament to cast here today.
We absolutely have some amazing fights, some amazing teams, some beautiful different styles of game and team play. I'm absolutely adoring it, and we are going to be going back for our first game in this best of 5 between Distinkt and Tidal Disruption. Going back to Splatzone's Barnacle and Dime, a place we've seen both of these teams play throughout the day and throughout this whole event, because it's one of those basic maps that everyone plays.
Hey, listen, when you start off in the Splat zones, that's good. But before we get too far here, Lily, I want to say, I've been taking notes all day here, and I told you this earlier. My notes on Distinkt after watching one set against Passione. Really strong objective play. Lots of burst damage and strong crossfire. Mechanically, Distinkt seems to be on the higher end. They should win this tournament. I said that after the first set that I watched for them. And since then, they have only lost games where one of their players is DC'd. So, I feel quite vindicated in my initial opinion of this squad. Listen, the way that they have made use of this brand new tri-stringer that has come out to play here. Mooj has been a tri-stringer stalwart for some time, and now, as everyone in the chat has been saying, we got a real kit! And boy, those Inkjets hurt, but they put damage on players, find such creative ways to reach 100 damage to send squids back to spawn. But Tidal Disruption, A-okay with a firefight, Lily.
Now, I will say, to avoid the commentator's curse, I am going to be cheering for Tidal Disruption. You can cheer for Distinkt. You've said that they're a shoo-in to win, and I'm saying you're wrong. And now that we've balanced out that horribly toxic karma, we're going to move right into things. We are seeing some brand new weapons coming out. We are going to be seeing that beautiful crab dread that I've been loving watching gameplay of.
Yeah, the Dread Ringer, of course, a reasonably good main weapon. We've sort of seen it used on the cheese side here, but now this thing can just find ways to contribute from all over the place. And man, some of the fastest crab tanks you'll see popped out here too. Eat your heart out, Splash-O-Matic. And whenever it gets up on top here, you know what buckets are capable of on this side. But I like the way that Tidal Disruption very quickly and cleanly warding people away from the raised area here, trying to wait out this special. If they do that, they should have the advantage. They force 2 back, Mooj landing way back. It's just 2 players here. One of them's a roller, so that means they're going to have to back even further up here. And Tidal Disruption keeping this hot streak alive.
We're absolutely seeing some beautiful use of those stringers too, the marker coming out, and even if they don't necessarily hit a player, which beautiful chip damage if they do, just getting that mark or that pressure from a mark is powerful enough. Beautiful retake here from Distinkt as well, coming back in, pushing Tidal Disruption all the way back to spawn. Not even just the backside of mid, back to spawn.
Nice crab tank here, firing off at Anon here. They should be able to take it. Oh, wow, I think barely alive. I don't know how you're still alive there. There's like 3 people who are at 10 HP left at that side. Some nice triple ink strikes here should give them the space to move forward here, but Sal was waiting the whole time. Tiger on that splat roller there. Great work, and Afro tried to get in there as well. Maybe a little too overzealous on the pushback. I don't believe that they were coolered either, and actually, what am I saying? I know they're not coolered. This team doesn't run cooler. That's been the other hallmark there, which means that they're going to be all the way back at their own spawn here. I better be careful here over on this side. These are 2 players who have bad intentions. A trade there, not too bad, but a trade when you are coming out from spawn definitely favors the attacker.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for Tidal Disruption and Distinkt here. I mean, Tidal Disruption backed up a little bit, but they're still holding this forward end of mid. A beautiful Inkjet coming out from Mooj here. Gonna get at least 1 pick. Another few little bullets shooting off here at Z34, but unfortunately not gonna be able to take them out. Well, I'm kind of feeling a little overpowered, Nine.
Yeah, that's been the name of the game here with Tidal Disruption here. It's, look, I mean, what, this is like 5 or 6 times a player's gotten away with maybe 10, 15 HP left here. They just haven't closed out any of this. Maybe it's rust from not playing in a little while. You can say it's a lot of things maybe here, but what is certain is that they are 9 points away from losing there. They do take it back finally, so they'll at least get a chance to breathe. They know the Nightmare's over on this side here. Afro and Nightmare, 2 shooter extraordinaires fighting it out with Mooj coming in for the 3P here. And now finally Mooj in the right spot spot here and does have that Inkjet. Let's see when they try to dive. Are they going to wait for Tiger to move in or Afro to move in? Are they going to use this as the catalyst to get somebody in? Are they just going to wait? It appears that the time for waiting is gone. That's one that goes down there and non sweeping it out of the sky to take that out. 2, 3 players are trading all over the place, Lily, here, and the points continue to fly.
2 down on Tidal Disruption, a beautiful Dread coming in from below. Not the Dread, that was Tiger on that roller. Is going to unfortunately go down. And the Pencil coming in at a 2v2 right now. We're kind of just interrupted in zone. This really comes down to who can win this last firefight. A beautiful flank here from Tame in behind, gonna help pick off Nightmare. And this is putting them in a very good position to just run this game through.
Again, 2 hits there. Mooj could close out this game if they get a couple of those. Keep an eye on the top, folks. There, just a few more points. They're going to be swapping control of these zones here as everyone looks in that direction. No one goes down. Tame finally frees themselves with this crab to try to take it out there. Did they wait too long? That crab gets very little value. A few points ticking away, and it will be Tidal Disruption holding on. Really, I feel like there was more meat on the bone there. But Tidal Disruption, as they've done so often in this bracket, fighting back against all odds.
Absolutely, getting those powerful kills when you least expect it and taking out the ones that they really need to. They really know how to do target prioritization, I would say. And maybe that's just a result of taking out everybody, but it feels like good target prioritization. And now I will say that we are running low on that penalty clock. Everyone keep an eye on that top again. We're trying to interrupt the zone and take it back to Distinkt. Tidal Disruption doing a fantastic job being a powerful entity, but Mooj and that Inkjet just continues to be so deadly. Another 2 down, interrupted zone, just the bucket left, trying to take out the bow in behind, not going to be able to make it, and that puts Distinkt back on top mid, back in control, and we're going to need to see a bit more of a powerful hold this time, I think, if they want to get that lead.
Keep an eye on the top of the screen, folks. Specials so important to push back in at this stage. Nightmare in the perfect position. Fire away. That's 2 with 1 shot, Lou. That may be the game right there. They're going to go after the last 2 members there. Z34 going to dive on top. They lose control already here. Can they respawn in time to have a chance? Not at all. 1 shot, 2 kills. Game 1.
We're just going to see how quickly here Distinkt can just upload that game into their minds and go, okay, powerful opponents, our chip damage wasn't quite connecting the way it has been in previous games. We're gonna have to dial that up a little bit and maybe make some adjustments to our comp, who knows. But we do know we're gonna have to see some kind of adjustment, even if it's just the map picks, because this was difficult for them. You could feel it. It was hard. They did a fantastic job, but it was hard, and you want it to feel easier than this.
That's such a great way to phrase it, too. It felt hard. Even though they won that, I mean, what kind of shots did Mooj have to hit to even break them out here? Like, I want to reiterate here, as the Inkjet has been a big winner of the play today here, is that Inkjet's still pretty high skill cap, right? If you don't hit directs and the players get away, you're just guessing. You're stuck in the air, a giant target, guessing at where the opponent is moving and if you maybe can close it out. And by the way, there's a giant beacon at your landing spot and you may just get taken out. So I agree entirely. It is hard to make it work. And if it feels hard, that means that something is not going your way. So one thing that I do want to kind of harken back to, we talked about this earlier, but what is your answer for the pencil? Like, it is still kind of the dominant factor in the game of Splatoon until proven otherwise here. And every comp, every kit that fights against it has to have a concerted answer to that question. And if you don't, you're gonna find yourself losing games here. We saw a couple times Mooj get swatted out of the sky by that weapon. You know that it's going to be looking over the zone, kind of looking over these spots that are being protected there. Little bits of chip damage here and there. It's gonna be kind of an untapped source of specials, or I guess always tapped source of specials. Untagged maybe is a better way to put it here, but if you don't have a way to move it and make that life difficult, you're just going to find yourself running into opponents who spawn faster than you and get more specials than you do. So still plenty of time, like you said, Lily. I hope that they find a way to upload it. They're going back to Splat Zones, Robo Ramen this time, so clearly they felt like it wasn't the mode.
Clearly the mode itself was not the problem, and I don't disagree. They win the paint fight. If you just look at the weapon loadouts, you look at what they have, they win the paint fight. But what they're gonna have to do is win the posturing, win the momentum, and win the guns. And that's gonna be the challenge here coming up, is if they can turn that all around. And I wonder if that's gonna come with some weapon changes. I mean, a lot of the stuff that they've picked continues to be good in this map, right? You've got the Inkjet on the bow is going to be powerful. The crab continues to be incredibly powerful on this one. You throw it up on top of the wall across the zone and you're like, well, I've got the whole map, no problem. But, you know, what do you consider changing, if anything? Do you just consider changing positioning and teamwork? Or do you look at more weapon-based changes?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because, like you said, they've sort of run the same general idea to get to this. There have been some changes. I know Afro earlier did play the new Glamour Splatter Shot. It doesn't appear that that's going to be coming out here now, so maybe they decided that's not the way here. It's going to be exactly the same, and it's going to be Juno swapping back in now for Tidal Disruption here. So we saw it last time, it was on Barnacle, I believe, that we saw this pick, and it certainly wasn't Splat Zones here, but a custom range coming out to play here, and already getting swallowed up. Afro is angry.
Afro is ready to go. Now that is a 2v1 left in behind and not having to jump out and maintain some of that special charge, that cooler gonna come up for their teammates. But I mean, wow, Distinkt just said, hey, we're gonna come out swinging because if we don't, you will.
Yeah, and they know also, like, this opening, this is where you score your points in Splat Zones typically here. Before the opponent can get their set play set up, you have all these awkward spots. You're not worried about the cooler loops where you know you're going to get outscaled here. Hey, if they're all back at spawn, who cares if they've got cooler here? We're just going to take all these points for free. They've got Crab Tank ready here. That's another one going out there. I believe that was Juno. Yeah, so that's going to be one less now. 3/4 of the game gone here. Mood is almost already at another. Oh my, Lily, if they're able to stack these two specials here, this is game.
Strikes are coming out. I don't think they're going to be enough to paint zone, at least not an insta-cap. They rarely are. We have an Inkjet and a Crab out on top of zone. How do you even approach to paint it? You're just done. You're just done. You can't approach that.
Well, Lily, you said you hope they uploaded that game fast.
They did.
I don't know that you're going to get a whole lot of faster knockouts than that. Not in Splat Zones, where the timer dictates how fast it goes, but domination in every facet, and my, oh my, what a way it went.
I will say a big thing I noticed in that game that we didn't see from, say, Big Fat Sea Cows fighting Tidal Disruption earlier was that a Distinkt really came in fast, they locked them out, and then they paid attention to the directions that they would be coming in from. They were preemptively aiming in those places. We saw Juno go out as soon as they dropped, and it was a big part of that. They said Juno is going to be coming in, or at least someone is. A sword, a bucket, a blaster, something is going to be coming in from this major direction, and we need to protect it now. And then they did that. And you see those kinds of adjustments are the kinds of things you need to see against these big, heavy-hitting flanking comps. You need to see players go. If they're going to be coming in fast to take us out, we need to be anticipating that and taking them out first.
And I also want to point out, to everything you've said, I'll add into how nice that map seemed to look for them, too. If you've got a chip damage comp and you've got 3 range specials that can fire at what, really the one spot that everyone's gonna build around here, you throw your tacticooler down there and you drop through. If you always have one special that can put some pressure there, it changes how the opponent feels. This comp looks so painful to fight against. And make no mistake about it, Lily, you who've been at the top level of Splatoon know that comps that are annoying to fight get a little buff as the day goes on, too. When you feel like, wait, how did I die to that here? How did that hit me? Well, listen, we've all been there. I don't mean to accuse you of this. I'm sorry. I've swung back at you now.
I'm just... Man, you called me top level. I think that's the first time that's ever happened. Thank you.
You've top 8'd enough here, okay? Come on.
I'm going to put that on my resume. Was
Go
top
for
level. Yeah, but I mean, they did a fantastic job. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this goes because, you know, they swapped in Juno. So, you know, they said, okay, we got Juno in here. We might as well play Flames, Barnacle, and Dime. What else do you do? Juno's already playing. Might as well keep going.
Yeah, this was where it came in last time. Let's look. Yeah, no changes here. Why would you? And it is going to be Juno staying in here. So this was a counter pick that worked for them last time. Although I will say it was an odd game that they won last time when they played on this. This was a game where I felt like the Big Fat Sea Cows, when they played in that last set, were kind of controlling the pace, and then Tidal Disruption kind of went in and did what they do towards the back half of the game here. But we'll see if that'll still work against Distinkt here, or if this is a bit too hopeful of a counter pick.
Absolutely. Tigers just flinging themselves with that foam bat right into the enemy lines and doing a fantastic job of it. Just the pencil left up, getting up into this left-hand side. This is a powerful position for any player, but definitely a roller.
I would have died to that bomb there. So
Oh,
great
me
work
too.
by Sal, not going down to that. Yep, pop it down here. And look at that, dropping it and then still trying to swing there instead of simply mashing the A button, which I also would have done on that side. Now Tame here is going to back up this jump, not going to get punished here, so they'll actually have some footing in the middle of the map here. Nice job not getting overzealous, trying to take too many points. They've got Tiger back in now. Now we can sort of go as like a little bit of a counter push instead. They'll trade out a couple players and then we'll be back into a neutral position. Distinkt drawing first blood.
Sorry, just watching the junior run it go down instantly was just kind of funny. Not the junior, sorry, the blaster, the shot. I got this. It's fine. Weapons are blurring together, but we're doing a pretty good job here of maintaining this mid control without giving up too much space. We did have to cede some ground, but not too much without popping our specials in turn. So I'm not worried anymore about a Tidal Disruption counter push. They're 3 down. We're good. We got mid back.
Well, it's Nightmare who's behind them here, so we say that, but that means everyone's going to be able to jump there. Some nice movement by Afro, puts 3 shots on. Can we find any of these players? No, that's going to be an opening of it here. If Nightmare finds one of these players and does, this could start to get a little bit hairy here. Everyone should have been able to respawn now. That means Anand's going to jump, but jumps to the... There was nobody left to jump to on that side, so, you know, Anand, I don't know if that was a misclick or if they simply went down too quickly so you couldn't jump there, but you should be thanking your lucky stars that you didn't, because you're still in mid now.
Honestly, very honestly, yes, they did a fantastic job on the recovery. Let's be generous, call it a recovery. Beautiful inkjet coming out yet again from Mooj, just putting so much pressure. They're like, okay, you want to take our right-hand side? You gotta work through me first. Tiger backing that Instinkt up as well, just lurking around these left-hand sides and just preventing any forward movement while the teammates come back. That is the benefit to having a good roller player. They can be anywhere, they can hold ground without needing to actually do anything, really, and give you some time to reestablish yourselves. Now, I spoke too soon. Of course I did.
Well, you know, that's how it goes. I will say, though, your general point isn't wrong there if it slows down the opponent. The real problem there is that there was just too many players there who were already coolered up. And when people are coolered up, they're willing to dive in. And the unfortunate part of the roller is sometimes you're waiting to make the dive, and then you get jumped on. And you're like, wait a minute, hold on, this was my game. I'm the trapdoor spider here. What are we doing here? But when you're tacticoolered, suddenly you're just, you know, not quite as worried about the mortal coil, we will say. But Tidal Disruption has done a great job here. Again, it seems like sometimes they get outpaced, but when they push in, they always find big value. They've done a great job here, taking 2 players out. Mooj stuck in an inkjet here. Again, if they're not able to get value, they trade it out, but that's a wipeout, so I can't really call it value, and non-wisely passing it forward. We're playing Clan Blitz, everybody. Get them both.
Absolutely love to see it. We do have 3 clans still. That's almost enough. I mean, I'm getting nervous now. 1 still in the buckets, the hands. We're just 1 point away from lead here. Nightmare kind of dancing around. 1 clan left on Juno. Are they going to be able to get up in time? Unfortunately, going down to some beautifully placed dread shots, but Nightmare coming in behind with that clan just a little too late. Gonna jump out in shame as the members of Distinkt try to return to mid. Now, they have a hard game ahead of them because they have a minute left on the clock on a map that's very hard to break into, and a map that doesn't necessarily spawn clans as fast or as often as you would like, and you've got to get in, get all the players down, get in position, make a hold, and push to knockout. That's not going to be easy.
No, not at all, and it's a great point you bring up here. This is a map where you gotta turn around if you're gonna build up any extra claims after you knock open that basket for the first time there. They've done a nice job of taking out the players here, and they continue to do so. It's a wipeout. Now comes the answer to the question here. Can they build up enough here? They've already knocked quite a few down, but they'll still need 2 more power clams. Now, Lily, they do have the chance here. If they are able to hold their opponent's side of the map here, they could build another power clam and it open up. Instead, they're going to jump it in. 2 more power clams will do it here. Keep an eye, or 2 regular clams, excuse me. Keep an eye on the top of the screen. They have to. They're jumping in. Mash that button. Mash it, Mooj. And they do!
All right. So they just listen to. Thanks for listening to me, I guess. And that doesn't happen very often when it comes to Clan Blitz. Most people are like, "Okay, Lily, yeah, all right." And I'm like, "No, come on, listen to me though. Listen to me." And they were like, "Yeah, we got you. Not a problem. We'll just do everything you just said and do it convincingly and nicely." And I have a cat now, so if you want to switch back to cans instead of players, who cares about them?
No, I recommend we stay on the players here because this was some wild and wacky stuff. Again, Tidal Disruption were controlling the flow of that game. I mean, said basically impossible. A minute left and you got to put in over 80 points worth of clams here, okay? Like,
Yeah.
we've casted a number of games, Lily, where that happens, and we in the booth are like, yeah, let's try to glossy this one up a little bit. Let's have a little fun. But I think Tidal Disruption just got a little bit too overzealous trying to dive in and close things out here. They were jumping into Distinkt, who were more than happy to continue applying that chip damage over and over and over again. Reach 100 damage in any way you can. And did you hear anything that I said there, or were you just listening to your cat purr?
Both.
Okay. Well, you know, I've got a cat behind me too. Judd, little Judd. So we've had cats on screen the whole time. I guess you have Judd and little Judd too, so you've got 3 now, which is more.
I've actually 2 little Judds and a big Judd, and I have another big Judd, but he's off camera.
Okay, yeah, point made, point taken. Lots of cats here.
Yeah.
Some real cool cats on Distinkt though, because again, the way that they lost that first game, where it looked hard, it looked like all the plays that they were making were not 1% plays necessarily here, but plays where you're like, oh, that was a sick play, awesome. Yeah, probably can't do that immediately on call whenever I want to again here, and if you're having to make those plays to keep in the game, it means you're generally having a hard time with your opponent. Then you come back with the strongest possible knockout on Splatzone's Robo Ramen, and then you steal a game, Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime, winning it in the most improbable of fashion. Now you get to go to Tower Control, Shipshape, Cargo Co. Earlier, Lily, Tidal Disruption picked this, and you said that you were scared. And I agreed with you. I did not think that the big fat sea cows had the guns to keep up here. Distinkt has the guns to keep up on Shipshape, Cargo Co.
They do. They do. They really do. And I think this is going to be a bit more of an even game between the two of them. We can hope, at least. I think a bit of it is going to depend on whether or not they keep Juno on the side of Tidal Disruption, because I do think that Kraken Blaster is broken, to put it lightly. But I will say that, yeah, I mean, I think if anyone's going to be able to keep up here against Tidal Disruption, it's Distinkt.
Well, I mean, this is it. They are 1 game away from winning this entire event. Again, folks, if we see Tidal Disruption come back here, there will be a second set of grand finals here, but Distinkt, oh so tantalizingly close. Can they close it out here? Mooch, Tiger, Afro, and Tame, 1 game away from winning this.
1 game away, and I mean, that's when the pressure is on. You want to close it out now. You don't want to give Tidal Disruption a chance, even a chance, to take this to game 5 and force a bracket reset. You want to close it now. So the pressure is on for Distinkt, and I'm hoping they can weather that. And having seen them play so far, I think they can. Tiger going down a little earlier than we'd like to see, but I mean, wow, Tidal Disruption is just feeling the pressure too.
I mean, listen, this is their counter pick, and they wasted no time winning it last time they were here, okay? Sometimes it is that simple. Where does it work best? We will fight it out. We will win it. And here we go. Already, this first checkpoint, mincemeat, all the way gone. Not the stage here, folks. That's what they're turning this map into, though, a second mincemeat. Look, Anka already pushed up there, Anon in a great spot. And they will be able to force Anon out of the way here. Moosh is in a great position there, but everyone near the tower is kind of getting swallowed up at this point. Now it feels like it's Distinkt that's maybe playing their hand a little bit too early. Getting taken out here, swarmed away. Mooch, you can't get out of that. Perfectly placed on the triple ink strike. Now Afro is going to go up here and fight against Z34. There's more people firing over there. What are you doing about the pets? They can't move that either. Now they're behind. They are trying to knock this out right now. Distinkt saying, please let us continue playing this game. And I think maybe they've earned the opportunity to say at least that.
I do think they did get that far. They managed to push members of Tidal Disruption out. Just the last bucket up there finally going down. And Nightmare trying to retreat while we have their last pencil. Just the lonely Anon up. Okay, well, not up, but yeah, we'll keep going. Distinkt doing a fantastic job reclaiming that mid area. It's like they finally just took a breath and they were like, okay, we gotta do this now. We can't let this continue any further. We managed to stop them from breaking second check, and that was the important part there.
Yeah, that second checkpoint really, really key. That's really the last spot you have to defend. Nightmare going behind, going for 3. tossing a bomb out there, and then what? The bomb did. Okay, whatever. Nightmare is rewriting the rules of this game. Yeah, go ahead, get a quad there. Why not? We'll call it a quad, even if one of them jumped back in a second time. I mean, Lily, that's a great way to bring yourself back into the game. Just go ahead and have one player take out all 4 on the other side. Was trying to go for a 5th there and almost closed him out, but it will force everybody in Distinkt all the way back. So the one little tiny bit of life that Distinkt had built for themselves in this game immediately snuffed out by Nightmare, as so many other games have. And now even Anon getting the trick shots out. Get out of there, Inkjet.
Truly a rough time out here for Tiger as well. They're just not getting the value they want in this wide open space in mid, and there's so many bubbles popping up and so many bombs in the way. Things are just getting a little rough for one of the bigger slayers on the side of Distinkt. Now, we are seeing a couple go down. Azuka ready for Tidal Disruption. If they were smart, they'd probably back up and use that in mid, you know? But that's just me. Nightmare on this left-hand side, I did hear that pop. Fortunately, he's going to hold some space, but Tiger finally getting that redemption before going down, and 2 players on the side of Tidal Disruption sent back to spawn is going to put Distinkt in a good-ish position if they can... Okay, well, if they can hold it.
Yeah, if. When you have to say if to 3 or 4 things here, it generally means that it's not going to happen in the world of Splatoon. Simply too chaotic, too many things that can go wrong. We are at just over 90 seconds left in this game. Tiger going again and getting taken out after taking one out here. I feel like I've said that 3 times this game, but I mean, this is how Shipshake works when you're not actually actively pushing after a wipeout. It's just a bunch of this right now, which is throw specials at the tower there, fight, 1 or 2 go down. You try not to see too much ground here, and you get the right players up at the side, but I'm not really sure that Distinkt has had a great opportunity to push here. Finally, they get... No, sorry, that's the other side getting taken down. I don't know who it was, but they had dove there. I thought maybe they had an opportunity to get 1 or 2 of those players. They don't. Instead, they're pushed all the way back. Wait, Nightmare waited the whole...
Oh my god, no.
Right. Oh, I feel you, Afro. I get hit by that every time, too. Mooch goes down again. I think that's 2 Inkjets they've been shot out of at this point. Nightmare takes out another. It's a wipeout here because Tiger, I guess, just fought the world off screen, but...
Nightmare,
I mean,
they have families.
Yeah, it's trade for trade on the wipeout at that point. You can't continue to do that with 30 seconds left.
You truly can. And 30 seconds left, 2 players down. This isn't looking good for Distinkt. They're having a lot of troubles getting the players that they need up when they need them up. They're managing to get to mid, but they're having to burn so many resources just to do it that they don't have enough to continue the push from there. And it puts them back into spawn with no specials and having to counteract everything coming out of Tidal Disruption. It's a really rough position to be in. 10 seconds on the clock. I'm just not feeling it, Nine.
No, and they're all tacticaler too, so even if you take them out, you're gonna have to fight them again almost immediately here. Gotta fight through the bubble there. Where even is the tower? Nobody touched it. We'll dive on top, and they've got a couple people on it there. They're gonna make it interesting. This crab's gonna roll around, but it's gonna get punched off there. And Tidal Disruption brings it to 2-2. We have another game 5. No DCs needed to assist this one to go. And Lily, if we do get a second set, I have a pretty good inkling as to where Tidal Disruption's going to counterpick if they get the opportunity to do so. But they're going to need to win one more game to get that.
I mean, that's the second convincing game that you and I personally have seen on this map mode on stream today. Personally commentated. It's just convincing tower control map. Just not a problem.
Not a problem at all. And, you know, I've been saying many times over this, what's your answer for the pencil here? And as we get through the replays here and you see just the absolute pandemonium here at the end as that poor crab got knocked away, I do want to highlight Anon, because that time Anon was shooting every single inkjet out of the air. Again, we've talked about the pencil here. I feel like I'm taking up the defense of the pencil here, which is never a position that I wanted to be, as we have Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway for our final game. But Lily, a good pencil player still kind of controls everything in the world of Splatoon, at least right now.
Yeah, I do want to take a moment. If we could see a head-to-head of Mooj and Anon, would be absolutely amazing. These 2 players are fantastic, and to see them fight each other has been so interesting, because they're both very talented players. Mooj has been absolutely rocking that inkjet, but Anon just coming right back and saying, am I worried about your inkjet? Is that a problem for me?
That game, the answer was a decided and concerted no. So, great work there. But I mean, look at the roles that these 2 anchors play. This tells you all you need to know right now. 4.3 to 1.3, 2 to 5. I mean, those are the numbers right there. I mean, I love a good stat as much as anybody else, but Anand's got one job over the course of this set, and it's keep the ship from breaking and keep my teammates thirsty. As long as I do that, they'll take care of the rest. Meanwhile, Mooj has to contribute in big ways. And I'll let everybody know, too, most of this KDR was earned before this new powerful kit came out, which means that Mooj's role over the course of this entire SAC has just been get it done with the main weapon, occasionally a special or two to make it work. But when you're asking your backline to do that, they sometimes have to expose themselves, and sometimes it results in the crazy highlight plays that we're used to seeing from Distinkt. Other times, you get swatted away. With Rainmaker now, this is where Distinkt has looked the strongest. This map, this mode, you just took your opponent's best counter pick. Now you get your best counter pick. Here we go, everybody. Game 5, SAC 10. Let's go.
I am nervous. This is traditionally a place where I don't like to see, Pencil still gets its benefits because of Cooler, but I don't like to see those longer range weapons. They're just a little too slow, they have to reposition, they have to charge their guns. You don't want to see them go, but when you're out here using the weapon entirely as a support system for 3 massive splatters, do you actually have that problem? Anon can just come in here, pick up the Rainmaker, and run with it.
Well, they can run right into the waiting arms of Afro and everybody else. Mooj and Tiger jumping on top. Nice job there. Mooj even gets that. And actually didn't even die to the bomb there. I think there was a bomb waiting for them there. So that's what you like on the defensive side. Take all 4 of them out very quickly without many of your players going down. But Tidal Disruption picking the right spots to come out and attack them on the other side. And that's going to be 3 down. It's just the Rainmaker now here. Where's Mooj going to go? I don't know if moving back is the right play here. That's awfully close to that pedestal. A quick pop, and they might be able to steal a checkpoint.
They absolutely will be, and I think that's what's going to happen, Rainier. They're going to come in, and Afro is going to pick them off. Oh, right before they get that check, so they do still have to work it. But I don't think it'll take very long. Oh, they did manage to clear it. What?
Yeah,
Excuse me?
Barely.
Oh my
God. Well, I don't... Listen, pedestal logic is a different universe from the rest of us, all right? We can only hope to understand it. Very non-Euclidean there, but yeah, that's already gone at this point. Now, typically, I will say a break on this map, not the biggest of deals here. Both teams tend to end up breaking, and it's really, do you get to 30 or do you get to 10 that sort of determines it here. Mooj goes ahead and swallows one up, but that was behind them there. They have swapped position on this map. That tells you how fast and how aggressive Tidal Disruption is playing here. They were that far behind the opponent, and Z34 more than happy to dive in. Tame goes ahead and cleans that one out as well. But where's the Rainmaker? Where's it going? Where are you? Behind Nightmare, of course. And this camera is doing its best to keep up here. Can Afro close this one out? They'll at least force them back here. Tiger painting the way. Mooj, can they dunk into time? They do. They will pay dearly, but that's a checkpoint gone.
That is a checkpoint gone. We still have 2 players on this left-hand side. If they can hold this space, or at the very least, made a beautiful Zuka coming in, unfortunately getting nobody as Nightmare runs straight through it. And, I mean, it's putting us in a really weird position. We managed to get the break, and so does the other team. We're kind of in neutral again with half the game gone. Nothing's really happened.
Listen, the Trizuka is the embodiment of the tunnel effect, all right? Sometimes it just does not collide with any part of you. You don't have a real explanation as to why. Sometimes that's just how it works. But 3 down there. Afro once again angry. Takes a couple out here. Lily, there's a real chance this checkpoint falls. Z34 on that side. Will they get him now? They do! Z34 could single-handedly stop this push. That's a wipeout instantly. That took 2 seconds!
Z34, oh man, I saw that slow swim and I was like, no, don't do it to him, don't do it. We're running right in here on the left-hand side now, trying to go for a bit more of a sustained push than we had it for our first break. That first break was just spur of the moment. Anon is going to go down pretty quickly there, but 39 is not at all what I would call a safe push on this map. That corner is nothing.
No,
absolutely nothing.
Not at all, and that's a delayed wipe. That'll be all of them going up. Anon going to be the first one up as the carrier, so that's probably how you'd want it. That means most of the turf coming out of your spawn is going to go to your cooler player, so A-OK on that side. Where's Afro going to fire? Does take one out there, and it is actually the pen player, but Z34 waiting and jumping back over to assist with Nightmare. Nightmare wins the fight against Tiger. Folks, I cannot tell you how big that is. If Tiger wins that fight, Z34 is not going to land safely. That would be 2 out, and that might be the lead swap there. Nightmare, Nightmare, Nightmare. Again, we keep saying the name.
We truly do, and I mean, I'm gonna have nightmares tonight from all of this, let alone Nightmare themselves. But I mean, man, how do you get out of this corner now? You really need the specials. We have to get a few picks. We have to get Tiger in here pretty quickly. The strikes are gonna stall things out a little bit more. A minute left in this game. You gotta push really not that far, all things considered. 2-3 players down, just the pencil. That is our chance to run through the pencil down. Just run it, Mooj, and you've got lead, let alone pedestal, all the way to 12. That is what we call a winning push on this map. With 40 seconds left on the clock, the Tidal disruption is in danger.
They are in danger, and that's another one that goes down because you can see they're still waiting on this side. Tame is over here, has the crab tank. Are they going to continue to fight it out? Yes, they are feeling themselves right now, and they take it out. Where's this crab tank going to fire from? Are they going to go all the way back out here? They can take the Rainmaker out right now. Looking that direction. Go ahead. They can't move. They are yours, Tame. Take them out and take them down. Such good play, still holding this side, not being passive. Tigers over on this side is too. They have no idea where the attack is going to come from, much less who's going to grab the Rainmaker. They're firing out. Tame's still behind. Anon knows they're still behind, but they don't have a choice. They have to grab it, Lily.
They have to grab it. They have to move forward. A couple seconds left on the clock. We're now in overtime. We have no checkpoint to be able to extend our overtime. We have to move forward now. Things are getting a little rough. Things are getting a little rocky. A few players setting up on this right-hand side, just getting ready for that push. They don't have to be too aggressive here. They can kind of hold back a little bit because there's not a lot of time on that clock in general, and they know they have the advantage here. Almost going down to a curling bomb. Luckily going to be able to hang on there. The crab tank coming out. A few shots over that ledge will take them out, but a bomb going to take them out first, and the Rainmaker going down to something.
I'll tell you what it was, Lily. It was a Trizuka, and can you guess who was firing it?
Oh, let me guess here.
Say it with me, kids! Nightmare! Oh my goodness!
Fulfilling all of our dreams here. Nightmare coming out with the clutch at the end.
That's what I would say if Nightmare was on the right team. Yep. No, that was not them. It was Afro, everybody. It was Afro. It was a trick question.
So it's your fault. A trick question.
Yeah.
You said so confidently to try to trick me.
I did.
Giving credit. Okay. Well, Afro.
You ate the bait. That's how it works.
I did.
Distinkt. Oh my goodness, what a show that they put on in this tournament. And Lily, the way that they won it too, again, yes, we know it's a no cooler composition here, and of course that's the big talking point for a lot of times, but I'm just stunned again at how when it came down to different players making these huge plays over and over and over, they found a way to do it. And I mean, Lily, were there any players in particular that you want to call out as sort of the MVP? I know Afro, of course, they seemingly only lost games to get to this point when Afro DC'd, but who do you have as the MVP of this? I mean, I'm giving it to Afro for sure. You can see here, these numbers I feel like don't even necessarily tell the story. Every time a play was there to be made, Afro was there.
I really do want to call out Mooj. Absolutely incredible job throughout the entire thing. Pulling at the splats when they needed it, showing off this incredible new kit, and doing a textbook job. If you want to study how to play an inkjet, just look at what Mooj was doing today. Just beautiful work on that inkjet and pulling out impressive plays against a weapon that they shouldn't have been able to counter. The pencil on paper has an advantage against Mooj. So to see them come out so strong, so consistently throughout the set was absolutely amazing.
It is. And, you know, it's nice here in this post 10.0 worlds that one of the first tournaments that we get to see actually shows one of those weapons, a class that was just begging for, give me something, give me anything, give me something that is not Super Chumps or Killer Whale, and I will make it work. So for Mooj to get that and then immediately make good on it is fantastic. And Distinkt beat all of the killers today, Lily.
Yeah.
Like, they went through everybody that they had to in order to win this, and there were some very, very close fights. They were giving games to people with DCs, but when the whole group was able to stay together, they were able to get it done. And Rafa actually had to sub out there. Tame subbed in, and they still did not miss a beat. Won it at the end. Thankfully, Tame, it also looked like, was playing a lot of the same weapons as Rafa, so you don't have to change it a whole lot. But
of course.
A great showing here, and Congratulations to Distinkt. Not necessarily our top seed here, but they have performed well in the qualifiers. We're certainly a contender here today. I want to give a tip of the cap to Tidal Destruction, who I think a lot of people were impressed with today. Certainly outperforming what was expected of them in the most improbable of ways, and one game away from resetting it. But they don't play your national anthem when you win the silver, Lily.
I mean, we could. I do want to take a moment just a quick shout out to Z34. We mentioned so many times over the course of those games. Did an absolutely amazing job just pulling their weight and pulling other people's weights over the course of those games. Beautiful work from Tidal Disruption. That losers run was absolutely something to behold. They should be proud today, even if they get second. They should absolutely be proud because they did a fantastic job pulling it through and almost giving us a bracket reset. So all I'm hearing is next time, next time. Or, we got some other stuff coming up that they can play in. We've got, the crossover with Area Cup that's happening. We've got some beautiful work happening with, recently announced that everyone knows about, that North American League. I would love to see what teams like these can do with this kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Momentum, spunk, craziness. Yeah.
In the vast dictionary of words that I've heard on cast, I think that's the first time I've heard that one used, Lily.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. They've got the goods. They got it going, and I think they're gonna. I'm digging my hole deeper. They're gonna be able to
tier analysis, folks, that you can only get from @Splatoon Lily. They got the goods, man. They got the goods. Well,
beautiful losers, right? And we're gonna see them hopefully in the future continue to make moves.
Well, look, we are at the end of our rope. You can tell Lily and I are clearly running out here. We've actually been out for a while.
I got a sunburn today. Listen, all of my brain cells are gone.
Well, then we better close this out. Lily, where can people find you?
It's all right there. Hang on, I'm pointing the right direction. This way. There we go. Splatoon Lily. I'm Splatoon Lily everywhere. Twitch, X, Blue Sky. Find me there. And 9. Everyone knows. If they aren't already following me, what are they doing?
Yeah, no, you can follow me at power_NY anywhere that there are things that you can do. A lot of great things happening.
NY, actually.
Well, whatever. You can still find me there. I don't even know my own tags apparently here, but lots of great stuff. Again, with 10.0, with the announcement of Splatoon Raiders, the North American League, this event, Area Cup, the Area Cup crossover. Folks, it has never been a better time to be a Splatoon fan. I mean, everyone's spirits are so high. Riptide coming up here, like 3 different super jumps that got announced. I mean, just unbelievable how much stuff we have to look forward to, and it's all thanks to the many, many people who work so hard behind the scenes to make this happen. We, of course, tip our caps and curtsy to the wonderful folks at the production staff who make all of this possible here, and there were a lot of production staff people who made today possible. But
the beautiful trailers, the incredible head-to-heads, the 3 streams happening today.
4.
Fantastic. 4, sorry.
Yeah.
Fantastic job on all 4 streams, and to come all together into this. I mean, beautiful job. Absolutely amazing work for everyone involved. Shout out always to the production crew.
Well, folks, we've got nothing left to say here. There's going to be a short break, an intermission, and then a raid. Thank you so much, SAC Season 10. Your winners, Distinkt. And until next time, everybody.